Chapter 1591. Producing the Conqueror's Armor. Chapter 1591. Producing the Conqueror's Armor. After Sherfong disconnected the call, Aqua Rose stared at the dark screen before her in stunned silence. Increasing their bounty on Heaven's Burial's members was easier said than done. The additional expenditure would easily reach tens of thousands of gold. The guild did rake in quite a bit of money from Zero Wing City. Currently, it earned more than 5,000 gold through the entrance fees alone. However, due to the war of attrition with Heaven's Burial, Zero Wing struggled to make ends meet. Unless the guild gained an additional 100,000 gold, it couldn't feasibly afford to double the bounty on Heaven's Burial. Where exactly were they supposed to get another 100,000 gold? Big Sis Aqua, are we really going to double the bounty? Yaya asked carefully from beside Aqua Rose. Zero Wing only had a little over 20,000 gold set aside for emergencies. If they used these funds, the guild would be in an even more precarious situation should something unexpected occur. Make the announcement, Aqua Rose said, releasing a deep, powerless sigh. Even if we don't raise the bounty, our remaining stock of top-tier equipment in the guild warehouse won't last long. If we don't increase the bounty, we'll only burn through our stock. If we're doomed either way, we might as well duke it out with Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. Following which, Yaya posted the increased bounty on Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. As the news spread, it attracted the attention of every player in Starmoon Kingdom. Yaya's post quickly garnered over 1 million views. Is Zero Wing really trying to fight it out with Heaven's Burial? It actually followed Heaven's Burial's lead and doubled its bounty. It seems that Zero Wing is finally getting serious. Heaven's Burial has Blackwater's support, so it's expected that the guild has a massive amount of funding. But how has Zero Wing secured so much money? Maybe Zero Wing's putting up a final struggle, trying to scare Heaven's Burial into backing off? Based on what I've heard, Blackwater mobilized a bunch of experts to help Heaven's Burial, and offered the guild an additional 200,000 gold. With the income from Ancient Rock City, how can Zero Wing possibly beat Heaven's Burial in wealth? Indeed, I've heard that Ancient Rock City's player population has already exceeded 6 million. Although Heaven's Burial isn't charging entrance fees, it's still making a ton of money through repair and accommodation fees. Let them raise their bounties on each other. The higher the better. That way, I can earn enough money to buy my mount. In the public eye, Zero Wing was at an overwhelming disadvantage in its war with Heaven's Burial. And yet, everyone celebrated the war. It wasn't every day that players had such a golden opportunity to make money. Orc Empire, Heaven's Burial's residence in Ancient Rock City. Guild Leader Singular, it seems that Zero Wing has quite the budget as well. Are you sure that you won't have any issues? Lei Jingyang could not help his frown as he read the latest forum post from Zero Wing. To whittle down Zero Wing's strength as quickly as possible, Heaven's Burial had doubled its bounty on the other guild's members. This increased the number of bounties they had to pay by several times. Each day, they had to shell out roughly 60,000 gold in bounties. That was the equivalent of several days of Ancient Rock City's income. Despite what the public thought, Heaven's Burial wasn't as secure as it seemed. Young Master Lei, rest assured, I am very familiar with what Zero Wing is capable of. Based on the reports from my spies in the guild, Zero Wing doesn't have much money left. It's already struggling to maintain its current expenditures. This is merely Zero Wing's final act of defiance, Singular Burial said. Not particularly surprised to hear that Zero Wing had doubled its bounty. I've also reached an agreement with Blackwater. Not only have they invested 200,000 gold in Heaven's Burial, but they also intend to send another 300,000 gold later. 500,000 gold coins is more than enough to crush Zero Wing. Besides, we've also located a new mine in the Orc Empire. That mine has a magic iron vein and a certain chance of producing magic crystals. As long as we capture the mine, Zero Wing has no hope of outlasting us, even if it gains the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's full support. Magic iron veins were one of the few ore veins that produced magic crystals, and the vein Heaven's Burial had discovered was only a dozen or so hours walk away from Ancient Rock City. Although other superpowers had discovered the vein as well, Their guild towns were much farther away. As a result, these superpowers couldn't compete with Heaven's Burial. I guess you're right. But as a precaution, we should move up our timetable. The other superpowers have already shown interest in the magic iron vein. And although we have the terrain advantage, securing the vein won't be easy. Lei Jingyang nodded his agreement. He was starting to think that he may have overestimated Zero Wing a little. Although Zero Wing was powerful, the guild lacked the support of a major corporation. It relied on its own power. Meanwhile, in White River City's candlelight trading firm, as Shifeng entered one of the special forging rooms on the building's top floor, he noticed Melancholic Smile and nearly 100 other advanced forgers waiting for him. Guild leader, I've withdrawn all of the materials you've requested from the warehouse. The candlelight trading firm is also purchasing the materials in bulk, Melancholic Smile reported as she approached Shifeng, gesturing to the various materials piled around the special forging room. The materials Melancholic had gathered in the special forging room were none other than the required materials for crafting the Conqueror's armor. The Conqueror's armor's production process was intensely complex. Among the various processes, the most time-consuming were the smelting and material refinement. Fortunately, these tasks could be completed by forgers who hadn't learned the Conqueror's armor forging design, which was precisely why Shifeng had called upon these forgers to assist. With this, he could focus on forging the Conqueror's armor, saving plenty of time. However, when Shifeng considered the material's purity, he decided that it'd be best if he left the smelting and refinement to advanced forgers. Good. Put whatever tasks you're currently working on hold for now. I need all of you to smelt these materials, Shifeng addressed the advanced forgers. He then turned to Melancholic Smile and asked, how is the market for lunar potions right now? Lunar potions? Shaking her head, Melancholic Smile said. Although the lunar potion is common, demand has skyrocketed due to the increase in players exploring ruins. Yet the Moonlight Flower, the lunar potion's main material, is quite rare. As a result, the Moonlight Flower's market price has increased drastically. Now each flower sells for 6 silver. As for the lunar potion, it's sold for 12 silver. Although we've tried to purchase the flowers to produce lunar potions, we've only crafted a little over 2,000 bottles thus far. The various large guilds urgently needed lunar potions, but due to the Moonlight Flower's rarity, it was impossible to acquire in large quantities. The fact that the candlelight trading firm had accumulated a stock of over 2,000 lunar potions was impressive. So it's finally begun. Shifeng smiled. The Moonlight Flower's price was already higher than he had expected. Following which, he retrieved the Moonlight Flowers he had stored in his epic spatial bag and Spacetime Herb Garden. Use these to brew lunar potions and sell them for now. Send all of the money to Aqua to cope with our current predicament. Shifeng had used the Spacetime Herb Garden to grow Moonlight Flowers ever since he obtained it. With the Herb Garden's increased survival rates, the Moonlight Flowers he planted had a 25% survival rate. As a result, each harvest netted around 15,000 Moonlight Flowers. He had already collected over 350,000 in total. Since each stack consisted of 100 flowers, he had 3,521 stacks of Moonlight Flowers. When Melancholic Smile saw the stacks of Moonlight Flowers Shifeng had revealed, her jaw dropped. It was difficult enough to purchase a few dozen Moonlight Flowers from the market, yet Shifeng had pulled over 3,000 stacks from his bag, almost filling hers. If they used all of these Moonlight Flowers to brew lunar potions, they'd definitely make a fortune. Chapter 1592, Frantic Purchase. Chapter 1592, Frantic Purchase. After receiving Shifeng's instructions, Melancholic Smile promptly left the special forging room and contacted every advanced alchemist in the candlelight trading firm, passing on the order to begin the lunar potion's mass production. At the same time, Melancholic Smile retrieved the stockpiled lunar potions from the trading firm's warehouse and had her subordinates sell them in Zero Wing's advanced auction house and White River City's auction house. In addition, she sent a few other players to the Black Dragon Empire and other kingdoms to sell the potions. Not only could they sell the lunar potions quickly by doing so, but they could also maintain the market value. Meanwhile, in another of the candlelight trading firm's special forging rooms, Shifeng took out the Philosopher's Stone, which he had retrieved from his private warehouse earlier, and began to synthesize mana barrier crystals from the mana barrier crystal fragments. Shifeng had obtained a total of 45 mana barrier crystal fragments from his latest trip to the World Summit. If he had NPC alchemists help synthesize the mana barrier crystals for him, they'd only have a 40% success rate, and each attempt required 10 crystal fragments. He'd be lucky to end up with 2 mana barrier crystals. On the other hand, the Philosopher's Stone provided a 100% synthesis success rate. However, something unexpected and shocking happened when Shifeng synthesized the first batch of crystal fragments. After placing only 5 crystal fragments into the Philosopher's Stone, a complete mana barrier crystal had appeared on the table before him. What? I only need 5 crystal fragments to form a complete crystal. Shifeng was astounded as he stared at the mana barrier crystal on the table. If he only needed 5 crystal fragments, he could synthesize 9 complete mana barrier crystals. Meanwhile, teleportation arrays like those in White River City's teleportation hall needed 5 magic crystals for each activation. Hence, they would also need 5 mana barrier crystals to operate normally. As for the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function, it only needed 3 magic crystals. Originally, Shifeng had planned to activate the teleportation function only after he had gathered enough mana barrier crystals. After all, it was simply impossible to sustain the teleportation array's consumption with Zero Wing's current magic crystal income. Now, however, it would seem that that was no longer necessary. Fortunately, he could use 9 mana barrier crystals interchangeably. Moreover, in addition to the mana barrier crystal's self-recovery ability, each mana barrier crystal contained as much mana as 100 magic crystals. Shifeng immediately contacted Melancholic Smile, and had her send Aqua Rose the synthesized crystals, and a message to activate the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation functions. Once he finished with the mana barrier crystals, Shifeng took out the Conqueror's armor forging design, and began to study. Unlike basic forging designs, players couldn't learn advanced forging designs with the click of a button. Advanced forging designs also contain special forging techniques and magic arrays. Players needed to learn all of these details themselves. This thing is really complex. After looking through the Conqueror's armor's production process, Shifeng was astonished. It's no wonder why players struggled so hard to produce equipment with battle arrays in the past. So the process of creating the battle arrays involves advanced magic arrays. Fortunately, I didn't leave the Conqueror's armor's production to Coco and the others. Otherwise, it'd take even longer to craft the armor. Basic magic arrays in God's domain were quite complex, and even experts needed a considerable amount of time to grasp the skills required to craft them. Needless to say, intermediate magic arrays were even more complex. Otherwise, Shifeng wouldn't have left the secret silver-ranked secret technique tablet in the guild's warehouse instead of putting it to use. Even now, Zero Wing didn't have enough players who could draw the intermediate magic arrays. Throughout Zero Wing, only Shifeng knew how to draw advanced magic arrays thus far. Everyone else was still a long distance away from being able to draw them effectively. Fortunately, the required advanced magic array isn't too difficult to draw. I should be able to learn it in a few hours. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief after examining the necessary advanced magic array. Although he could already draw advanced magic arrays, there were simple and complex versions. Shifeng could draw the simple arrays in a handful of hours, but he might not be able to learn a complex advanced magic array yet with his current standards. If he couldn't draw the required advanced magic array, he wouldn't be able to forge the Conqueror's armor. Although it appeared as though Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial were competing via wealth, in reality, that wasn't the case. The true competition still lay among the guild's experts. Due to Lei Jingyang's partnership with Heaven's Burial, the guild had recruited a lot of expert players. Now, Heaven's Burial also had the assistance of a large number of Blackwater's experts. As a result, the gap between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial's strengths had grown. Unfortunately, Zero Wing didn't have enough Tier 2 experts to deal with the enemy's overwhelming numbers. Even if Shifeng took up arms personally, There was very little he could do to change the situation. But it would be a different story if Zero Wing had the Conqueror's armor. If 5 elite players wore the armor, they would immediately rise to expert status. They might even become more powerful than ordinary expert players. If Zero Wing equipped their ordinary expert players with the armor and activated the basic strength battle array, they'd be as strong as the guild's first-rate experts. If all 5 worked together, they might even display more overall combat power than 5 Refinement Realm experts working together. Refinement Realm experts. Even in super guilds, experts of such caliber were invaluable. In current first-rate guilds, such experts would rank among the top in strength. While Shifeng studied the Conqueror's armor's advanced magic array, Melancholic Smile posted every lunar potion she had on hand for sale in the various empires and kingdoms auction houses. She only sold 100 bottles in each location, setting the minimum bid at 10 silver per bottle, slightly cheaper than market value. When these potions went public in the various auction houses, they attracted many guilds and teams' attention. Someone's actually selling so many lunar potions. So cheap. This is wonderful. With these potions, our team can finally explore the ancient ruin we found. Excited, players furiously began to bid on the lunar potions. To the current adventurer teams and guilds, ruin exploration had become a golden opportunity to make a fortune. But without the lunar potion or something similar, exploring the dark ruins was troublesome. Every ruin had its own traps, and locating these traps in the dark was dangerous. If players triggered these traps, even an expert-led team could suffer severe damage or be annihilated. Compared to the risk of triggering these traps, the lunar potion's cost was nothing. After all, players would need several days to recover a lost level at this stage of the game. As players discovered the lunar potions in the auction houses, the potions' prices quickly skyrocketed. 10 silver 40 copper. 10 silver 70 copper. 11 silver 20 copper. After a few short minutes, the average price had reached 12 silver 50 copper. Meanwhile, this increase was just the beginning. In the end, players only stopped contesting for the lunar potions after the prices reached 17 silver 50 copper. This was already far beyond the current market value. Although not every lunar potion had sold for 17 silver 50 copper, on average they had sold for 16 silver 40 copper or more. After deducting the processing fees, Zero Wing still earned a considerable profit. In the end, Melancholic Smile had made a massive 262 gold from the 2,000 lunar potions she had sold. Fortunately, she had barely dented the market's demand for the lunar potions. 2,000 potions weren't nearly enough to quench players' thirst in a single kingdom, much less multiple kingdoms and empires. Chapter 1593. Zero Wing City's True Power. Chapter 1593. Zero Wing City's True Power. After the first batch of lunar potions had sold, none were available in the various auction houses. Because of this, regret ravaged the players who had failed to win the potions. Crap! The lunar potions have sold out already. I just got here. Damn it! I knew I shouldn't have waited. If I had just bought 2 or 3 bottles, our team would have had enough for an expedition. Many players had assumed that the lunar potions had come from some guild or trading firm. After all, no single player would be able to sell 100 bottles at a time. If that were the case, there was a high likelihood that another batch would show up in the auction houses sooner or later. However, even after over half an hour, no one had posted any new lunar potions. Meanwhile, Melancholic Smile, who was currently in the Candlelight trading firm, was elated. The speed at which players are buying the potions is really frightening. With this, we won't need to worry about not being able to sell the potions in bulk. When Melancholic Smile received the proceeds from her subordinates, she brimmed with confidence regarding the large number of moonlight flowers in her possession. Although the Candlelight trading firm produced a large number of items each day, not all of these items sold the moment they were put up for sale. They needed to let the market slowly digest some of these items. In fact, some items might never sell, collecting dust in the trading firm. However, the lunar potion was a different story. This first round of sales had proven that, As long as the candlelight trading firm crafted lunar potions, the market would devour their stock. Meanwhile, the candlelight trading firm had almost 100 advanced alchemists. With enough materials, mass-producing the lunar potions would be a piece of cake for these alchemists. In fact, while the first batch of lunar potions had sold, Silent Wonder and the others had brewed over 2,000 new bottles. With this production speed, the candlelight trading firm should earn around 200 or 300 gold per hour. With 48 hours per day in God's domain, the firm could make over 10,000 gold per day with the lunar potions alone. Although this amount of money couldn't change the war's overall situation, it was enough to resolve Zero Wing's current predicament. When Melancholic Smile gave the command to sell the second batch of lunar potions, an intense competition raged in the various kingdoms and empires' auction houses. The players that had previously adopted a wait-and-see attitude discarded the notion. They did everything in their power to get their hands on the potions for fear that they'd miss this opportunity. The lunar potions' prices soared once again. The highest price during the first batch had climbed to 17 silver, 50 copper, but now it rose to 19 silver per bottle. By the time the 2,000 lunar potions sold out, Melancholic Smile had earned an additional 300 plus gold. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was swamped with work in Zero Wing City. Big Sis Aqua, we've paid out over 1,300 gold since we've updated the bounty, including the remaining funds we have set aside. We won't last another 2 days. Yaya worriedly reported as she examined the bounty claims summary in her hands. It's increased by so much? Aqua Rose could not help but frown. The increased bounty claims were far higher than she had expected. She had hoped that they would last a few more days in this war with the income from Zero Wing City and the guild's remaining funds, but it seemed that wouldn't be possible. Even if Heaven's Burial didn't mobilize its army, Zero Wing would crumble if it ran out of money. The guild's reputation would be in tatters. To make matters worse, Heaven's Burial's ancient rock city became more popular as time passed. Not only could players level up in the area, but they could also earn contribution points to purchase valuable items. In contrast, Zero Wing City's location was only suitable for leisure right now. Big Sis Aqua, under the guild leader's orders, the candlelight trading firm has sent a representative with coins and items. Apparently, these should help us hold out for a little while longer, Yaya suddenly announced. They've sent funds? Good. I'll head over to meet them immediately. Aqua Rose breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that Sherfong had sent additional funds. She ran to the guild hall's lobby to receive the coins and items. Although she didn't know how Sherfong had obtained the additional funding, another 40 or 50,000 gold would help Zero Wing endure this war for a few more days. During that time, they could organize an auction to sell some of Zero Wing City's private housing. That might allow them to continue this fight with Heaven's Burial. They might even be able to put an end to this war. Heaven's Burial invested quite a bit of money each day as well, and no one wanted to see this drag on. However, when Aqua Rose saw the coins Melancholic Smile's subordinate had traded to her, she was dumbfounded. For a moment, she wondered if she had misread the total. 500 gold. To a small guild or adventurer team, 500 gold might be a considerable amount of money, but to Zero Wing, this was nothing more than pocket change. It was far from enough to pull Zero Wing from its current predicament. Is this supposed to help me hold out for another half an hour? Aqua Rose was speechless as she stared at the 500 gold. But when Aqua Rose noticed the 9 mana barrier crystals in her bag and inspected their attribute panels, her eyes began to glow. Everlasting magic crystals? Aqua Rose couldn't believe her eyes. She immediately contacted Sherfong and asked, Guild leader, just where did you get these mana barrier crystals? Do you have more of them? God's Domain's various guilds and players were all in desperate need of magic crystals, and Zero Wing was certainly no exception. Yet not only were these mana barrier crystals the equivalent of 100 magic crystals, but they could also be used repeatedly. This was akin to having a miniature magic crystal vein. Furthermore, these mana barrier crystals only needed 48 hours to replenish their energy. They basically gave Zero Wing a stable income of 900 magic crystals per day. If they stored the mana barrier crystals in a location with sufficient mana density, their cooldowns would be even shorter. Although the mana barrier crystals could not be used in places like the Divine Colosseum, they were extremely valuable. You've already received them? Seeing Aqua Rose's excitement, Shifeng smiled bitterly as he said, "Mana barrier crystals are extremely rare items. Obtaining more is impossible at the moment." Naturally, Aqua Rose was a little disappointed to hear this. If they had 50 or 60 mana barrier crystals, Zero Wing would be set for life. However, after giving the matter some thought, she found it reasonable. If it were possible to obtain something as valuable as mana barrier crystals in large quantities, it would throw God's Domain's market into chaos. Use the 9 mana barrier crystals to operate the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation array for now. With the mana barrier crystals, and some additional magic crystals, we should be able to sustain the teleportation array's consumption easily. Shifeng could sympathize with Aqua Rose's desire for the mana barrier crystals, but they simply weren't that easy to obtain. Let the public know that Zero Wing City will activate a teleportation function that can transport players anywhere within 4 million yards of the city. The cost will be 5 silver coins per 1 million yards per person. At the same time, set up a membership system for the teleportation function. Those who wish to become members can pay a one-time membership fee of 20 magic crystals. In return, they'll get a 20% discount when using the teleportation function. Currently, Stone Forest Town and Team Dungeons were Zero Wing's main income source for magic crystals, but both Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City needed a lot of magic crystals to operate. Furthermore, the guild had to sustain the daily magic crystal allocation for its members. It was practically impossible to sustain the 4 Towers of Elements' teleportation function with the guild's current magic crystal income. Although not every player would pay 20 magic crystals to become a member, Zero Wing would be fine as long as it earned enough magic crystals to sustain the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function. "Alright, I'll get it done right away." Aqua Rose nodded excitedly. She had waited to launch of the 4 Towers of Elements' teleportation function for a long time. Unfortunately, Zero Wing hadn't had enough magic crystals to sustain the teleportation array until now. Now that they had the mana barrier crystals, they could finally show off Zero Wing City's true power. Chapter 1594. Surging towards Zero Wing City. Chapter 1594. Surging towards Zero Wing City. Starmoon Kingdom, Starmoon City. Light flashed in the teleportation hall as a team of 20 players arrived in the lively Starmoon City. When these players appeared, many players in the hall turned to look. All of these 20 players' levels were impressively high, and they were well equipped. The lowest level among them was level 47, while the most inferior equipment was level 45 fine gold rank. The pair leading the team, a man and a woman, were even more awe-inspiring. Both were level 49 and wore nothing but level 45 dark gold equipment. Not even first-rate guilds experts could compare to this team. Most surprisingly, none of these experts wore a guild emblem, showing that they were all independent players. What a powerful team. Who are they? Don't you see the Flaming Fox logo sewn on their cloaks? They're members of Firecloud Fox, one of the top 50 adventurer teams in the Black Dragon Empire. That shield warrior in the lead is Remnant Cloud, Firecloud Fox's commander. He is one of the Black Dragon Empire's top 100 shield warriors. I've heard that several first-rate guilds in the Empire have offered high prices to recruit him, but he's refused every one. Since they're from an adventurer team in the Black Dragon Empire, why are they here in Starmoon Kingdom? Because of Stone Forest Town. The town's battle arena is a perfect place for experts like them to train. I've also heard that Firecloud Fox plans to move its headquarters to Zero Wing City. Although Zero Wing City's battle arena isn't as effective as the one in Stone Forest Town, the city's mana density is much higher. When the players in the hall saw Firecloud Fox's members, they all fell into heated discussions. Some players, members of other adventurer teams, gazed at Firecloud Fox's members with envy and admiration. Even first-rate guilds fought to recruit these experts. It was an honor that few adventurer teams received. It really is annoying to travel to and from the Orc Empire every time. Commander, can't we grind somewhere else next time? Graceful Moon, Firecloud Fox's vice commander, suggested, paying no attention to the gossip around her. Turning to Remnant Cloud, she continued, the orcs' invasion is getting worse, and over the past few days, we've come across more and higher quality orcs. It'll definitely affect our leveling speed. In your dreams, if we don't continue questing in the Orc Empire and kill Heaven's Burial's members, how are we supposed to earn the money for our mounts? Remnant Cloud snapped. Although the orcs' upgrade had affected our leveling speed, opportunities like this don't happen often. Alright, enough complaining. Let's head to Zero Wing City to claim our bounties. I get what you're trying to say, but you've seen the difference for yourself. Those orcs are growing more powerful. At first, we usually only encountered elite-ranked orcs, but now we've run into chieftains left and right. Their combat standards have improved as well. I'm willing to bet that we'll need to waste several more hours to cross the border the next time we try to enter the Orc Empire, Graceful Moon grumbled. Despite the short distance between Star Moon Kingdom's border towns and the Orc Empire's border, their adventurer team had spent a significant amount of time crossing the border due to Orc patrol squads. To make matters worse, the quantity and quality of patrol squads continued to increase as well. Now they spent half of their travel time on fighting the Orc patrol squads. Alright, if they've grown stronger by the time we try to cross the border again, we'll find another location to grind and quest. In any case, our adventurer team has earned quite a bit. With today's haul, we should have enough to purchase a private house in Zero Wing City, Remnant Cloud said. After giving the matter some more thought, he saw the logic in Graceful Moon's concerns. While earning money was important, it wouldn't do them any good if it came at the cost of their leveling speed. If the orcs guarding the border grew even stronger, leveling in the Orc Empire would no longer be worth it. In fact, based on what information he had, several adventurer teams, which were only slightly weaker than Firecloud Fox, had already given up on the Orc Empire and opted to grind in other maps. These other adventurer teams' level speed was now slightly faster than his own team's. As Remnant Cloud and his companions prepared to head to Zero Wing City, they overheard nearby players discussing their destination. Is Zero Wing for real? Zero Wing City can actually do that. It can't be true. How could a city possibly teleport players to any location within 4 million yards? If that were possible, wouldn't players be able to teleport to their desired leveling areas instantly? Zero Wing made the announcement personally. Why wouldn't it be true? Players would see through it immediately if this were some kind of ruse. Besides, didn't you see it? The teleportation fee is absurd. Ordinary players barely earn anything each day. If we want to use the teleportation function, we'll have to hand over a whole day's earnings to Zero Wing. Zero Wing is too strong. It actually secured something like this, too, as expected of our kingdom's #1 guild. The players on Star Moon City's streets debated Zero Wing's latest announcement. Meanwhile, the numerous adventurer teams in the city burned with excitement over the news. Zero Wing City's location was no longer news to Star Moon Kingdom's players. The city wasn't far from the front lines of this war between the Orc Empire and Star Moon Kingdom. For the most part, only a large forest separated the city from the front lines. Being able to teleport to any location within 4 million yards of the city would allow players to travel beyond the kingdom's border, bypassing many of the Orc patrol squads. This would save players plenty of travel time and allow them to avoid quite a bit of danger. The teleportation's cost was the only downside. If players teleported across the maximum range, one trip would cost 20 silver per person. However, the price was definitely worth the trip for capable adventurer teams. They could easily earn back several times the money they had spent with the time they saved. After all, Zero Wing had placed a bounty on Heaven's Burial's members. They could earn back the teleportation fees by killing a bunch of the guild's members easily. Moreover, the Orc Empire's maps had far more resources than most of Star Moon Kingdom's. They'd also be able to increase their leveling speed. Commander, it seems that we'll have to save a bit more coins to buy a private house in Zero Wing City, Graceful Moon said, chuckling after she read Zero Wing's announcement. Zero Wing isn't giving us a chance. How wonderful would it have been if they had sold their private housing before this announcement? While Remnant Cloud celebrated the news, he also felt a sting in his pockets. Zero Wing City had already offered amazing benefits, but now it also informed the public of its teleportation function. Needless to say, adventurer teams and experts who wanted to level in the Orc Empire would flood Zero Wing City. To players like them, the teleportation function was a major resource, and 20 silver coins wasn't a significant expenditure. As long as they obtained 1 or 2 pieces of equipment to sell, they would easily earn back what they spent. Furthermore, players could purchase a membership to receive a 20% discount. In fact, Star Moon Kingdom's players wouldn't be the only ones interested in Zero Wing City's teleportation function. Players from other kingdoms and empires would likely visit Zero Wing City to travel to the Orc Empire. As it was, the orcs guarding all of the empire's borders were growing stronger. As Remnant Cloud fussed over how to earn enough money to purchase a private house in Zero Wing City, the adventurer teams and players in said city were in an uproar. These players, who had initially planned to walk to the Orc Empire, changed their minds immediately and made their way to the nearest 4 towers of elements. They then spent 20 silver to travel across Star Moon Kingdom's border. As more players proved the power of the 4 towers of elements teleportation function, more adventurer teams and expert players applied for the teleportation membership. 1 short hour after Zero Wing announced the teleportation function, 1,042 players had become members, contributing over 20,000 magic crystals. In total, over 2,000 players had used the teleportation function. Naturally, not everyone wanted to pay a portion of their teleportation fees in magic crystals. After subtracting the maintenance and energy costs, Zero Wing had earned 12 silver coins off of every player that had teleported over the maximum distance. In a single hour, Zero Wing had made over 240 gold in pure profit. However, the truly frightening result of Zero Wing's latest announcement was the number of players who visited Zero Wing City. In just 1 hour, Zero Wing City's player population had shot past the 2 million threshold. Many of these players belonged to adventurer teams from other kingdoms and empires, and in the end, Zero Wing had also earned a fortune from the entrance fees. Chapter 1595. Upgrading the Blacksteel Insignia. Chapter 1595. Upgrading the Blacksteel Insignia. The moment Zero Wing City revealed its teleportation function, the city attracted many major powers' attention. A large number of merchant players also considered conducting their business in Zero Wing City. Some of the guilds in the several kingdoms and 2 empires bordering the Orc Empire even tried to ally with Zero Wing in secret. The situation had completely exceeded Aqua Rose's expectations. All of these guilds offered to sell Zero Wing level 45, top-tier equipment at below market price in exchange for the right to establish a guild residence in Zero Wing City, and a 20% discount on the teleportation fees. These guilds were also willing to pay a portion of the teleportation fees with magic crystals. Although mainstream players had already reached level 40, they were still some time from reaching level 45. Only the various guilds' elite members had reached such a high level, and because of this, level 45 fine gold equipment and above was still extremely rare. Although the equipment was available on the market, these pieces usually cost far more than market value. Moreover, there weren't many pieces available. Even if Zero Wing were willing to purchase the overpriced equipment, it wouldn't secure many pieces. Yet these large guilds had offered level 45, top-tier equipment as payment. Aqua Rose had never expected this. If she accepted their offers, she'd solve the guild's shortage of funds and top-tier equipment. Furthermore, even after giving these guilds a 20% discount on teleportation fees, Zero Wing would still make quite a bit of profit. Guild Leader, 3 first-rate guilds and 11 second-rate guilds have expressed interest in partnering with us thus far. If we agree, replenishing our top-tier equipment in the guild warehouse won't be an issue anymore. Aqua Rose said excitedly as she read the report in her hands. Rather than coins, Zero Wing urgently needed top-tier equipment for its war against Heaven's Burial. Every time their players died, they'd lose a piece of equipment. Occasionally, Heaven's Burial's members even used some special methods to force players to drop more than 1 piece when they died. Generally, Zero Wing compensated its members with GCPs, and these members would then trade their points for replacement weapons and equipment from the warehouse. Because of this, Zero Wing's members were rapidly depleting the guild's stock of weapons and equipment. If Zero Wing's guild warehouse ran out of top-tier weapons and equipment for its members, Zero Wing's GCPs would lose their value. If that happened, it would only be a matter of time before the guild crumbled. However, if Zero Wing could replenish its stock, Aqua Rose was confident that the guild could continue to duke it out with Heaven's Burial. There are so many guilds seeking an alliance? Aqua Rose's report surprised Sherfone. He hadn't thought that the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function would be such an effective advertisement. Alright. However, they have to pay 25% of their teleportation fees with magic crystals. Otherwise, no deal. While the 4 Towers of Elements' teleportation function was powerful, its operation cost a lot of magic crystals. If he allowed these guilds to mass teleport their members, the 9 mana barrier crystals would drain in the blink of an eye. Zero Wing did not have many magic crystals to spare. If these guilds paid a quarter of their teleportation fees in magic crystals, they'd offset the additional cost. Zero Wing might even earn some magic crystal profit. I understand. I'll begin the negotiations right away. After Sherfong agreed, Aqua Rose disconnected the call and contacted the various large guild leaders. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among Zero Wing's members had lightened considerably due to the city's sudden popularity. Everyone's confidence of defeating Heaven's Burial renewed. They could easily imagine the future that awaited their guild city, and there was no way it would lose to Heaven's Burial's ancient rock city in any aspect. Similarly, Starmoon Kingdom's players had begun to change their minds about Zero Wing falling prey to Heaven's Burial. They now thought that Zero Wing had some hope of victory. While Aqua Rose negotiated the contract's terms with the various guild leaders, Sherfong had finally learned how to craft the new advanced magic array, and had begun to forge the Conqueror's armor. Although Zero Wing had solved its money and equipment problems, it still wouldn't be easy to defeat Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. Sherfong didn't even think that his current guild could do anything to the 2 guilds. The difference between their expert counts was just too massive, not to mention financial strength. If Zero Wing wanted to end this war of attrition, it would have to rely on the strength of its guild members. In fact, this was God's domain's infallible truth. Otherwise, guilds wouldn't pay so much attention to nurturing their experts. Now that I've learned how to draw the magic array, I need to find a way to improve my success rate. Although it is somewhat wasteful, I'll have to upgrade the Blacksteel Insignia. When Sherfong had tried to forge the Conqueror's armor and saw his theoretical success rate, he steeled himself and made his way to White River City's bank. Forging the level 50 fine gold ranked Conqueror's armor would be even more challenging than forging level 50 dark gold equipment. Despite his status as a master forger, he only had a theoretical success rate of 18%. Even with his various support tools, he only increased that success rate to around 28%. Although it seemed relatively high, he'd be fortunate to succeed once out of every 5 attempts to produce the armor. This was due to the Conqueror's armor's complex forging process. Unfortunately, the required materials weren't cheap, and each attempt would cost around 50 gold. With that kind of money, he could already purchase a piece of level 45 fine gold equipment. Because the required materials were also rare and difficult to obtain, he also had a limited number of attempts. Sherfong simply couldn't bear to forge the Conqueror's armor with such a low success rate. If he had to craft the armor, he'd have to reach a 30% success rate at the very least. His only solution was the Holy Grail's power of evolution, which he could only use once every 10 days. Sherfong quickly arrived in his own large private warehouse, and carefully retrieved Zero Wing's greatest secret weapon, the Holy Grail. He had planned to save the power of evolution to upgrade items with special abilities to epic rank, but he couldn't care less right now. He immediately retrieved the Blacksteel Insignia and scanned it with the Holy Grail. Suddenly, purple fog leaked from the Holy Grail and enveloped the Blacksteel Insignia. The system soon notified Sherfong of the evolution cost. System. Are you willing to permanently lose 1000 HP to evolve the Blacksteel Insignia? What? This thing actually requires 1000 HP? Shifeng was astonished. The Blacksteel Insignia was currently fine gold rank. Even if he evolved the item, it would only become dark gold rank. Yet the evolution cost was as high as the cost of evolving the Holy City's emblem. Losing 1000 HP was no trivial matter. It was the equivalent of losing 50 endurance permanently. Even a Tier 2 player would have to level a few times to make up for this loss. Moreover, the evolution's success wasn't guaranteed. There was still a chance of failure. But Shifeng did not hesitate long before he clicked agree. He might have decided against evolving the Blacksteel Insignia in the past, but now that he had the Dark Iron Bloodline, things had changed. The Bloodline provided some additional basic attribute points with each level up. Moreover, the bonus would grow as he reached higher levels. He could recover the lost 50 endurance very quickly. After Shifeng agreed to the evolution, the Holy Grail's purple fog wrapped around him. Immediately, Shifeng's maximum HP fell by 1000. Meanwhile, the Holy Grail radiated a purple glow as it absorbed the life force. Following which, plumes of purple fog seeped into the Blacksteel Insignia. Suddenly, the Blacksteel Insignia released a blinding glow that enveloped the private warehouse. This should mean it succeeded, right? Shifeng's heart pounded as he stared at the Blacksteel Insignia in his hand. Chapter 1596, Budding Threat. Chapter 1596, Budding Threat. The Holy Grail's power of evolution did not have a 100% success rate. Moreover, the success rate would drop as Shifeng chose higher-ranked items. The cost would also increase. Even if the evolution failed, the Holy Grail would still have a 10-day cooldown. Although the Blacksteel Insignia was only fine gold rank, it was an extremely precious support tool for forgers. It was far more valuable than ordinary dark gold items. Hence, in Shifeng's opinion, the success rate for evolving the Blacksteel Insignia would be on par with evolving a dark gold item to epic rank. If the evolution failed, not only would he permanently lose 1000 HP, but he'd also have to wait another 10 days before he could attempt to evolve the Blacksteel Insignia again. This was not a desired outcome. Following which, Shifeng took a deep breath as he clicked to inspect the Blacksteel Insignia's attribute panel. Blacksteel Insignia, Dark Gold Rank. Unique Equipment. User Restriction, Yifeng. The Blacksteel Insignia is the highest medal of honor amongst the Blacksteel dwarves. After equipping it, forging success rate increased by 10%. Proficiency has a 15% chance to increase by 1 extra point. When forging, there is a 3% chance to increase the forged item's attributes. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the Blacksteel Insignia's attributes. Ecstasy then gripped his heart. The dark gold rank Blacksteel Insignia is amazing. No wonder the evolution required so much HP. The Blacksteel Insignia's upgraded attributes shocked Shifeng. Not only had the bonus forging success rate risen from 5% to 10%, but the chances of increasing a forged item's attributes had also increased from 1% to 3%. Now he'd have a considerably higher chance of improving his crafted item's attributes. In God's domain, producing higher rank items would become exponentially more difficult. Although it wouldn't be a direct rank increase, the Blacksteel Insignia could raise a fine gold item's attributes to be only slightly inferior to a piece of dark gold equipment of the same level. This meant that the Blacksteel Insignia's wielder could forge items 1 rank stronger than their intended rank. After dealing with the Blacksteel Insignia, Shifeng returned to the Candlelight trading firm to forge the Conqueror's armor. Meanwhile, an army of over 3,000 players, all level 46 or higher, assaulted an orc fortress within the Orc Empires. Although the orcs defending the fortress were around level 60 and ranked between elite and Grand Lord, they fell one after another under the players' fierce assault. Unfortunately, the players also suffered casualties. Focus on dodging the boss's skills. Ranged players, destroy the fortress's defense turrets. Singular burial commanded from the rear of the army. As the orcs worked to strengthen their empire's defenses, They had constructed temporary fortresses as resting points for the armies. Because of this, more orcs operated around these temporary fortresses, troubling the players in the area. Meanwhile, the orcs' mines were usually surrounded by several temporary fortresses. If players wanted to secure an orc mine, they'd have to deal with the fortresses first. Singular Burial was confident that he could secure the orc mine, which many of God's Domain's superpowers drooled over, once Heaven's Burial dealt with the temporary fortresses. Once they succeeded, Heaven's Burial wouldn't have to worry about coins or magic crystals. Daybreak Fog, who wore a cyan mage robe, suddenly approached Singular Burial and quietly reported, "Guild leader, our spies in Zero Wing have reported that the guild has somehow obtained a teleportation function that allows players to teleport from Zero Wing City to the border between the Orc Empire and Star Moon Kingdom. With this teleportation function, players can save a massive amount of time." In fact, many players have already used the service, contributing to Zero Wing's wealth. Moreover, we've received news that plenty of guilds have begun negotiations to ally with Zero Wing. By the looks of it, they plan to sell level 45 top-tier equipment to the guild. I'm afraid this will affect our plans severely at this rate. According to previous reports, Zero Wing should have been on its last leg, yet due to Zero Wing City's teleportation function, Zero Wing had pulled itself out of its predicament. In fact, the teleportation service had become so profitable that Zero Wing was now able to continue its war of attrition against them. This was not good news. The long-term attrition war was a painful burden on Heaven's Burial's finances and development. They had already suffered significant casualties thanks to Zero Wing's bounty. This had impacted the guild members' leveling speed. Moreover, guild members had to stay alert for ambushes in the fields. Many players who had originally wanted to join Heaven's Burial had begun to change their mind. If they did not deal with Zero Wing quickly, their guild's development would stagnate, and they wouldn't be able to keep up with God's Domain's other superpowers even with Ancient Rock City. Zero Wing is a tenacious cockroach. Singular Burial could not help but frown. Immediately he commanded, "Notify young Master Lei and tell him that it's time for his Thunder Legion to take action. Contact Blackwater as well. Tell them that if they still want a share of the orc mine, they should send more top-tier experts and help us finish off Zero Wing quickly. We're taking action now." Daybreak Fog was stunned. She hadn't expected Singular Burial to switch tactics so soon. Until now, their experts usually attacked in small groups, fleeing the moment they killed Zero Wing's members and minimizing their casualties. However, if they started team battles in the fields, they would suffer more casualties even if they dealt greater damage to their enemy. That was why they had avoided doing so thus far. Now that Singular Burial had approved team battles, he had proven that Zero Wing was a major threat to their guild. Thus, he decided to put a swift end to this war, regardless of cost, and exterminate the budding threat before it did permanent damage. I want to see how long Zero Wing can hold on." Singular Burial nodded. Zero Wing's sudden transformation had exceeded his expectations and left him with no other choice, but he also wanted to use this opportunity to show Zero Wing how wide the gap was between their expert counts. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. In a special forging room located on the Candlelight Trading Firm's top floor. Shifeng sat alone beside a furnace, repeatedly swinging a hammer as he forged the Conqueror's armor. To sharpen his focus, he had even used the precious soul water. The Conqueror's armor required a lot of materials, including over 10 main materials, and over 20 support materials. Every material needed to be smelted carefully. Just the smelting and refining all of the involved materials took more than half an hour. If Shifeng had gone through the entire forging process alone, he would have only had time to forge a few pieces of the Conqueror's armor each day. Fortunately, he could rely on Candlelight's advanced forgers to help him with the smelting and refining processes, saving him plenty of time. Fortunately, with the improved Blacksteel Insignia, Shifeng's forging success rate had broken past the 30% threshold. Fusing, stacking, stacking. As he continued to fuse and shape the extracted materials, the Conqueror's armor began to take shape. Once the armor was perfect, Shifeng released a deep sigh of relief, and began to draw the advanced magic array. Due to the soul water's effects, Shifeng was able to complete the advanced magic array naturally and without pause. The instant he completed the advanced magic array, the Conqueror's armor released a mesmerizing, crimson glow. This is the first Conqueror's armor I've forged, and I've already triggered the strengthening effect? Shifeng's excitement grew as he watched the crimson light, completely different from the usual glow on fine gold equipment. Chapter 1597. Improved Conqueror's Armor. Chapter 1597. Improved Conqueror's Armor. Despite being a master forger, Shifeng didn't have a particularly high success rate with forging the Conqueror's armor. Although God's domain had plenty of support tools, these tools would become less effective with more complex items. In fact, most support tools were nullified when producing an epic item. Only a small number of support tools could help a player craft an epic item. Shifeng hadn't expected, despite having barely over a 30% success rate, he would actually forge a successful Conqueror's armor on his first try. Moreover, he had triggered the Blacksteel Insignia's strengthening effect. After gazing at the armor for a moment, Shifeng clicked to inspect its attributes. Immediately, the system analyzed the Conqueror's armor statistics. System: Blacksteel Insignia's effect triggered. Attributes increased. System: Conqueror's armor has been forged successfully. Forging proficiency increased by 4 points. Obtained 3 million EXP. Conqueror's armor: chest piece, plate armor, fine gold rank. Level 50. Equipment requirement: Strength 730 and Agility 730. Defense plus 2350. Strength plus 75. Endurance plus 84. Agility plus 72. Additional passive skill dash. Life sacrifice: the wearer will receive more power as their HP decreases to a maximum of 15% strength and 25% attack speed. Additional active skill dash. Basic strength battle array. Activation requires 5 or more players wearing the Conqueror's armor. Upon activation, wearer's strength increases by 25%, agility by 15%, endurance by 15% and physique by 10%. Grants basic perception sharing buff. Stamina and concentration consumption rates increase by 400%. Maintaining the battle array costs 1 magic crystal every 5 minutes. The Blacksteel Insignia is really quite amazing. Not only did it improve the armor's basic attributes, but it also boosted one of the armor's skills slightly. Although this Conqueror's armor still is not a match for level 50 dark equipment individually, it is not far from it. Shifeng was delighted as he read the Conqueror's armor's attributes. Level 50 was a major turning point in God's domain. Top-tier equipment past this level would become incredibly difficult to obtain. Even level 50, 100-man team dungeons only dropped level 50 fine gold equipment and set equipment at best. Generally, players could only obtain level 50 dark gold equipment from super large-scale team dungeons. On its own, the improved Conqueror's armor was only slightly less valuable than a piece of epic equipment of the same level, but if he had 5 pieces of the improved version of this armor, each piece would be worth as much as a piece of ordinary epic equipment. Unlike the improved Conqueror's armor, epic equipment only provided powerful boosts to basic attributes and a few powerful skills. On the other hand, the Conqueror's armor's basic strength battle array could improve players' combat standards as well as basic attributes and physique. The only flaw was the armor's level limit. At best, players could use the armor until level 60. Most epic equipment, in contrast, could be used past level 100. Gazing at the improved Conqueror's armor before him, Shifeng's passion to forge the armor ignited. If he could mass-produce the Conqueror's armor and equip a 1,000-man legion, the result would be mind-blowing. If he geared a legion of 1,000 expert players in the Conqueror's armor, he'd have a legion of refinement realm experts instantly. Such a legion would be unstoppable on the battlefield. He'd even dare to challenge a true super first-rate guild head-on with such a force, not to mention Heaven's Burial. Dreaming of such a powerful legion, Shifeng continued to forge one Conqueror's armor after another, not resting for a moment. Since Shifeng had nearly 100 advanced forgers to handle the most time-consuming process, smelting and refining, he could complete each forging attempt in roughly 10 minutes. As he became more familiar with the process, he was even able to work faster than that. Perhaps he had used all of his luck during the first attempt because unfortunately, the next 4 attempts all failed. In the blink of an eye, he had wasted over 200 gold in materials. If any other trading firm suffered such a loss, they'd likely halt production immediately, but Shifeng was unfazed. If equipment with basic battle arrays were that easy to produce, the various super guilds wouldn't have struggled so much in the past, mass-producing such equipment. However, as Shifeng continued his forging attempts, he became increasingly familiar with drawing the crucial advanced magic array. He'd even used divine providence to improve his success rate later. Although luck was insubstantial, it could, more or less, affect production success rate. Before Shifeng had realized it, he had already gone through 300 material sets. In the end, he had successfully forged 96 pieces of Conqueror's armor. His overall success rate was slightly higher than the theoretical success rate the system had given him, and among the 96 chest pieces, Shifeng had forged another 3 pieces of improved Conqueror's armor, securing a total of 4 improved chest pieces. Meanwhile, Shifeng's experience bar had risen steadily due to his diligent work to craft the Conqueror's armor. His leveling speed was 3 to 4 times faster than God's Domain's other peak experts. Although his leveling speed was impressive, there likely wasn't another player in God's Domain who would dare to replicate Shifeng's leveling method. The 300 material sets Shifeng had used were worth 15,000 gold in total. And this was only the current market value. Players would likely have to pay far more than that if they tried to purchase the materials in bulk. As Shifeng was about to use up the remaining 24 or so material sets, Aqua Rose contacted. Guild leader, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater have suddenly increased the force they've mobilized against us. They've organized 100-man teams to ambush our dungeon raiding teams. Our casualty count is rising rapidly. We've already lost over 5,000 lives since they bolstered their forces. Although we've tried to retaliate, we're too outnumbered. We simply can't keep up with all of the attacks. Should I recall our guild members from the dungeon raids and grinding in the high-resource maps for now and concentrate on leveling up in a few safe maps? Due to Zero Wing City's rise in popularity, Aqua Rose was relatively confident that Zero Wing would survive the war with Heaven's Burial. But now Heaven's Burial and Blackwater had dispatched more experts to ambush their players in the various high-resource maps they occupied. The 2 guilds even targeted their 100-man elite and expert teams. This had never happened before. The wisest move right now would be to gather their members in a few, specific leveling maps close to each other. Although this would limit their members' leveling speed, it would provide more security. Zero Wing could also send their limited number of experts as reinforcements far faster. They're finally done sitting by, huh? Shifeng frowned. He hadn't thought that Heaven's Burial would attempt to end this war so soon. Immediately he commanded, I like your suggestion. We need to concentrate our forces, but move them to the targeted, high-resource maps, instead. But the level 40 and 50 high-resource maps are too far apart. If a battle breaks out, our reinforcements will need some time to get there. Aqua Rose had also considered the idea, but it wasn't a wise move. Zero Wing had a limited number of experts, and they weren't enough to cover multiple maps that were so far apart. It's fine. Just do as I say. Leave the rest to me. Shifeng simply smiled, not bothering to offer any further explanation. Select 100 skilled plate armor classes from the Dark God's Legion, and send them my way. They have to be level 50 or higher. 100 people. Aqua Rose could not figure out what Shifeng intended to do. Currently, only a few of Zero Wing's players were capable of standing against Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts. If they wanted to suppress the enemy's teams, they'd have to form a team of the guild's Tier 2 players. Even a 100-man expert team's ability to turn the tide of battle would be limited. But since Shifeng had given the command, she had no choice but to follow it. Chapter 1598. Exterminate Heaven's Burial. Chapter 1598. Exterminate Heaven's Burial. Starmoon Kingdom, Pyroxene Hills. As one of the many level 50 maps in Starmoon Kingdom, it housed plenty of ancient ruins, even if it weren't particularly resource-rich. Hence, many guilds and adventurer teams in the kingdom loved to explore the map and its ruins. The Pyroxene Hills was also home to some rare herbs and ores. Many independent players came to harvest these materials while grinding. Currently, two groups of players clashed outside one of the Pyroxene Hills' dilapidated ruins. All of the players were high-leveled, with the lowest at level 50, and the strongest players at level 52. One of the two groups wore Heaven's Burial's guild emblem, while the other players wore Zero Wings. Amazing! So this is a team battle between guilds? The players passing by could not help but pause to watch the battle. They were captivated. Compared to the PvP battles between independent players they had seen before, this battle was on a level of its own. When independent teams clashed, the fight usually involved a dozen players or so, most of which focused on their own fights. It was more apt to call these battles free-for-alls, rather than team battles. There was no coordination between any of the players. Normally, a single expert could change the course of the skirmish. However, battles between guild teams were a different story. These battles were akin to wars on ancient battlefields. Each team had clear leadership, and guild teams focused on coordination among team members, seeking the enemy's weak points to strike. In such battles, individual experts had very little effect on the outcome. For a time, Heaven's Burial and Zero Wings members fought. Spells and arrows flew across the battlefield as the healers in the back desperately cast one healing spell after another. However, as the battle drug on, Zero Wings' frontline melee players began to fall. Despite starting with the same number of players, Heaven's Burial clearly had the advantage due to its frightening number of experts. Generally, 5 or 6 expert players would lead a 100-man guild elite team. Yet, Heaven's Burial's elite team had more than 30 experts. In contrast, Zero Wings' team only had 15. Not only were expert players stronger than elites individually, but they also had better coordination, and they could easily find their opponent's weak points. As one player from Zero Wing fell after another, the battle became more one-sided. In the end, Zero Wings' team was forced to retreat. Unfortunately, Heaven's Burial's players clearly had no intention of letting their enemies get away as they chased after the fleeing players. Although Heaven's Burial suffered around 20 casualties, the team had annihilated the players from Zero Wing. Leader, Zero Wings members are a bunch of weaklings. Had the guild leader given the command to attack earlier, Heaven's Burial would have long since dominated Starmoon Kingdom. That's right. Even if Zero Wing is powerful, it can only strut before first-rate guilds. It's nothing to Heaven's Burial. The players from Heaven's Burial laughed as they admired the weapons and equipment scattered across the ground. Zero Wing's time as Starmoon Kingdom's overlord was over, and Heaven's Burial wasn't the guild it had been in the past. Now every aspect of the guild was formidable. In total, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater had dispatched over 8,000 experts and spread them across multiple teams to ambush Zero Wings members. They had even dispatched top-tier and peak experts. With so many expert-led teams on the hunt, they would kill any Zero Wing member that dared to show up in the various leveling maps. Shortly after the team from Heaven's Burial left, another 20-man team from Zero Wing arrived on the battlefield. Damn it! We are too late again. Shadow Sword cursed as he surveyed the tattered battlefield. The leveling map he had been tasked to secure was simply too large, and Heaven's Burial had too many teams in the map. There was a limit to how many players he could save. Sometimes, the enemy ambushed faraway teams, and by the time he arrived, the fight would be over. He couldn't help but feel powerless. Moreover, his leveling speed had sharply decreased since he had focused on hunting down Heaven's Burial's teams. Commander Shadowsword, we just received a message from Vice Guild Leader Aqua. She wants all members who want to level to gather in these 4 high-resource maps. She's also ordered these specific Dark Gods Legion members to gather in White River City's guild residence immediately. A level 50 ranger reported as he handed Shadow Sword a list. Gather in these 4 maps? Is this a joke? Shadow Sword gaped at the 4 specified maps. While it would make defense and reinforcement easier if they gathered their guild members in a few select areas, the 4 maps were spread out. Sending their members to these maps was the equivalent of splitting the guild's power, making it easier for Heaven's Burial and Blackwater to slaughter them. The vice guild leader has said that this is an order from our guild leader. The ranger nodded solemnly. An order from the guild leader? Hearing this, Shadow Sword was even more confused. I understand. We'll head to our assigned map right away. Any Dark Gods Legion members on the list should return to the guild residence immediately. While Shadow Sword's team prepared for the trip to another map, Zero Wing's guild members, who were scattered across Starmoon Kingdom, followed the same orders. Naturally, such a massive shift attracted the attention of the kingdom's various large guilds. What is Zero Wing trying to do? Daybreak Fog was baffled as she read the latest report a subordinate had sent her. Truly foolish. Do they think this will scare us? Singular Burial chuckled at the report. Notify our generals and dispatch our forces to these 4 maps. Tell them to move in 100-man units or less. Do not start any large-scale fights with Zero Wing. I want to see how Black Flame intends to cope with so many teams. He had discovered Black Flame's capabilities long ago. Not only did the man wield large-scale destruction spells, but he also possessed a large-scale silencing skill. In battles involving thousands of players, these abilities worked wonders. Even if Heaven's Burial won due to its numeric advantage, the guild would suffer drastically, and that wasn't something he wished to see. Had Zero Wing gathered its members in a single map, he wouldn't have dared to send his guild members. Of course, he'd be more than happy to see Zero Wing do just that since only so many resources were available in a single map. If every Zero Wing member cowered in one area, even if it were a high-resource map, there wouldn't be enough resources to go around. Ultimately, it would damage the guild members' leveling speed. However, to ensure that its members could level normally, Zero Wing had split its players across 4 high-resource maps that were fairly far from each other. With Zero Wing's limited number of experts, it could only dispatch a few to protect each area. As long as Heaven's Burial continued to start small-scale battles, Zero Wing would fail to keep up with the enemy guild's numeric advantage. If this drug on, it would only be a matter of time before Zero Wing crumbled. Meanwhile, in Zero Wing's residence in White River City, 100 players wearing the core members' guild emblem sat in the residence's meeting room. The lowest level among the crowd was level 50, while the highest had reached level 52. All of these players could rank among the top regarding levels in any guild. As for their combat standards, the weakest among them had reached the middle stage of the Trial Tower's 6th floor, and the most powerful had reached the 7th floor. None of these players dared to utter a word as they watched the cloaked man before them, reverence and admiration filling their gazes. This cloaked man was none other than Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, and an expert of his own legends. Since everyone's here, let's get straight to business, Shifeng said as he glanced at the players in the room. Once he verified that there were enough players, he continued, "From now on, I have an extremely important task for you, but before carrying it out, you'll have to sign a confidentiality contract. If you don't wish to sign, you may leave, and I'll find a replacement. If you have any questions, ask now." A confidentiality contract. Guild leader, can you tell us what kind of task we'll be doing? Everyone stirred for a moment when they heard Shifeng mention a confidentiality contract. They were all profoundly curious about what Shifeng had in store for them, and not a single player among the crowd showed any signs of abstaining from the challenge. I'm sure you are all aware that Heaven's Burial has caused our guild quite a bit of trouble lately. The task I have for you is very simple. You'll annihilate Heaven's Burial. Chapter 1599. Count your deaths on me. Chapter 1599. Count your deaths on me. When Shifeng finished speaking, silence descended on the meeting room. Heaven's Burial shone like the midday sun in several kingdoms and empires neighboring the Orc Empire. Not only had it annexed many workshops and adventurer teams, but it had also captured ancient Rock City. Now the guild had nearly as much overall strength as a super first-rate guild. Although Zero Wing was also powerful and had great growth potential, it wasn't as powerful as Heaven's Burial, which had both its own strength and the support of major corporations. In fact, as members of Zero Wing, they had prepared themselves for a long, arduous battle against their rival guild. Yet, Shifeng wanted them to exterminate Heaven's Burial. He had also made the declaration as if it were a matter of course. For a moment, they wondered if Shifeng had gone mad. However, they couldn't help but burn with fighting spirit, knowing that Shifeng had chosen them for this task. Those bastards from Heaven's Burial have always been an eyesore. Guild leader, just tell us what we need to do. We finally get to start a real fight with Heaven's Burial. I've been waiting to duke it out with Heaven's Burial for a long time. Those cowards only know how to hit and run. If given the chance, I'll beat them until not even their mothers recognize them. Everyone's blood boiled with excitement as they looked at Shifeng. Their hatred for Heaven's Burial was nothing new. In fact, that hatred had only increased due to the guild's shameless tactics. Alright, since none of you have any issues, sign these confidentiality contracts. Shifeng nodded in satisfaction before handing out a contract. When players signed confidentiality contracts, they wouldn't be able to discuss the relevant information while logged into God's domain. Although the main God system could not regulate information in the real world, if one found evidence of someone violating their contract in the real world, they could hand the evidence over to the main God system. If the evidence were valid, the player would receive their deserved punishment, the severity of which would depend on the terms of the contract. Shifeng wanted to keep the Conqueror's armor's battle array a secret. Although God's domain's various powers and players were bound to discover battle arrays eventually, he wanted to reserve the armor as one of the guild's trump cards. The later the various major powers discovered battle arrays, the better. The penalty Shifeng had set for breaking the confidentiality contract wasn't unusual. Any player who violated it would have their account permanently suspended. In general, guilds chose a consequence that would bar players from God's domain permanently if they violated a confidentiality contract regarding extremely important secrets. It would not even matter if players deleted their accounts, they'd never be able to log back in. Hence, guilds' core secrets hadn't often leaked in the past. The consequences of doing so would be devastating to players who had grown comfortable with God's domain's lifestyle. Permanently losing access to the game was more of a punishment than death itself. This was especially true for players who earned access to their guild's core secrets. Of course, there were bound to be players who would take the risk when offered an astronomical price. Once the 100 plate armor players from the Dark Gods Legion signed the contracts, Shifeng pulled one Conqueror's armor after another from his bag. While Aqua Rose had gathered the necessary players, Shifeng had successfully forged another 4 pieces of the Conqueror's armor. Among these 4 pieces, one was even an improved Conqueror's armor. This increased the count to 5 improved pieces, just enough for a 5-man party to activate the basic strength battle array. What? There's so much level 50 fine gold equipment here. Wait, look at the attributes. They're insane. This basic strength battle array is amazing. It's basically a mini berserk skill. Moreover, it doesn't have a cooldown and only costs 1 magic crystal per 5 minutes. It can last until players run out of stamina. Everyone was flabbergasted over the 100 chest pieces Shifeng had revealed. They frequently grinded in level 50 plus maps, so they knew just how difficult it was to obtain level 50 equipment. Even mysterious iron equipment was incredibly rare, let alone secret silver rank. Level 50 mysterious iron equipment's basic attributes could easily rival those of level 45 fine gold equipment, and level 50 equipment provided higher defense than lower level equipment. However, the superior defense wasn't displayed in numerical value. Rather, it came in the form of impact mitigation. When players were attacked in God's domain, the impact oftentimes disrupted their stance, revealing flaws in their defense. Aside from damage reduction, a player's defense could also mitigate some, if not all, of the impact from an attack. Thus, when deciding between level 45 fine gold equipment and level 50 mysterious iron equipment, Players usually chose the latter, even if the former had stronger skills. Needless to say, not even level 45 top-tier dark gold equipment could compare to level 50 fine gold equipment. Unfortunately, such equipment was extremely challenging to obtain. Even when raiding level 50, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons, the armor only had a chance of dropping. It wasn't guaranteed. Yet, Shifeng had just set 100 pieces of such equipment before them. Moreover, the Conqueror's armor had a superb skill for large-scale combat. Every one of these players from the Dark God's Legion felt as if they were dreaming. Only a few of them had level 50 dark gold equipment, while most of them still used level 45 dark gold equipment or a combination of level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment. Even in a first-rate guild, their equipment would only be second to those who wore epic equipment. In response to these players' elation, Shifeng simply chuckled and shook his head. All of these players only had eyes for the Conqueror's armor's basic attributes. They had no idea that the fine gold-ranked Conqueror's armor was even more valuable than level 60 dark gold equipment. I want each of you to select one of the chest pieces. Then, I'll split you into 20 parties of 5. Each party will take a healer and head to the 4 high-resource maps where we've sent our guild members to grind. I need all of you to continue the search for Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members. If you find a group of 100 or fewer, kill them all. If the enemy overwhelms your team with numbers or peak experts are among their teams, notify the commanders responsible for the region. Then send you reinforcements. If that is the case, you just need to keep an eye on the enemy. If they chase after you, try to kite them and regroup with the reinforcements. Shifeng strictly explained the details of their task as he eyes the players before him. By having the Dark God's Legion members move in 6-man parties, they could move swiftly and stealthily. Although splitting these Dark God's Legion members into 6-man parties, rather than 100-man teams, would limit the Legion's combat power, the smaller parties would seem like less of a threat to their enemies. This would make it easier for the Dark God's Legion members to evade the enemy's detection. When Shifeng fell silent, everyone in the meeting room was dumbfounded. They even wondered if they had heard wrong. Shifeng actually wanted them to form 6-man parties to take on Heaven's Burial's 100-man teams. If they targeted ordinary 100-man teams, they'd be confident of their victory, but Heaven's Burial's teams were anything but ordinary. Each team was normally led by dozens of experts. If they assaulted such a force, they'd be attempting suicide, not starting a battle. Relax. I'll take responsibility for any of your deaths. Shifeng could see these players' confusion regarding his decision. However, he simply chuckled and said, "Or don't you have the courage for a task like this? So what if these 100-man teams are from Heaven's Burial? Guild leader, just you wait. Even if we don't kill them all, we'll definitely make them suffer." Initially, worry had gripped everyone's hearts. But after Shifeng had told them off in such a way, their fighting spirit began to burn anew. As Shifeng had implied, if they weren't even brave enough to do this, they might as well stop calling themselves experts. Good. Also, the 3 parties with the highest kill counts will receive a large number of GCPs and gain 1 opportunity to learn an advanced combat technique. Whether or not you earn the opportunity will depend on your effort, Shifeng said, nodding in approval at everyone's high spirits. Immediately, he organized his players into parties before sending them off to the 4 high-resource maps. When they had heard that they might be able to learn an advanced combat technique, these players couldn't help their growing excitement. Advanced combat techniques were the guild's core secrets. It was extremely difficult to earn the opportunity to learn one. Normally, they'd only have the chance to earn the opportunity if they achieved some impressive feat or were selected by the guild for training. Yet all they needed to do was rank among the top 3 for kill counts. Why wouldn't they be excited? After Shifeng finished with the Conqueror's armor and the 20 teams, he made his way towards Celiura's smithy in White River City to repair the Disintegration armor. Chapter 1600. Legendary Armor's Power. Chapter 1600. Legendary Armor's Power. The Disintegration armor's existence was giving Shifeng a huge headache right now. As he was no longer at the World Summit, the disintegration armor's disintegration power was not being suppressed anymore. Meanwhile, with the dispelling of a portion of the evil power, the disintegration power leaking from the disintegration armor had intensified. As a result, the disintegration power, which initially suppressed his basic attributes by only 50%, now suppressed them by 60%. He didn't dare to recklessly remove the evil power suppressing the disintegration armor any further. After all, if he removed the evil power entirely, the suppression on him might become even stronger. If that happened, he would definitely be doomed. Hence, as a precaution, he decided to meet with Celiora first before doing anything else to the disintegration armor. Upon arriving at Celiora's smithy, things were just as usual. There were no guests before the cozy wooden house. Only the clangor of hammering came from it. There was nothing unusual about this place whatsoever. However, when Shifeng stepped into the smithy, it was as if he had entered an entirely different world. The mana density inside the smithy was far superior to even that of Zero Wing City. Meanwhile, at this moment, Celiora stood before a furnace smelting materials. Upon seeing Celiora's actions, Shifeng had to admit that a Grandmaster Forger was indeed different from a Master Forger. Master Forgers would normally use only flames when smelting and refining materials. However, Celiora was actually controlling a threefold magic array to imbue an oceanic amount of mana into her materials first before refining them using flames, which boosted the quality of her materials. Meanwhile, upon sensing Shifeng's entry into the smithy, Celiora sent him a glance. Although Celiora herself was not a combat-specialized NPC, Shifeng still felt as if Celiora saw through his soul when she looked at him. It seems you managed to find some god's power to remove that evil power while you were gone. It's a pity that the god's power you acquired was too little to completely remove that evil power, Celiora said, shaking her head as she looked at Shifeng. She then demanded, "Well, out with it. What are you here for? If you're looking for a method to suppress that disintegration power of yours, I don't have any solutions. Right now, the only thing you can do is gather enough God's power and remove that evil power as soon as possible. Otherwise, the disintegration armor will only lure even more orcs to you. Soon, it won't even matter if you're hiding inside a city, as those orcs would do anything to satisfy their greed for the disintegration power. If things drag on for too long, even NPC cities won't be able to stop the orcs." Shifeng could not help but be shocked when he heard Celiora's words. He had never thought that removing a portion of the evil power, suppressing the disintegration armor, would have such frightening effects. If what Celiora said was true, then he really wouldn't have any place he could hide in the future. "Lady Celiora, do you mean that if I manage to gather sufficient God's power, I'll be able to break free of my current predicament?" Shifeng asked curiously. Previously, the reason why he chose to deal with the problem regarding the disintegration armor quickly was the armor serving as a beacon that lured mutated orcs to him. This situation prevented him from taking action out in the fields freely. If he could not deal with this problem, he wouldn't be able to do anything at all in the future. That should be the case. After all, the only reason the disintegration armor is leaking disintegration power is the loss of its channeling abilities. If the materials making up the disintegration armor recover, they should be able to control this disintegration power, Celiora said, a hint of uncertainty in her tone. Upon hearing Celiora's explanation, Shifeng breathed out a sigh of relief. He then took out the disintegration armor and had it absorb the god crystals inside his bag. The advanced god crystal and the basic god crystal there shattered and transformed into streams of golden mist that flowed into the disintegration armor. When the golden mist suffused the disintegration armor, streams of pitch-black energy started flowing out of the armor. When Celiora saw this pitch-black energy corroding its surroundings, she could not help but be surprised and hurriedly activated the magic array set up inside her house. The magic array immediately started suppressing the pitch-black energy, nullifying its corrosive capabilities. Although the pitch-black energy's corrosive capabilities were suppressed, the energy itself showed no signs of disappearing. Instead, it actually started condensing. After 5 seconds passed, The mist-like energy transformed into a pitch-black energy bead that hovered quietly in midair, releasing a terrifying aura. What is this thing? Shifeng was indescribably shocked as he looked at the pitch-black energy bead before him. The aura the bead radiated made him feel as if a gigantic beast had just opened its bloody maw before him. At this moment, he could not even move his body in the slightest and could only look helplessly at the energy bead. Aside from the pitch-black energy bead, a change had also occurred to the disintegration armor, which he had placed on the table. As if the armor itself had gained life, Shifeng could clearly feel a surge of vitality from it. Rather than an inanimate object, the disintegration armor before him felt like it was some kind of life form. Instead, as the evil power no longer tainted the disintegration armor, the magic circuits covering the surface of the armor released a dazzling glow. Aside from the house becoming brightly lit, the mana inside the house had also frozen. Shifeng could not sense the slightest flow of mana whatsoever right now. However, this situation persisted for only a few short seconds, after which the entire house returned to its normal state. As for the disintegration armor, it was as if the armor had just received a complete makeover. Both the armor's external appearance and aura had changed significantly. Despite the armor merely sitting atop the stone table, it radiated a power that made even Shifeng's soul shudder in fear. In fact, the stone table the disintegration armor sat on had even started disintegrating, unable to withstand the armor's power. So this is the disintegration armor's original power? Shifeng was at a loss for words as he looked at the stone table decomposing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It should be known that Celiora was a bona fide grandmaster forger. Although the furniture placed inside her house appeared normal, in reality, that was far from the case. In fact, even the stone table before him had an extraordinary origin. From what Shifeng could tell, the table should be made of fire essence stone. Not only was fire essence stone incomparably tough, but it was also one of the top-tier magic resistance materials in God's domain. Yet now it actually couldn't withstand the disintegration armor's power despite the armor being in a passive state right now. This was simply inconceivable. However, before the stone table could fully disintegrate, Celiora quickly made her move, line after line of divine runes appearing before her. A moment later, a fourfold magic array formed around the disintegration armor. With the appearance of the magic array, the stone table stopped disintegrating. However, the magic array continuously produced crackling sounds, a sign that it couldn't withstand the disintegration armor's power, either. Amazing! Truly amazing! Even a fourfold void magic array isn't able to contain this thing, as expected of a mythical artifact created by the Great Orc Emperor. Celiora's eyes glowed as she looked at her crumbling magic array. At this moment, it was as if her eyes had just been opened to a whole new world. Meanwhile, Shifeng was quite shocked as he looked at the disintegrating fourfold magic array. A fourfold magic array. That was a magic array that even mythic monsters could not destroy. Yet, a piece of equipment in its passive state was destroying such a magic array. It was no wonder the disintegration set was considered as one of the 9 great legendary sets in God's domain. Despite the disintegration armor being damaged, it still possessed such frightening capabilities. One could just imagine how powerful the founding emperor of the Orc Empire was when he wore the complete disintegration set. Based on this, the legends of the founding emperor fighting against gods were not exaggerations at all. I don't have the ability to suppress the power this disintegration armor is releasing. Do you wish to take this armor away? Or let me recast it for you right now? Celiora asked, smiling as she looked at Shifeng. Take it away? Shifeng smiled bitterly. If Celiora couldn't suppress the disintegration armor's power, he would be a fool if he thought even for a second that he could. He immediately replied, I'll have to trouble Lady Celiora then. Chapter 1601. Recasting the Disintegration Armor. Chapter 1601. Recasting the Disintegration Armor. With Shifeng's permission, Celiora looked at the disintegration armor before her and smiled. She then stretched out her hand and grabbed the armor directly. The disintegration armor's frightening disintegration power could destroy even a table made out of fire essence stone. Yet now the armor had no effect on Siliora's gloved hand whatsoever. Amazing! Sure enough, a Grandmaster Forger really is an extraordinary existence. Sherfong was indescribably shocked as he looked at the leather gloves Siliora wore. The fact that the gloves remained unaffected by the disintegration power the disintegration armor radiated could only mean that the pair of gloves was legendary equipment. In God's domain, legendary items were likewise items that NPCs could obtain only by chance. Even among Tier 4 NPCs, very few of them would have a legendary item. Meanwhile, those who did were no doubt powerful individuals in kingdoms and empires. Moreover, Siliora did not have just one legendary item. When the disintegration power tried spreading to Siliora's body, a layer of invisible power blocked it abruptly. Meanwhile, the only possibility Sherfong could think of to explain such a phenomenon was that the leather armor Siliora wore was also legendary rank. 2 legendary items. In the past, even players who obtained only one legendary item could challenge opponents of a higher tier. Meanwhile, players that managed to acquire 2 legendary items had been as rare as a phoenix's feather in God's domain, and every one of them was a Tier 6 God-ranked player. Just as Sherfong was admiring the legendary items on Siliora, the latter picked up the disintegration armor and placed it in the heart of the magic array protecting the smithy. She then began drawing runes and chanting an incantation. Following which, line after line of divine runes flew rapidly to surround the disintegration armor. After just a short moment, hundreds of lines of divine runes encircled the disintegration armor. These runes then transformed into magic arrays. In the blink of an eye, a 5-fold magic array formed around the disintegration armor. The frightening pressure that the 5-fold magic array radiated made even Sherfong extremely uncomfortable. When the 5-fold magic array's formation was complete, the magic array thoroughly suppressed the disintegration power the disintegration armor was leaking. Seeing this, Siliora took out a crystal, which glowed with a golden hue, and inserted it into the 5-fold magic array. Boom! The moment the golden crystal came into contact with the magic array, the entire magic array ignited with dazzling, golden flames. Unlike ordinary flames, these golden flames gave off a sacred and gentle feeling. Meanwhile, the disintegration armor trapped inside the magic array started transforming. The incomparably tough materials making up the armor turned bright red, and even showed signs of melting. What? This is sacred fire. Sherfong could not help but gape in shock when he saw the golden flames. Sacred fire was something he had only seen depicted in the ancient texts of God's domain. This kind of flame was known as a refining treasure. However, sacred fire did not exist naturally in the continent of God's domain. It only occurred in certain special spaces. Aside from ancient gods, nobody else could truly control it. Meanwhile, the sacred fires that could be found in God's domain were all sealed in special crystals left behind by the ancient gods, and could be used only once. Even so, sacred fire was still a flame countless forgers dreamed of obtaining. It was fervently sought after because this flame was the best flame for forging legendary items. In Sherfang's previous life, a crystalline-cased sacred fire had appeared in the Blackwing auction house. Back then, many wealthy players and NPCs had contested over the item. In the end, though, the Super Guild Battle Wolves had purchased it for an astronomical price of 310,000 gold, shocking the entire God's domain. Back then, many superpowers had ridiculed the Battle Wolves for being foolish. After all, the Super Guild had spent 310,000 gold for a one-time use item, which was a massive expenditure even for a Super Guild. However, in the end, one had to admit that it had been money well spent. Using the sacred fire, the Grandmaster Forger working for the Battle Wolves had created a legendary item. Although its performance was below average, it was still a legendary item at the very least. Fragmented legendary items could not compare to it. This outcome had also further whetted the various superpowers' desire for sacred fire. Sherfong had never imagined that Siliora had actually managed to get her hands on a sacred fire. Moreover, She even used it on the disintegration armor without asking for payment. If he was required to cover the cost, even if he sold himself now, he wouldn't be able to gather enough money. While Shifeng was lost in his thoughts, the disintegration armor inside the five-fold magic array had turned white-hot. Meanwhile, Celiora started writing another series of divine runes and merging them into the disintegration armor. Despite Shifeng having a certain level of understanding of divine runes, his mind was a complete blank when he looked at the divine runes Celiora wrote. 5 minutes later, the white-hot disintegration armor was covered entirely in golden runes. At this moment, Celiora stopped writing divine runes and breathed out a sigh of relief. Although her face was visibly tired, her eyes glowed with excitement. Good. Now is the time. Use your blood to establish a contract. Celiora suddenly shouted to Shifeng. As soon as Celiora said these words, a system notification entered his ears. System. Do you wish to establish a blood contract and permanently contribute 200 points of every basic attribute to the disintegration armor? 200 points of every basic attribute? Shifeng could not help being shocked as he looked at the system notification. Permanently losing 200 points in every basic attribute was equivalent to losing 1,000 attribute points. Losing so many attribute points was no laughing matter. If an ordinary expert were placed in such a situation, their accounts would be crippled instantly. Even Shifeng would have great difficulty making up for such a loss. Shifeng had never expected the price of the disintegration armor to be so huge. System. You have 5 seconds remaining to make a decision. If you refuse, you will not have another chance in the future. Alright, I agree, Shifeng declared while clicking agree. Just like the system had stated, this was an opportunity for him. If he rejected it, who knew when he would gain another chance to obtain a legendary item in the future? Moreover, the disintegration armor was top-notch even among legendary items. In comparison, 1,000 attribute points was indeed an insignificant price to pay. Only, some of the advantages he had accumulated thus far would disappear as a result of this decision. After Shifeng clicked agree, a blood-red magic array appeared before him. He then placed both his hands on the magic array without hesitation. He felt power leaving his body right away. At the same time, blood-red magic circuits appeared on the surface of the disintegration armor. Once these magic circuits covered the entire disintegration armor, the armor released a pulse, as if it had just gained life. This pulse of power instantly shattered the five-fold magic array. In the next moment, Shifeng felt an even more frightening aura coming from the disintegration armor. However, unlike before, the aura the disintegration armor exuded this time did not affect Shifeng whatsoever. On the contrary, he felt a sense of intimacy in this aura, as if the disintegration armor was an extension of himself. Meanwhile, as the disintegration armor's aura calmed down, another system notification entered Shifeng's ears. System. Congratulations. You have completed the Recast the Disintegration Armor quest. Rewarding 20 legacy skill points, 100,000 free skill proficiency points, 100 free mastery points, 50 humanity reputation points, 2 level increases, and the disintegration user title. Chapter 1602, Legendary Reward. Chapter 1602, Legendary Reward. When the system notification ended, Shifeng's experience bar started increasing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he went from level 61 to level 63. Meanwhile, his legacy skill point count, which had stagnated for a long time now, also increased by 20 points. What a bountiful reward. Shifeng could not help getting a little excited as he looked at the quest reward. Normally, aside from completing special quests, players would receive only 1 legacy skill point for every 3 level-ups. To put it simply, legacy skill points were extremely rare. Yet now he had obtained 20 points from a single quest, enough for him to exchange for 1 or 2 Tier 2 legacy skills. In God's domain, skill books for the Tier 2 standard and higher were extremely rare. Normally, players could obtain skills and spells at Tier 2 and above only by using legacy skill points. Hence, even after reaching Tier 2, players would not have a lot of Tier 2 skills. They would mostly use Tier 1 skills for combat, and keep Tier 2 skills as trump cards. In other words, gaining an additional Tier 2 skill was equivalent to gaining another trump card. Moreover, aside from legacy skill points, the quest had also awarded him with 100,000 free skill proficiency points, which would allow him to fast-track leveling up his skills. Needless to say, as a skill's level increased, its overall performance would improve as well. This in turn would enhance his combat power. Following which, Shifeng spent all of his legacy skill points to learn Purgatory Pentaslash, a Tier 2 legacy skill with maximum explosive power. Purgatory Pentaslash action type. Requires sword. Tier 2 level 1. Proficiency 0/30, 000. Instantly execute 5 slashes, with each slash being stronger than the former. Each subsequent slash gains an additional 20% strength and 10% attack speed. Cooldown 20 seconds. After learning the skill, Shifeng immediately invested 30,000 proficiency points to upgrade Purgatory Pentaslash to Tier 2 level 2. Now each subsequent attack gained an additional 21% strength and 11% attack speed. Although the improvement was small, to a Tier 2 player, an addition of 1% strength could mean an increase of 10 strength. Not to mention, this addition would be repeated 4 times in total. As for the remaining 70,000 proficiency points, Shifeng used them to upgrade the Tier 1 Chop. Chop was a skill that swordsman players could learn at Tier 0. The skill could be upgraded only to the Tier 1 standard at maximum. However, it was a skill that players would frequently use in battle, as it had a very short cooldown. At the same time, the skill also dealt a relatively significant amount of damage. Hence, as long as swordsman players upgraded their chop skill, their overall DPS would improve as well. After Shifeng invested his remaining 70,000 proficiency points, his chop skill leveled up twice, instantly going from Tier 1, level 3 to Tier 1, level 5. Chop, action type. Requires sword. Tier 1 level 5 proficiency 12, 612/30, 000. Additional 1,600 base damage. Deals up to 3 consecutive hits in 1 second. If attacks land in the same location, damage is increased by 60%. Attack range, 7 yards. Cooldown 3 seconds. Compared to when the skill was at Tier 1 level 1, after it reached Tier 1 level 5, not only did the additional base damage it dealt increase by 1,000 points, but the bonus damage multiplier provided, if all 3 attacks landed on the same spot, had also risen from 50% to 60%. There was a significant improvement in damage. Most importantly, the attack range had also extended from 6 yards to 7 yards, which made it even more difficult for enemies to dodge the skill. Shifeng felt very satisfied with this outcome. In the past, level 60+ swordsmen normally managed to level up their chop only to Tier 1, level 2 or level 3. Very few had been able to level up the skill to Tier 1, level 4, much less level 5. After distributing his free skill proficiency points, Shifeng set his eyes on the Disintegration User title. Disintegration User, Advanced Title. The proof of ownership for the Disintegration Power. Endow Disintegration Power to a maximum of 30 players within a 200-yard radius, increasing their basic attributes by 10% and damage by 20%. The magic damage and physical damage they receive will also be decreased by 30% and 15%, respectively. Reading the introduction for the Disintegration User title stunned Shifeng. Titles were different from domain skills. In the case of domain skills, the simultaneous use of multiple domain skills would weaken their effects slightly. There might even be a counter-reaction. However, it was a different story for titles. The effects of titles could be stacked with the effects of domain skills without them interfering with one another. Although he could only endow Disintegration Power to a maximum of 30 players, it was still plenty amazing. The Disintegration User title would work wonders in team battles and dungeon raids. Meanwhile, although the Disintegration User title's effects were wonderful, Shifeng had noticed an even more exciting matter. and that was the increase to his basic attributes. Due to the improvement of his life rating, each time he leveled up, he would gain more basic attributes than he did before. After leveling up twice in a row, not only had he acquired a large number of free attribute points, but his basic attributes had also received a significant boost. Overall, he now gained 20 more attribute points each time he leveled up. So this is the power of the Dark Iron Bloodline? Shifeng was at a loss for words as he looked at his improved basic attributes. Currently, he was still only a level 63 Tier 2 player, yet the Dark Iron Bloodline was already providing him with an additional 20 attribute points with each level up. Moreover, this number would increase as he reached higher levels and tiers. He might even be able to recover the 1,000 attribute points he lost today, before he got to level 100. Just as Shifeng was feeling shocked by the power of his bloodline, Siliora turned her gaze to him. "You're very lucky. The recasting this time was extremely successful. However, as you are too weak right now, despite having established a blood contract with the Disintegration armor, you still cannot fully control the Disintegration armor. Right now, all the blood contract is doing is preventing you from being affected by the armor's power. If you wish to fully control the armor, you'll need to become stronger," Siliora said as she turned her gaze back to the Disintegration armor, which was still sitting in the center of her smithy's magic array. "However, you don't need to feel dejected. Although you cannot use the Disintegration armor now, since you've already established a blood contract with it, you can utilize a small portion of its power." Although she had managed to recast the Disintegration armor, at the end of the day, she was not the armor's creator. She only managed to shoddily re-establish the armor's magic circuits, using her limited knowledge of divine runes. The divine runes she drew simply could not compare with those of the Disintegration armor's creator. The final magic circuit she ended up forming still had many problems. The flow of energy in the armor also wasn't perfect. Without a considerable amount of power, one would not be able to control the armor at all. Upon hearing Siliora's words, Shifeng could not help but take a look at the Disintegration armor's attributes. Indeed, just like Siliora had said, the Disintegration armor was still considerably unstable after being recast. It needed him to reach Tier 3 before he could equip it. Aside from that, there was no other information stated in the armor's attribute panel. However, the Disintegration field skill granted to him had strengthened considerably. Disintegration field disintegrates all skills and spells within a 100-yard radius. Skills and spells at Tier 2 and below will be nullified, while skills and spells above Tier 2 will be weakened by 60%. All entities within range of the Disintegration field will sustain a 40% reduction to basic attributes, physique, and stamina, in addition to a 400% increase to their stamina and concentration consumption rates. No cooldown. This is the real Disintegration field? After looking at the new Disintegration field, Shifeng finally understood why legendary items could allow players to challenge opponents of higher tiers. Currently, he could use only a small portion of the Disintegration armor's power, yet the armor was already providing him with such great benefits. If he could equip the armor now, he would simply be invincible among the current players of God's domain. However, Shifeng only toyed with this thought. Legendary equipment was not that easy to equip, all the more top-notch legendary equipment like the Disintegration armor. He should just be grateful that the Disintegration armor no longer suppressed him, and provided a stronger Disintegration field. After storing the Disintegration armor, Shifeng finally shifted his sights to the pitch-black energy bead floating in midair. Although the energy bead's aura had already disappeared, the energy bead had also formed a zone completely void of mana around itself. Just by entering this void zone, Shifeng felt his entire body becoming incomparably heavy. At the same time, his mind also became sluggish like never before. Chapter 1603, Destruction Crystal. Chapter 1603, Destruction Crystal. What is this thing? The closer Shifeng got to the hovering energy bead, the heavier his body felt. He even felt somewhat dizzy, his mind growing fuzzy. He felt as if his control over his own body had dulled, as if it no longer belonged to him. This was the first time he had ever experienced such a sensation in God's domain, both in this life and the previous one. If players merely lost some attributes, they'd at most feel physically powerless, but their mind wouldn't be affected. Yet, despite his unchanged basic attributes, his overall combat power had decreased by at least 80%. At this point, even an ordinary Tier 2 player could easily kill him. It's best if you don't get too close to this thing. When Shifeng was less than a yard from the energy bead, Celiora raised her hand to stop him. Hearing Celiora's warning, Shifeng obediently retreated from the energy bead. He only regained control of his body after he had left the void zone. He couldn't help but stare at the energy bead in shock. It was too strong. If he could wield this power, using it on the battlefield against other players, he'd become truly invincible. While the energy bead didn't suppress basic attributes, it significantly reduced players' control of their bodies. And regardless of how high a player's attributes were, they'd become a helpless child when subjected to the energy bead's mental suppression. This isn't something you can withstand at your current power. If you try to touch it, you'll lose your life on the spot. Even if you are a heaven-blessed individual, it'll still be some time before you can resurrect, Celiora explained when she noticed Shifeng's dumbfounded expression. Death upon touch? And the resurrection time is so long? Shifeng couldn't help his growing curiosity over the bead's identity. Lady Celiora, what is this item? He had heard of many items that could kill players upon contact, but he had never heard of items increasing players' resurrection time. As far as he knew, only certain skills and high-tiered NPCs could do such a thing. The ability to absorb a player's soul was one such example. Yet, even after using omniscient eyes on the energy bead, the bead's inscription still said unknown. He couldn't even get a name. This is a destruction crystal, formed from the power of destruction. Not only can it destroy physical material, but it can also destroy souls. If even a strand of this power of destruction taints an immortal soul, it will need a long time to recover, Celiora explained as she watched the hovering, black bead. Although the destruction crystal is currently inactive, even the weak energy it's radiating is dangerous to you. After her explanation, Celiora began to chant an incantation, writing several lines of divine runes in the air as she did so. In seconds, the divine runes encased the destruction crystal. With a wave of her hand, Celiora sent the hovering crystal to Shifeng. You can consider this destruction crystal as an unexpected reward. Use it during a crucial moment to save your life, but be careful when you do. If not handled properly, you might sacrifice your own life during the process, Celiora gravely warned Shifeng. Alright, you can leave now. I've gained a significant boon from recasting the disintegration armor, so I need to rest and process the information. Since I don't wish to be disturbed, I'll be leaving White River City for some time. Shifeng stored the destruction crystal and nodded to Celiora before taking his leave. Although it seemed as if Celiora hadn't done much, as a master forger, Shifeng was familiar with the delicacy of re-establishing the disintegration armor's magic circuits. The process would even exhaust a grandmaster forger like Celiora. After leaving Celiora's smithy, Shifeng could no longer bottle his curiosity as he inspected the destruction crystal in his bag. Destruction crystal consumable. Sealed by Celiora. When unsealed, unleashes the power of destruction in a 1,000-yard radius. A 1,000-yard AoE? Shifeng's jaw dropped when he read the introduction text. The destruction crystal's AoE was even stronger than Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells, but unlike these spells, which could be cast from a distance, the disintegration crystal would explode the moment the seal was lifted. Even if a player threw the thing when they activated it, they'd be lucky to get it 100 yards away and would still get caught in the AoE. Meanwhile, the power of destruction would damage both the physical body and the soul. If this power killed a player, the consequences would be even more severe than if their immortal soul were absorbed. It was no wonder why Celiora warned him to take care when using the destruction crystal. I mustn't use this unless it's absolutely necessary. When Shifeng recalled the feeling of standing too close to the power of destruction, his heart skipped a beat. However, now that he had dealt with the disintegration armor, his basic attributes were free of its suppression. Moreover, he no longer had to worry about mutated orcs targeting him out in the fields. He could now execute his plans without worry. As Shifeng prepared to visit Zero Wing City to check on its situation, his system communicator rang. Phoenix Rain. Shifeng could not help his curiosity when he saw the caller ID. Phoenix Rain had been very busy lately. After gaining control of a portion of Thunder Island, she had quickly taken advantage of the opportunity to grow her faction's strength. In addition, she still had to keep an eye on Nine Dragons' Emperor. She should be busy as hell, without a minute to spare, yet she was contacting him. Naturally, Shifeng picked up the call. Yifeng, I've just received some important information. You should be very careful of Heaven's Burial, Phoenix Rain said somberly. Since Nine Dragons' Emperor gained nothing on Thunder Island due to our partnership, he's secretly colluded with Beast Emperor. From what my subordinates discovered, Nine Dragons' Emperor has only made one demand of Beast Emperor: Zero Wing's destruction. Furthermore, Beast Emperor has deep ties with Heaven's Burial. Now that your two guilds are at war, Beast Emperor won't miss this opportunity. Beast Emperor? Shifeng frowned. Previously, due to his focus on the war with Heaven's Burial, he had temporarily set aside the issue of Beast Emperor and the Black Dragon Empire's Evil God's Temple. If Beast Emperor really got involved in this guild war, Zero Wing would be at a disadvantage. Yet Shifeng didn't know the Evil God's Temple's exact whereabouts in the Black Dragon Empire and Starmoon Kingdom. Beast Emperor also moved like a ghost, and right now, Shifeng had no way of dealing with the man. You should also be careful of Heaven's Burial's Lei Jingyang. Although Lei Jingyang only leads a workshop, the Thunder Legion under his command has quite a few refinement realm experts. Moreover, the Thunder Legion's members are extremely adept in field combat. When Crimson Emperor tried to contest Lei Jingyang's group over an ancient ruin, the guild actually lost. Even Cuttlefish, the commander of Crimson Emperor's trump card legion, died. It's best if you avoid small-scale field battle with Lei Jingyang's people, Phoenix Rain warned. Even Cuttlefish lost? Shifeng was surprised. Crimson Emperor was a super first-rate guild, and in no way weaker than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Naturally, Cuttlefish, who commanded the guild's trump card legion, was a powerful individual. Although he was not a domain realm expert, he had a wealth of combat experience. He was also the Guardian Knight and ranked 77th on the God's Domain Experts list, earning the nickname Iron Wall. In a one-on-one fight, even domain realm experts would struggle to kill him. Furthermore, Cuttlefish was constantly surrounded by his own experts. Shifeng found it hard to believe that Lei Jingyang had actually killed the man. In any case, just be careful, Phoenix Rain reiterated. If you lack manpower, I'll send Blue and a group of experts to help. I'm sure that Heaven's Burial will hold back from doing anything drastic with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members around. Thank you for the offer, but we'll handle this ourselves. After all, I'm sure that you have your own issues to deal with. I've heard that Nine Dragons Emperor has been causing quite a bit of trouble for you lately, Shifeng said, smiling as he rejected Phoenix Rain's offer. While Heaven's Burial wasn't an easy foe, Zero Wing was no pushover either. All right. Phoenix Rain sighed. She felt that Zero Wing was too stubborn. Although Zero Wing had grown quite strong, it still wasn't a match for Heaven's Burial. Moreover, its enemy had the support of Blackwater and Beast Emperor. If this war weren't dealt with properly, it might mean the fall of Zero Wing. After Shifeng disconnected the call, he contacted Aqua Rose and instructed her to gather the guild's internal members and the disciples from the White Tiger Dojo in White River City's guild residence. He had been preoccupied with his own matters, but now that he was free, it was time to introduce some new blood to the guild. Chapter 1604, Raising Levels. Chapter 1604, Raising Levels. Guild Leader. Do you intend to include them in the guild's war of attrition? When Aqua Rose received the order to gather the experts the guild still nurtured, She could only assume that Shifeng wanted to use them in the war against Heaven's Burial. Currently, Zero Wing severely lacked expert players. Moreover, both the guild's internal members and the disciples from the White Tiger Dojo had improved their standards considerably. Some of the more powerful players had already reached the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Even in a super guild, these players would be considered experts. If they could send these players to the field, they could help make up for Zero Wing's lack of experts. In any case, they need training to improve their techniques. They'll grow much faster in live combat. Shifeng nodded. Although that is true, their levels aren't high enough. The highest leveled among them is only level 39, while most of them aren't even level 35 yet. With such a huge gap in equipment and levels, their techniques won't add to the guild's combat power regardless of how good they are. Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. The various large guilds' elite members were, on average, level 45. There was easily a 10-level gap between these elite players and Zero Wing's internal members. Meanwhile, every 5 levels was a minor turning point when it came to weapons and equipment in God's domain. Techniques couldn't make up for such a massive difference that easily. I know. That's why I'm taking them out to level, Shifeng said, smiling. He still wasn't satisfied with these internal members' standards, and since he had been busy with his own matters, he had set aside the issue of helping them level. But now that their combat standards had reached a sufficient level, he had to help them level up, transforming them into usable combat power for the guild. Zero Wing had nearly 200 internal members, and the White Tiger Dojo had sent him 500 disciples. Although the White Tiger Dojo's disciples weren't Zero Wing members, they were under his command while they trained with the guild. It'd be a waste not to put them to good use. With this, he could add nearly 700 experts to the guild's forces as they fought Heaven's Burial. Thus far, Zero Wing had only accumulated a little over 2,000 experts who had reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor or beyond. Another 700 experts would increase the guild's overall combat power by a massive 1/3. Taking them out to level? Aqua Rose's eyes lit up when she heard Shifeng's plan. She was very familiar with Shifeng's leveling capabilities, knowing that his leveling speed was at least 2 or 3 times faster than other peak experts. He was also more than capable of helping others level up as quickly as he did. If he took command, it wouldn't be long before Zero Wing had another 700 experts, which would make it much easier to defend the 4 high-resource maps. However, after giving the matter some more thought, Aqua Rose shook her head and said, "Guild leader, I'm afraid helping them level up will be difficult right now. Heaven's Burial is constantly watching our people. If we send our internal members to the fields to level, Heaven's Burial will certainly ambush the group. They might lose levels, rather than gain them." "Relax. That is only true if Heaven's Burial can follow us," Shifeng said, chuckling. When he had decided to take Zero Wing's internal members out to level, in truth, it had been a passing thought. Obtaining mana ore was his true goal. Although the Boneless land was rich with ores, it was also a good leveling area. Plenty of low HP and defense demonic creatures roamed the map, and their respawn rate was fairly fast. These demonic creatures' high magic resistance and combat standards were the only issues, making them difficult to deal with for magical class players. To Shifeng, however, these monsters were not a problem. After all, he had the Bible of Darkness, and in that map, he'd be in his element. Following which, Aqua Rose notified Zero Wing's internal members and the White Tiger Dojo's disciples to gather in White River City's guild residence. While he waited, Shifeng made a trip to the candlelight trading firm to grab pickaxes, before heading to the residence himself. When Shifeng arrived, the gathered crowd stirred. They had never expected their guild leader to take them out to level, and for a moment, they were all immensely excited. Every player who had played God's Domain for some time knew of the title Sword King. Shifeng's battle records were also listed on the God's Domain experts list, and many swordsman players had long since analyzed these records, using them as reference. Shifeng didn't bother to waste time with words. Instead, he had everyone head to the teleportation hall, and travel to one of Starmoon Kingdom's border towns. He then found a relatively deserted location, and activated Spatial Gate. To get to the Boneless land, one had to cross more than 10 high-level maps. If players tried to do so on their mounts, they'd have to ride for several days, and would encounter many level 100+ monsters during the trip. Not even Sherfong would dare to take on such a high-level monster right now, not to mention other players. After ensuring that everyone had made it through the Spatial Gate, Sherfong stepped through and closed it. Shortly after Sherfang's group had disappeared into the Spatial Gate, a few assassins who had hidden in the distance revealed themselves. All of these assassins wore Heaven's Burial's guild emblem and were level 47. They were also fully equipped in level 45 fine gold and dark gold equipment. "Boss, what should we do? They left using a teleportation gate. How are we supposed to track them?" "Forget it. This is outside our abilities. Let's just report this to the higher-ups." After the several assassins discussed the situation amongst themselves, they returned to Singular Burial and told him of the teleportation gate. Teleportation gates did not reveal players' destinations, and players would only discover where the gate led to after they entered. However, Sherfong was the last person to step through, and once he had, the gate had disappeared. They had no way of tracking the group from Zero Wing. "It seems we've backed Black Flame into a corner. At such a crucial moment, a guild leader like him is taking a bunch of level 30+ players out to level." Singular Burial could not help but laugh when he read the report. He then turned to Daybreak Fog and asked, "Have Lei Jingyang and Blackwater's men gathered in their designated locations?" "Most of their forces have arrived. They can take action at any time," Daybreak Fog replied. "Good. Have them activate the war barriers to lock down the maps. It's about time we give Zero Wing a taste of hell," Singular Burial said, laughing madly. To crush Zero Wing swiftly, they had dispatched 8,000 experts to hunt down the enemy guild's members in the 4 high-resource maps and utilized the war barriers to trap them within. In addition, they had dispatched 40,000 elite members to guard the map's entrances. Understood. Daybreak Fog immediately commanded the guild members to spread out across the 4 maps. With Daybreak Fog's command, Heaven's Burial's members went into action, activating the war barriers and preventing every player in the 4 maps from using return scrolls. If players wished to leave the maps, they'd have to do so through the map's entrances. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts scoured the maps for Zero Wing's members in 100-man teams. "Boss Flo, there's a 6-man party from Zero Wing ahead, but they're all wearing cloaks, so we can't see their levels. Should we attack?" A level 47 assassin reported through his team chat, as he watched the small party walk through the forest ahead. "A 6-man party? Are there any important players among them?" Broken Flow, who wore level 45 dark gold set equipment, asked quietly. They knew just how powerful Zero Wing's experts were. This was especially true for Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, Cola, Flying Shadow, and the guild's other core members. Singular Burial had already warned them to stay as far away from these individuals as possible. Although Broken Flow wasn't pleased with the decision, he had no choice but to follow his guild leader's orders. No. None of the 6 players are on the list, but they seem to have pretty good equipment. They're likely an expert party from Zero Wing, the assassin reported after taking a closer look. "Good. It seems that we've gotten lucky and come across one of Zero Wing's expert parties. Keep an eye on them. We'll head over right away," Broken Flow said as he licked his lips in anticipation. Immediately, he led his team towards the assassin's current position. Chapter 1605. Battle Array Activate. Chapter 1605. Battle Array Activate. In less than 2 minutes, Broken Flow's team found a 6-man party of cloaked players walking along a small forest path. All 6 players wore Zero Wing's guild emblem. "Go. Don't let any of them escape," Broken Flow shouted in the team chat as soon as he laid eyes on the 6 Zero Wing members. Immediately, Broken Flow's 100-man team spread out, swiftly encircling Zero Wing's party, and cutting off any escape route. Heaven's Burial? The 6 Zero Wing members readied their weapons as they were surrounded. You guys sure are unlucky to attract my attention. Broken Flow grinned at the 6 cloaked players. Immediately, he removed the level 45 dark gold greatsword from his back and approached the 6 at a leisurely pace. At the same time, he pulled a potion from his bag and drank it. He then commanded, "Everyone guard the area. Make sure no one escapes. I want to take proper care of these Zero Wing members." When Heaven's Burial's members heard Broken Flow's command, they couldn't help their growing excitement and anticipation. These players sure are unlucky. It seems like the commander wants to finish them off personally. The last time the commander took action, he even gave an expert party from a first-rate guild a miserable beating. Not only were those experts powerless to fight back, but the commander also forced them to lose multiple pieces of equipment. I wonder if we'll get to witness the commander's trademark combat technique again. Hopefully these Zero Wing members aren't too weak and can put up a good fight. Otherwise, we won't get a share of the loot. Heaven's Burial's members laughed as they ridiculed the trapped Zero Wing members. The guild had already declared that, during this hunt, not only would they earn GCPs for killing Zero Wing members, but they also got to keep whatever loot dropped from their kills. Although Zero Wing's members had been ambushed countless times, the guild's experts had suffered minimal losses. Most of these experts still had their top-tier equipment. Even if the equipment they obtained wasn't suitable for their class, they could still sell the items and make a fortune. Despite the high demand for top-tier equipment, there was practically no supply. When ordinary players obtained a piece of top-tier equipment, they usually didn't sell it for coins even if they couldn't use it themselves. Rather, most players tried to trade one piece of equipment for another that they could use. Now that they had come across 6 Zero Wing experts, this was a golden opportunity to walk away with massive profit. Of course, Broken Flow didn't care about the equipment. Rather, he wanted to relieve some stress. Broken Flow had previously been defeated in a fight with Zero Wing's top-tier experts, and he had been waiting to restore his reputation for some time. Now, however, the guild had forbidden its members from fighting Zero Wing's top-tier experts. Naturally, Broken Flow was annoyed. However, killing Zero Wing's elite members was boring. Only Zero Wing's experts could pique Broken Flow's interest. "You don't have to worry. Without my command they won't move," Broken Flow told the 6 players from Zero Wing, who watched their surroundings warily. With a calm smile he continued, "If you want to leave this place alive, there's only one way to do it: defeat me. I don't mind if you come at me one by one or all together, but I advise you not to attempt an escape. My team includes over 60 experts from Heaven's Burial. If we attack as one, none of you will survive. If you don't have any problems, let's begin." After saying so, Broken Flow continued towards the 6-man party before him. His lax attitude proved that he didn't view the 6 experts before him as proper opponents whatsoever. "Tiger, what should we do?" the cleric from Zero Wing asked the robust youth in front of the party in a hushed tone. "We're too outnumbered. There's no way we can break through this encirclement. It seems we have no choice but to fight this Broken Flow fellow." Infant Tiger, the party's leader, realized their situation had taken a turn for the worst. They might not have had an issue if they'd come across an ordinary expert team, but he hadn't expected them to encounter a team led by one of Heaven's Burial's top-tier experts. "In a moment, I'll distract him while you guys find an opportunity to strike. Don't worry about hitting me." When the other members heard Infant Tiger's plan, they nodded silently. Their leader's decision didn't surprise any of them. Although they were strong, there was a considerable gap in strength between them and Broken Flow. Only the guild's core members, like Yi Wumian and Minor Wind, could go toe-to-toe with such an expert. However, Broken Flow did not give Zero Wing's party much time to consider their options. Once he was within 30 yards of the party, he abruptly accelerated and pounced like a ferocious tiger as it was freed from its cage. Broken Flow saw no value in Zero Wing's ordinary experts. He currently wore level 45 dark gold set equipment, and wielded a level 45 dark gold greatsword. With his equipment standards, he'd even rank among the top in a super guild. As for his techniques, he had reached the refinement realm some time ago. He'd be a mainstay in any major guild. If not for Singular Burial's prohibition, he'd even challenge Zero Wing's peak experts like Fire Dance and Aqua Rose. So fast. Broken Flow's speed caught Zero Wing's members off guard. By the time they reacted, Broken Flow was already within 10 yards. In the blink of an eye, Broken Flow circled around Infant Tiger, who stood at the forefront of the party, and swung his great sword. As his greatsword soared towards the enemy berserker, it split into 3 copies that struck from different angles. Combat technique, Trishadao Interception. Just as Broken Flow's 3 sword lights were about to bite into Infant Tiger, who was at his wit's end, decisively activated the basic strength battle array. Immediately, the mana around Infant Tiger and the other 4 melee players in the Conqueror's armor went berserk. The 5 melee players felt as if their minds connected, their senses expanding in a way they had never before experienced. Despite Broken Flow's sword lights targeting his blind spots, Infant Tiger saw all 3 clearly. Suddenly, Infant Tiger turned and sidestepped, miraculously evading all 3 attacks. Without even turning to look at Broken Flow, Infant Tiger swung his own blade, sending an arc of silver slicing through Broken Flow's side. Broken Flow panicked. Since his attacks had missed, his stance was off balance, and his defense was riddled with holes. Instinctively, he activated Whirlwind Slash and rotated his body despite his awkward stance. Boom! When the 2 greatswords collided, brilliant sparks surrounded the fighters. Due to the impact, Broken Flow was forced back 2 steps. Infant Tiger, however, hadn't moved. The difference between the berserkers' strengths was obvious. When Heaven's Burial's members saw this, they were dumbfounded. They had never thought that their commander would be at a disadvantage against an ordinary expert. As for Broken Flow himself, he stared at Infant Tiger with a grim expression. Although he had only exchanged 2 moves with the enemy berserker, he realized that not only was Infant Tiger's strength higher than his, but the enemy's combat standards were also extraordinary. No ordinary expert could evade his 3 accurate and fast attacks. However, the situation also confused Broken Flow. When did Zero Wing obtain an expert berserker as powerful as he was? "Who are you?" Broken Flow shouted at Infant Tiger. Chapter 1606, Might of a Battle Array. Chapter 1606, Might of a Battle Array. As Broken Flow questioned Infant Tiger's identity, he took a huge step backward. Starmoon Kingdom's general masses were no strangers to Zero Wing's top-tier experts, not to mention Heaven's Burial. In fact, Heaven's Burial was very familiar with the standards of the internal experts Zero Wing nurtured. However, Broken Flow had no recollection of Infant Tiger among Zero Wing's top-tier experts. The only possibility was that Zero Wing's top-tier experts had used disguise tools, playing the pig to eat the tiger and wound Heaven's Burial's expert teams. But before Broken Flow could listen to Infant Tiger's reply, the other 4 melee players from Zero Wing appeared beside him, launching their attacks. 2 berserkers executed the Tier 1 Cross Slash and Flame Slash, the Guardian Knight used the Tier 1 Justice Roar and Holy Slash, and the Shield Warrior raised his shield and used the Tier 1 Crumbling Mountain. When the 4 melee players attacked Broken Flow, they moved like a single entity. Their various skill flew towards Broken Flow's blind spots almost simultaneously. Their attacks were as fast as lightning. What? Broken Flow was shocked yet again. When he sensed the 4 melee players' combination attack, he felt the threat of death looming over him. On instinct, he activated the Tier 1 Taboo skill, Hurricane's Descent, and created a powerful hurricane around himself using his greatsword. The Taboo skill incorporated both offense and defense in a perfect balance. Pung, pung, pung. A series of clangs echoed around the fight. The 4 melee players that had attacked Broken Flow were forced to retreat 2 or 3 steps. But once they stabilized, they launched another uniform assault, not giving the berserker a moment to catch his breath. This time, the Guardian Knight and Shield Warrior rushed at Broken Flow from the front, whereas the 2 Zero Wing berserkers approached from Broken Flow's sides. For a time, Broken Flow had to retreat as he desperately defended himself. While he did so, his HP continued to drain. What? The commander is actually Heaven's Burial's members were utterly shocked as they watched Zero Wing's party suppress Broken Flow. Their previously playful expressions had vanished. None of these players were amateurs. They knew just how powerful their commander was, and even if they formed a 6-man party to challenge him, they wouldn't come close to killing Broken Flow. This wasn't due to the difference between their basic attributes, but the difference in their combat standards. If they tried to fight Broken Flow, he'd easily find and target their weak points. By the time they realized that they were under attack, it'd be too late to react. Moreover, Broken Flow could easily dodge and block their attacks. In the end, the Berserker commander would whittle down their HP and kill them. At most, Broken Flow would lose some HP when he blocked attacks or received a few hits that he couldn't dodge, but that'd be rare since he could use his positioning to prevent such situations. Yet now, regardless of how Broken Flow shifted his stance, he couldn't avoid the 4 melee players' pincer attacks as they continued to shave away his HP. However, this wasn't the most frightening aspect of this fight. What Heaven's Burial's members found truly shocking was the fact that Broken Flow couldn't force his way out of the encirclement. No matter how he tried to counter the 4 melee players, the outcome was the same. His targets would either deflect or block his attacks, refusing to budge an inch. Broken Flow looked like some beast trapped in a steel cage. The spectating Heaven's Burial members weren't the only ones shocked. Broken Flow, who desperately fought for his life, was flabbergasted. Of the 4 melee players assaulting him, one had combat standards to rival Infant Tiger. This Zero Wing party actually had 5 Refinement Realm experts. Even super guilds valued Refinement Realm experts, and they'd be top-ranked fighters in first-rate guilds. Yet this 6-man party had 5 of these experts. If you weren't familiar with the combat styles of Kola, Shadow Sword, Turtle Dove, Yiwumian, and Zero Wing's other top-tier melee experts, he'd suspect that these 4 players were those experts in disguise. As Broken Flow continued to fend off the 4 Refinement Realm experts, whose basic attributes were even higher than his, a bitter taste filled his mouth. Although he had invited Zero Wing's party to attack him as one, he hadn't expected 4 Refinement Realm experts to gang up on him shamelessly. Even Infant Tiger danced around him, looking for the opportunity to land a fatal blow. What Broken Flow did not know, however, was that Infant Tiger and the others were just as shocked. They had never thought that the basic strength battle array would be this powerful. Not only did the battle array provide basic attributes akin to a miniature berserk skill, but their combat standards had also improved. Meanwhile, Infant Tiger wasn't moving around Broken Flow to land a fatal blow. Rather, he was helping his 4 companions by providing an additional view of the battle. By doing so, he gave his companions an accurate view of the enemy berserkers' movements regardless of how Broken Flow retaliated. When Broken Flow noticed that his HP had fallen by 2/3, he dismissed his previous promise as he shouted, "Everyone attack! Do not let any of these people escape." At the same time, Broken Flow activated his berserk skill to break away from the enemy encirclement. If he didn't escape now, Infant Tiger and the other experts from Zero Wing would kill him before reinforcements arrived. Unfortunately, Heaven's Burial's other members were still dazed even after Broken Flow issued the command. Their minds only reacted a short moment later, commanding their bodies to move. As expected of Heaven's Burial, its members' word is nothing more than a fart. Infant Tiger ridiculed Broken Flow. Hearing the insult, Broken Flow's expression twisted into something dark. Could Infant Tiger have any less shame? Although he had challenged Zero Wing's entire party by himself, how could he have known that 5 of the 6 party members were Refinement Realm experts? Moreover, their coordination was so seamless that they moved as if they shared one body. Against such coordinated attacks, this team could even defeat a Flowing Water Realm expert, much less Broken Flow. However, Broken Flow's call for help prompted Infant Tiger and the others to activate Power of Darkness. Once their basic attributes soared, they launched another ruthless assault against the Berserker. This time, however, they held nothing back. After Sherfong had upgraded the Bible of Darkness, the power of darkness he granted his allies had grown stronger as well. Although Broken Flow's berserk skill was powerful, it was subpar compared to the improved power of darkness. In addition, Broken Flow's basic attributes were already lower than Infant Tiger and his companions. When both sides had activated their berserk skills, the gap between them only widened. Before the healers from Heaven's Burial could get within range, Zero Wings Guardian Knight and Shield Warrior slammed their shields into Broken Flow, forcing the Berserker off balance. Infant Tiger and the other two Berserkers then appeared behind their target, launching a joint assault. Chop! Flame Slash! Cross Slash! Even under normal circumstances, Broken Flow would struggle to cope with these three simultaneous attacks. In the end, all three attacks landed squarely, draining his remaining HP. As his body collapsed, he dropped 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment. Commander? How is this possible? Heaven's Burial's members were dazed when they watched their commander die. They had never dreamed that a peak expert like Broken Flow could be killed so easily. Moreover, Broken Flow had been slain by a bunch of Zero Wing members they had never even heard of. Chapter 1607, Difference in Teams. Chapter 1607, Difference in Teams. For a time after Broken Flow's death, Heaven's Burial's members were at a loss of what to do. However, Infant Tiger and his party members had no intentions of giving their enemies time to react. They immediately charged into the enemy ranks. They crossed the 30 yards to their targets in a few short seconds. Upon reaching the enemy frontline, the Shield Warrior and Guardian Knight slammed their shields into the enemy melee players, crumbling the battle formation. Meanwhile, Infant Tiger and the other two Berserkers nimbly weaved their way into the enemy lines before executing Whirlwind Slash. 3 powerful tornadoes instantly engulfed Heaven's Burial's members. Not only did the attacks push these players back, but they also lost a significant chunk of their HPs. Following which, the Berserker trio approached the nearest enemies and finished off their weakened foes. In the blink of an eye, several members of Heaven's Burial's team died. They're trying to break out of the encirclement. Kill them. Finally, some of Heaven's Burial's members reacted, moving to intercept Infant Tiger and his friends. Those with berserk skills promptly activated them as the healers and ranged DPS channeled, and executed one spell and skill after another. However, Infant Tiger and the others paid the healers and ranged DPS no mind as they ruthlessly targeted players without berserk skills. With an overwhelming advantage in basic attributes and superior combat standards, they finished their targets off easily. Even half HP MTs fell after 2 or 3 attacks. By the time Heaven's Burial's healers had launched their healing spells, their team had suffered over a dozen casualties. Moreover, the majority of the players that had died were MTs. In contrast, Zero Wing's 5 melee players were mostly unharmed despite being surrounded by so many melee players. They only suffered superficial damage. When the ranged DPS's attacks finally reached them, not only did Infant Tiger and his companions seamlessly evade the attacks, as if they had long predicted the trajectories, but they also used some of Heaven's Burial's members as human shields. Although Heaven's Burial's healers did their best to keep their allies alive, Infant Tiger and the other 2 Berserkers' attack power was simply overwhelming. Every one of the 5 melee players' attacks dealt over -10,000 damage if not blocked in time. Furthermore, the 3 Berserkers were capable of launching multiple attacks per second. Elsewhere on the battlefield, although Heaven's Burial's members attempted to kill Zero Wing's lone healer, Zero Wing's 2 MTs had already moved to protect their comrade. Even when over a dozen melee players tried to corner the healer, Zero Wing's MTs easily repelled them all. In the end, they could only watch as the healer maintained Infant Tiger, and the other Zero Wing Berserkers' HP as the human meat grinders slaughtered their allies. As time passed, Heaven's Burial's 100-man team continued to lose members. In the face of Infant Tiger and the other 4 melee players from Zero Wing, Heaven's Burial's numerous experts were a joke. Just who are these people? When did Zero Wing find such experts? The more Heaven's Burial's members fought, the more frightened they became. At this point, the difference in both sides' strength was clear for all to see. No matter what kind of attacks they used, Infant Tiger and his companions effortlessly dodged or blocked them. In contrast, The Zero-Wing Berserkers' attacks always slipped past their defenses, landing direct hits and causing significant amounts of damage. And the more Infant Tiger and the others fought, the more familiar they became with the battle array. The battle array was too strong. Once they activated the battle array, they basically had a 360-degree view of their surroundings, as long as they maintained proper positioning. Moreover, their improved physiques made it easy to cope with incoming attacks. In their eyes, Heaven's Burial's members were little more than children waving toy weapons. They had no problems predicting their enemies' attacks. They finally understood how God's Domain's peak experts were so powerful. They hadn't understood where the difference lay between them and these experts in the past, but now, they saw it clearly. They had to admit that being able to see everything around them and having control of their environment was intoxicating. It was no wonder why Sherfone had taken responsibility for their deaths. With this improved perception and control, they would be utter fools if they let a bunch of ordinary experts kill them. Only top-tier experts and peak experts with superior strength and techniques had any hope of defeating them. After 3 short minutes, only 20 players remained of Heaven's Burial's 100-man team. The survivors were fear-stricken as they stared at Infant Tiger and the other Zero-Wing members. They felt as if these people before them were demons that had crawled up from hell, not players. Despite the cooperation of over 60 of their guild's experts, they had done nothing to Infant Tiger's 6-man party. In fact, they hadn't even dropped their enemies' HPs to below 50% throughout this fight. Meanwhile, when Infant Tiger and the others saw the corpses strewn across the ground, they couldn't help but feel a little proud. They had dreamed of defeating a 20-man expert team from Heaven's Burial, yet they had slain several times that. Retreat. Run away. Suddenly, the only thought Heaven's Burial's members had was of escape. Without hesitation, they turned and fled. Even with over 60 guild experts, they hadn't been able to do anything to Infant Tiger and his team. Now that they only had a bunch of elite members remaining, they were even less of a match for Zero-Wing's party. They'd only throw themselves into the jaws of death if they continued to fight. If they died, they lose a level and a piece of equipment. Although the guild would offer compensation, it'd be far from enough to cover their losses. Don't think that you can get away so easily. Infant Tiger and the others chased after their fleeing enemies. With the massive difference in basic attributes, Heaven's Burial's members couldn't escape Infant Tiger and his companions' pursuit even if they spread out as they ran. After another short moment, Heaven's Burial's 100-man team had been utterly annihilated. Meanwhile, as war barriers activated in the 4 high-resource maps Zero-Wing's members occupied, panic ensued among the unrelated players in the maps. They all pulled up the official forums to discuss the matter. What's going on? Why aren't return scrolls working in the grieving swamp all of a sudden? This must be Heaven's Burial's doing. I've heard that Heaven's Burial is going all out to hunt Zero-Wing's members. The guild has already dispatched over 8,000 expert members, not to mention the elites. It seems Heaven's Burial is finally getting serious. With 8,000 experts, they'll have no issues eliminating Zero-Wing. Crap. They're really fighting each other. There's a fight between Heaven's Burial and Zero-Wing's teams not too far from me right now. Heaven's Burial's 100-man team is amazing. It's completely overwhelming Zero-Wing's 100-man team. The public had become interested in Heaven's Burial's hunt. No one had expected the guild to dispatch 8,000 experts to slaughter Zero-Wing's members. Even a first-rate guild could, at most, field 3,000 experts. After all, the requirements to be considered an expert player in God's domain had become stricter than ever before. In the past, players would be considered experts once they reached the Trial Tower's 4th floor, but now, players had to reach the 5th floor. Some stricter guilds even required their experts to reach the 5th floor's middle stage. Yet Heaven's Burial had nearly 3 times more experts than a first-rate guild. Guild leader, we've received a casualty report from Starmoon Kingdom. Daybreak Fog suddenly approached Singular Burial, who commanded the battle before them. Quietly she said, "Thus far, we've killed 1,809 Zero-Wing members." That many? Didn't the battle start less than half an hour ago? Singular Burial nodded, satisfied, upon hearing the report. What about our casualties? Although the direct attacks were far more costly, they could deal a more severe blow to their enemy. Hearing Singular Burial's question, Daybreak Fog's expression darkened as she hesitated. Has something happened? When Singular Burial saw Daybreak Fog's reaction, apprehension welled within him. We've lost 3,237 members thus far. Among them, 923 are expert players, Daybreak Fog said. How is that possible? Singular Burial was dumbfounded when he heard these numbers. Immediately he demanded, what happened over there? They had sent over 8,000 experts over to Starmoon Kingdom, and Zero Wing only had around 2,000 experts. Even if Fire Dance and Zero Wing's other peak and top-tier experts took action, they could never make up for the massive difference. Chapter 1608. Indiscernible Zero Wing. Chapter 1608. Indiscernible Zero Wing. Daybreak Fog could only shake her head helplessly in response to Singular Burial's question. Even she had been confused when she received the statistics report, wondering if someone had made a mistake when compiling the information. However, although someone could have miscounted the enemy's casualties, how could they do so with their own death counts? In other words, Zero Wing had indeed killed 3,237 of their members in less than half an hour. Moreover, nearly one-third were the guild's experts. Has no one discovered the reason behind this yet? Singular Burial growled, his brows twitching slightly in anger. Over 10% of their 8,000 experts had died in less than half an hour. If the other major powers learned that they didn't even know the cause of this grievous loss, they'd become a laughingstock. Unlike guild elites, a guild expended all of its precious resources into nurturing its experts. They were incomparably more valuable than the guild's elite members. A loss of one expert was a much larger impact than losing 10 elites. If a first-rate guild suddenly suffered nearly 1,000 expert deaths, the loss would be severe enough to hamper the guild's development. After all, experts were a guild's main combat power when obtaining top-tier equipment and contesting for resource maps. They were also the foundation when competing with other guilds. We still don't have any information, but I've sent people to investigate the matter, Daybreak Fog said as she expressed her frustration over the situation. Just as Singular Burial was about to say something more, he received a call. The caller was none other than Broken Flow, one of the commanders tasked with hunting Zero Wing's members. Has something happened? Singular Burial asked, curious about Broken Flow's anxiety. When Singular Burial noticed Broken Flow's current level, he asked in surprise, how did you lose a level? Singular Burial clearly remembered Broken Flow being level 50 before they embarked on the mission. Yet now, the Berserker was only level 49. Broken Flow was one of Heaven's Burial's top-ranked experts, and with the level 45 Dark Gold set equipment he wore, he could contend with any of the Super Guild's top-tier experts, yet he had lost a level. Why wouldn't Singular Burial be surprised? I died. Although Broken Flow hesitated, he revealed the truth, and he did so with an incredibly grim expression. You died? Singular Burial was even more shocked. Did you encounter Black Flame or the other experts I warned you about? He had planted over 30 spies in Zero Wing, and although they didn't have access to the guild's core secrets, they could discover its experts' identities. Hence, he knew that only a few people in Zero Wing were capable of killing an expert of Broken Flow's caliber. No. Broken Flow's expression darkened further. No. Then who killed you? Singular Burial demanded. Has Zero Wing received reinforcements from somewhere else? That shouldn't be possible. I haven't heard of any powers lending the guild aid. Zero Wing had formed a close relationship with both the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Rain and the secret pavilion's Yuan Tiexin. If these two superpowers helped Zero Wing, he doubted that he could do anything to threaten the guild. The difference between Heaven's Burial's background and the two superpowers was just too massive. Moreover, Heaven's Burial lacked the homeground advantage in Starmoon Kingdom. He had paid close attention to the two superpowers, waiting to see if they would aid Zero Wing or not. However, he hadn't heard any news of either organization helping his enemy. This was one of the reasons that he had dared to hunt down Zero Wing's members. One of Zero Wing's expert parties killed me, Broken Flow explained after taking a deep breath. Zero Wing's expert parties? Realization dawned on Singular Burial. There were some capable players among Zero Wing's experts, and if Broken Flow were careless and underestimated them, he might get himself killed. Sighing and shaking his head disapprovingly, he continued. You are too careless. Well, don't tell me that you only contacted me to tell me this? MHM. Broken Flow nodded silently. Seeing Broken Flow's response, Singular Burial felt wrathful flames burn within him. Meanwhile, when Daybreak Fog heard Broken Flow's response from beside her guild leader, she noticed something odd about the Berserker's behavior. He had contacted the guild leader about such a small matter. Did he think that leading a guild was a leisurely job? But before Singular Burial could reprimand Broken Flow, the Berserker shared a battle video in the video chat. Guild leader, I was killed by an expert party from Zero Wing. I don't know how it's possible, but 5 of the 6 party members were Refinement Realm experts. Moreover, their basic attributes are extremely high. They were even higher than mine, Broken Flow explained. Zero Wing still has 5 Refinement Realm experts we don't know about. How? Singular Burial and Daybreak Fog denied Broken Flow's claims almost simultaneously. Only one out of several hundred players in God's domain could reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Among these experts, very few could overcome their limits, achieving extreme control of their bodies and entering the Refinement Realm. Refinement Realm experts were practically VIPs in first-rate guilds right now. Even super guilds struggled to nurture such experts. Whenever a new player reached the Refinement Realm, the various superpowers rushed to recruit them. Yet, Zero Wing had introduced 5 such Refinement Realm experts to the battlefield. No matter how Singular Burial and Daybreak Fog looked at it, Broken Flow's claim sounded more like fantasy than reality. However, by the time they finished watching the battle video, their expressions had turned grim. Indeed, as Broken Flow had said, every one of the 5 melee players from Zero Wing was slightly stronger than the Berserker. If 5 such experts formed a party, said party would wield terrifying killing power. Throughout Heaven's Burial, only Lei Jingyang's forces could likely stand against such a party. As Singular Burial was about to say something, Lightning Blade, the chief MT of Heaven's Burial's main force, contacted him as well. Guild leader, look at this video. Not long ago, I encountered an expert party from Zero Wing with 5 Refinement Realm experts. My team was no match for them, and in the end, only a few of my brothers and I managed to escape. We need to notify everyone right away and tell them to be careful of this 6-man party. Lightning Blade urgently reported. As they listened to Lightning Blade's report, Singular Burial and Daybreak Fog's expressions darkened further. A trace of shock flashed in their eyes. What is going on? Singular Burial was even more confused after watching the battle video Lightning Blade had sent. Daybreak Fog struggled to comprehend the situation, as well. Both Broken Flow and Lightning Blade led 100-man expert teams, but their teams operated in different maps. Although the Refinement Realm experts Broken Flow and Lightning Blade had encountered wore black cloaks, they hadn't bothered to hide their appearances. The Refinement Realm experts in each party were also different classes. It was certain that Broken Flow and Lightning Blade had encountered different Zero Wing parties. This proved that Zero Wing had gained an additional 10 Refinement Realm experts. If these experts were split and assigned to 100-man teams, they would pose a huge threat to Heaven's Burial's teams. But as Singular Burial tried to think of a countermeasure for these new Refinement Realm experts, the other commanders began to report back. All of these commanders reported the same situation that Broken Flow and Lightning Blade had encountered. Every one of these commanders mentioned a 6-man party from Zero Wing consisting of 5 Refinement Realm experts. Chapter 1609. Heaven's Burial retreats in defeat. Chapter 1609. Heaven's Burial retreats in defeat. Singular Burial's expression when he finished watching the battle videos a subordinate had sent was indescribably grim. It wouldn't be a major issue if Zero Wing had simply acquired a few more refinement realm experts. With Zero Wing's capabilities, it wasn't entirely impossible, but based on the latest reports, Zero Wing had collected 100 new refinement realm experts. For a moment, Singular Burial wondered if he were in a dream. He couldn't find it in himself to believe this was true. Yet with the battle videos and the large number of casualties Heaven's Burial had suffered thus far, he had all the proof he needed. If Zero Wing had unexpectedly acquired 10 additional refinement realm experts, while it would give Singular Burial a headache, he could mitigate the problem by warning his subordinates to be careful during their hunt. However, 100 new refinement realm experts was a nightmare, not just a headache. Even now, veteran first-rate guilds only had a handful of refinement realm experts. Even Heaven's Burial only had 20 refinement realm experts right now. Moreover, this was after recruiting a large number of well-known workshops and expert players, and allying with Lei Jingyang's workshop. It was also the reason he dared to hunt down Zero Wing's members. Yet now, 100 refinement realm experts, whom he had never heard of before, had suddenly emerged in Zero Wing. Why wouldn't he be terrified? Guild leader, what should we do now? Daybreak Fog asked, pale after watching the battle videos. They had previously considered the possibility that some superpower would dispatch experts to aid Zero Wing. However, they had never expected Zero Wing to obtain 100 refinement realm experts on its own. 100 refinement realm experts. Only super guilds and super first-rate guilds could dispatch such a force. She truly couldn't figure out how Zero Wing managed to recruit so many refinement realm experts. Or did some hidden superpower they didn't know about back Zero Wing? Regardless of the cause, there was no changing the fact that Heaven's Burial's situation was dire. If the 8,000-plus experts from Heaven's Burial and Blackwater clashed with Sir Wing's 100 refinement realm experts, there was no doubt that the former would emerge victorious, but this war focused on guerrilla tactics. The refinement realm experts definitely had the advantage. Issue a retreat order immediately. After some hesitation, Singular Burial decided to withdraw his forces and send someone to investigate which superpower is supporting Zero Wing from the shadows. He refused to believe that Zero Wing had nurtured 100 refinement realm experts on its own. The only possibility was that Zero Wing had the secret support of some superpower. Understood. Daybreak Fog went into action and began to notify the teams in the hunting operation to withdraw. Shortly after she issued the command, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members in the 4 high-resource maps began to pull out. Meanwhile, news of Heaven's Burial's retreat quickly spread throughout Starmoon Kingdom. What's going on with Heaven's Burial? Why are they retreating so soon after starting the war? I have some insider information. From what I've heard, it seems that Heaven's Burial has suffered severe casualties and had no choice but to order a retreat. How is that possible? Heaven's Burial has over 8,000 experts. Zero Wing would even struggle to cope with such a force, much less defeat it. Heaven's Burial's sudden retreat baffled everyone. In fact, the public wasn't alone in its confusion. Starmoon Kingdom's various powers were just as confused. They had planned to take advantage of the situation to strike at Zero Wing as well. Yet Heaven's Burial had been defeated. Look into this matter immediately. I want to know exactly what happened. The various major powers simply could not fathom what had transpired between Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing. Heaven's Burial had dispatched over 8,000 experts and several tens of thousands of elites. It was even enough of a force to threaten a superpower. Yet this force had lost. Moreover, it had been a decisive defeat. Meanwhile, far from Starmoon Kingdom, in a guild town surrounded by mountains. Uncle Yuan, your guess was wrong. We've just received news that Heaven's Burial's hunt has failed. Moreover, it seems that Heaven's Burial has suffered significant losses. Nearly 1,000 of its experts were killed. Purple Jade said, smiling as she entered the room. Heaven's Burial has been defeated? How is this possible? Yuan Tiexin, who dealt with all sorts of documents on his desk, was astonished when he heard Purple Jade's announcements. Did Phoenix Rain send help? He was very familiar with the force Heaven's Burial had dispatched to deal with Zero Wing. The force had as many as 18 refinement realms, and Lei Jingyang led his legion of battle maniacs personally. Heaven's Burial shouldn't have any fewer top-tier experts than Zero Wing. Furthermore, the guild surpassed Zero Wing by leaps and bounds in the number of its ordinary experts. Even if Black Flame and Zero Wing's peak experts join the fray, they shouldn't be able to affect the outcome over much. In the end, Heaven's Burial would wear down Zero Wing until it crumbled. No. Phoenix Rain hasn't sent them any reinforcements, Purple Jade said, shaking her head. Based on what we've learned from Heaven's Burial's internal department, the guild has retreated due to Zero Wing's sudden dispatch of an additional 100 Refinement Realm experts. Not only do these Refinement Realm experts have incredible basic attributes, but their coordination is seamless. These Zero Wing experts have claimed the lives of many of Heaven's Burial's own Refinement Realm experts. 100 Refinement Realm experts. Yuan Tiexin abruptly stood. For a moment, he even thought he had heard wrong. Are you sure Zero Wing has obtained 100 Refinement Realm experts? Very sure. I even have a few battle videos to prove it. Purple Jade then sent the battle videos she had received to Yuan Tiexin. I've already watched all of them. These Zero Wing Refinement Realm experts are quite powerful. When they work together, they don't even have an issue defeating Flowing Water Realm experts. Have you found out which super guild or super first-rate guild has helped Zero Wing? Yuan Tiexin asked after looking through the battle videos. He could tell that these experts were extraordinary. They had no blind spots whatsoever. They could even block ranged attacks, which was difficult for ordinary Refinement Realm experts. When they cooperated, they moved as if they shared a single body. Ordinary Refinement Realm experts couldn't compare to these players. I did. We haven't found any news of a super guild or super first-rate guild mobilizing so many Refinement Realm experts. It's almost as if these experts had just joined God's domain. Purple Jade reported seriously. I've also had some of our people compare these Refinement Realm experts' appearances to the images we have of Zero Wing's members. And? Yuan Tiexin asked hurriedly. 100 Refinement Realm experts were no trivial matter. Even superpowers like the Secret Pavilion would have to take such a force seriously. There's no doubt, these Refinement Realm experts were already Zero Wing members, Purple Jade said, her voice softening as even she struggled to believe it. They're all Zero Wing's members. How is that possible? Yuan Tiexin stared at Purple Jade incredulously. Have we made some mistake? Chapter 1610 Shock. Chapter 1610 Shock. Yuan Tiexin couldn't believe what Purple Jade had just told him. Even the Secret Pavilion struggled to nurture Refinement Realm experts. Before becoming a Refinement Realm expert in the Secret Pavilion, the guild's experts had to pass a series of stringent tests and a significant amount of training. Most people in the virtual gaming world couldn't even fathom the effort, talent, and resources required to become a Refinement Realm expert. Although God's domain's unique nature made it easier for players to reach the Refinement Realm, these players were still exceedingly rare. They were also considerably famous in God's domain. Zero Wing had only established a few months ago, and even if it had the support of some super guild or major corporation, it wasn't capable of nurturing so many Refinement Realm experts. There are no mistakes. All of those players are members of the Dark Gods Legion. I also read through the information we have on these players before I came here. Their combat standards were average at best before today, but for some reason, they've become frighteningly powerful, Purple Jade said, shaking her head. Honestly, she couldn't believe this either. However, she had no choice but to acknowledge that Zero Wing had more than 100 Refinement Realm experts after facing the facts before her. To think Zero Wing has hidden so much of its strength. Suddenly, Yuan Tiexin realized why Shifeng's reaction had been so calm when he learned that the Black Dragon Empire's Evil God's Temple had activated. Jade, notify our subordinates and tell them to learn everything they can about this situation. We must learn who has backed Zero Wing. Any superpower that could nurture 100 refinement realm experts so quickly was definitely extraordinary. Not even most ordinary super guilds were capable of such a feat, and the secret pavilion hadn't heard of a superpower that could. When Yuan Tiexian thought about it, a sliver of fear penetrated his heart. Although he knew that God's domain's waters were deep, he didn't realize how deep. They had already learned of quite a few guilds, which had only established after God's domain had launched, that had the support of powerful corporations. And now there was even an organization like Zero Wing. God's domain was practically a bottomless swamp, with various powers hiding in its muck. The secret pavilion wasn't the only superpower to discover this. Many of God's domain's superpowers had learned about Zero Wing's sudden development. After this, they all started to see Zero Wing in a new light. Although Zero Wing still had a low member count and lacked in many aspects compared to first-rate guilds, the fact that it had nurtured over 100 refinement realm experts made it far more powerful than first-rate guilds. Zero Wing had a high chance of becoming a super first-rate guild, and one of God's domain's overlords in the future. Meanwhile, in the Star Alliance's residence in Starmoon City, Galaxy Past read the report he had just received from the secret pavilion in his spacious guild leader's office. When he finished with the report, his mind went blank. Guild leader, has something happened? Purple Eye asked, curious about Galaxy Past's strange expression. Zero Wing truly is an endless abyss. If Heaven's Burial hadn't mobilized such a large force, Starmoon Kingdom's various guilds would still be clueless about Zero Wing's true strength, Galaxy Pass said, smiling bitterly as he forwarded the secret pavilion's report to Purple Eye. 100 refinement realm experts. Zero Wing must have been laughing at us while we made fools of ourselves. This 100 refinement realm experts? Purple Eye's jaw dropped as she read the report. She wasn't as ignorant as she had been in the past, and she was very familiar with the power of a refinement realm expert. Although she acknowledged her own talent, she still couldn't cross the final threshold and reach the refinement realm, even with the secret pavilion's help. Yet, Zero Wing had just revealed 100 refinement realm experts. And to think that the Star Alliance had actually worked with other guilds to take down Zero Wing in the past. Had Zero Wing utilized its true power back then, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Purple Eye finally realized why her rival, Gentle Snow, had chosen to join an upstart guild like Zero Wing. Sea of Death, Thunder Island. 100 refinement realm experts? Just how many secrets does Zero Wing have? Phoenix Rain was at a loss for words after reading the report. The fact that Shifeng and Zero Wing's experts had helped her secure a portion of Thunder Island's control was already incredible. And now, the guild had just revealed that it had over 100 refinement realm experts. Although Zero Wing had nowhere near as many refinement realm experts as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a contingent of 100 refinement realm experts could still pose a threat to her and Nine Dragons Emperor. If Nine Dragons Emperor had known that this upstart guild had such a background, he would never have tried to stop it out. Black Dragon Empire, Lake Heart City. What? Heaven's Burial retreated. What happened? Curiosity ravaged Gentle Snow when she heard Zhao Yueru's report. If Shifeng hadn't assured her that her people weren't necessary for the situation in Starmoon Kingdom, she would have returned with all of her spare forces long ago. Heaven's Burial and Blackwater had dispatched over 8,000 experts, including a few refinement realm experts. Without utilizing the guild's full power, defeating such a force would be nearly impossible. Yet, less than an hour after Heaven's Burial had attacked directly, the guild had ordered a retreat. I've heard that it's due to various six-man parties from the Dark Gods Legion. These Dark Gods parties slaughtered Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's 100-man expert teams. In less than half an hour, they killed nearly 1,000 guild experts. In contrast, none of our party members have died, Zhao Yueru explained. They've even killed quite a few of Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's refinement realm experts. A six-man party of Dark Gods Legion members defeated a 100-man expert team from Heaven's Burial? For a time, Gentle Snow couldn't process the information. She knew just how powerful the Dark Gods Legion members were. Even the strongest among them had only reached the half-step refinement realm standard. Even 6 of these players would be lucky to defeat a 20-man expert team from Heaven's Burial. After all, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts were no noobs. They were all experts that had experienced numerous life-or-death battles. Yet, these Dark Gods Legion members had defeated 100-man expert teams with as few as 6 players. To Gentle Snow, this sounded like a fantasy. That's right. Everyone in the guild has been talking about it. I've watched the battle videos as well. Those Dark Gods parties are quite powerful. If not for my promotion to Tier 2, they might even be able to defeat me. Zhao Yueru nodded. I never realized that our guild had hidden such strength all this time. The Black Dragon Empire's first-rate guilds will have to think twice before turning against us. Zero Wing had lacked experts that could turn the tide of battle in the past. And because of that, the Black Dragon Empire's large guilds hadn't been afraid of striking against their guild. This was especially true for the guild's 9 dragons Emperor secretly backed. However, now that the public knew that the Dark Gods Legion had such powerful members, even the Empire's various first-rate guilds would have to tread lightly when dealing with Zero Wing. While everyone raised a commotion over the defeat of Heaven's Burial's army, Aqua Rose relayed the shocking news to Shifeng, who had long since left Starmoon Kingdom. Guild leader, what kind of magic did you use? How did you make all of these people so strong? Every one of them feels like they can take on a refinement realm expert of the same level right now. Aqua Rose asked curiously. She was quite familiar with the prowess of the Dark Gods members she had sent Shifeng. Yet these players had grown so much stronger in the several hours since she had last seen them. If Shifeng claimed that he had nothing to do with it, she wouldn't believe him. Chapter 1611, Counterattack. Chapter 1611, Counterattack. Magic. When Shifeng saw Aqua Rose's excitement, he smiled and said, I don't know any magic. I merely gave each of them a piece of equipment. A piece of equipment? Aqua Rose could not help her confusion. How has a piece of equipment made such a huge difference? Weapons and equipment only improved a player's basic attributes. While the Dark Gods party's basic attributes had risen since she had seen them last, the improvement to their combat standards was the key difference. They never would have been able to defeat a 100-man expert team with just a boost to their basic attributes. Here, you'll understand once you take a look. Shifeng then shared the Conqueror's armor's attributes with Aqua Rose. As Aqua Rose was one of Zero Wing's core upper echelons, he had no reason to hide the armor from her. Besides, as players reached higher levels, it'd only be a matter of time before the various large guilds learned about battle arrays. He had only had the Dark Gods members sign a confidentiality contract to hide the information from the various large guilds for as long as he could, but it was impossible to hide the battle arrays from the public forever. When Aqua Rose read the armor's information, she was dazed. She had never thought that God's domain had equipment like this. Not only did the Conqueror's armor improve its wearer's basic attributes, but it also allowed them to share their perception with other players wearing the armor. It could basically enhance players' perception range by a large margin, allowing these players to reach a simplified version of the Void Realm. Although ordinary experts wearing the Conqueror's armor still wouldn't be able to control their bodies as well as Refinement Realm experts, their overall combat standards wouldn't be any weaker than an actual Refinement Realm expert with the enhanced perception. Guild leader, where did you obtain so many pieces of this armor? Aqua Rose inquired. How could ordinary equipment possibly compare to such powerful battle array equipment? The Conqueror's armor offered even greater benefits than ordinary epic equipment. It had to be incredibly rare. Yet Shifeng had given these chess pieces to 100 Dark Gods Legion members. I made them, Shifeng answered truthfully. Seeing Shifeng's calm expression, Aqua Rose was at a loss. If Shifeng had said that he had been grinding and collected the armor during his long disappearance, she might be able to believe him. Yet Shifeng claimed to have made all of the chess pieces. Her mind simply could not process the statement. With 5 pieces of Conqueror's armor, one could nurture 5 Refinement Realm experts. If they produced 1,000 pieces of the Conqueror's armor, They would have a 1,000-man army of refinement realm experts. Not even super guilds had such an army. Don't overthink it. I had to deplete the guild stock of rare materials just to craft the 100 pieces. It won't be possible to mass-produce the armor in a short amount of time, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Naturally, he knew what Aqua Rose must have thought. The Conqueror's armor's material cost was only secondary. The crucial issue was acquiring the materials. Although the materials weren't super rare, the various large guilds frequently purchased them. Even if Zero Wing spent a fortune to obtain these items, it could only acquire a limited amount. It definitely wasn't possible to gear an invincible legion with the Conqueror's armor. What a pity. If we had a few hundred more, we could flatten Heaven's Burial, Aqua Rose said, clicking her tongue. She had no idea how greedy she sounded. Several hundred? Shifeng's smile turned bitter. I'll give you a list of the necessary materials, so try to purchase as many as you can in secret. Once we have the materials, I'll try to forge as many as I can. I understand. Aqua Rose nodded eagerly, her eyes glowing with excitement. But guild leader, what should we do next? Although Heaven's Burial has retreated, the bounty is still in place. We really can't afford to let this situation continue. Although Heaven's Burial's forces had retreated, the high bounty it had offered still tempted many unrelated players to attack Zero Wing's members. Even though Zero Wing now had the Dark Gods parties, there was a limit to how much area 20 parties could cover. They couldn't limit the Dark Gods parties to patrols, either, as it would severely impact their leveling speed. Heaven's Burial sure gave up quickly. Shifeng was slightly disappointed when he read the statistics report Aqua Rose had sent. He had assumed that Heaven's Burial and Blackwater would continue to clash with Zero Wing, relying on their numeric advantage. He hadn't expected Heaven's Burial to retreat so decisively. He had only managed to wear the enemy guild down slightly. However, Shifeng could understand their decision after giving the matter some thought. If one had sufficient understanding of refinement realm experts, they'd realize what kind of prowess 100 refinement realm experts could wield in guerrilla warfare. Moreover, these 100 experts were concentrated in a few maps. This was also why the various large guilds were so afraid of super guilds and super first-rate guilds. Ordinary players, elite players, and ordinary expert players. With enough money, a guild could recruit and nurture as many of these players as they wanted, but it was a slightly different story when it came to refinement realm experts and those who were stronger. Guilds couldn't necessarily recruit such experts just because it had the money to throw at them. Moreover, there was a qualitative difference between the power of a refinement realm expert and the power of an ordinary expert. Even in equipment with similar attributes, there would be a massive difference between the combat power refinement realm experts could display and that of ordinary experts. Without an overwhelming basic attribute advantage, several, maybe more than a dozen, ordinary experts would need to work together to take down a refinement realm expert. This granted refinement realm experts a massive advantage in field battles. Normally, guilds could only cope with these experts' ambushes by dispatching their own refinement realm experts or organizing their players into large groups. However, it wasn't feasible to send its members out in teams of hundreds or thousands as it would negatively impact their acquisition of EXP and equipment. Not even well-funded guilds would survive long if 100 experts interfered with thousands of its members' development. This was precisely why super first-rate and super guilds had maintained a solid footing in the virtual gaming world for so many years, finding it beneath them to bully first-rate and below guilds. Their strength was simply on a different level. Of course, refinement realm experts weren't enough to help a guild become an overlord in the virtual gaming world. Guilds also needed a large number of members to help with other tasks, such as occupying territory and harvesting resources. Since Heaven's Burial has retreated, we'll take the fight to them. It's about time we show Heaven's Burial that it's not the only power that can hunt players, Shifeng decided after giving the matter some thought. Notify Fire Dance and the others. Have them lead the Dark Gods parties to the Orc Empire, and teach Heaven's Burial's members what it feels like to be prey. I want to see which of our guilds lasts until the very end. Due to its lack of experts, Zero Wing had only been able to defend against Heaven's Burial's brutal assaults. But now that it had the Dark God's parties, it had no reason to hold back against its enemy. In his previous life, many super guilds and super first-rate guilds had often used this tactic, hindering a large group's development by sending small parties of refinement realm experts when they wanted to avoid wasting resources to deal with troublesome guilds. He didn't mind testing this tactic on Heaven's Burial. Alright, I'll let them know. Aqua Rose's excitement built when she heard Shifeng's order. They had taken a one-sided beating from Heaven's Burial and Blackwater for too long now. They hadn't been able to counterattack, which made them all feel powerless. They simply hadn't had enough experts to put up a fight. If they had sent ordinary experts into Heaven's Burial's territory, they'd send their people to the slaughter, rather than damage their enemy. Now that they had an additional 100 refinement realm experts, their ability to retaliate had increased several-fold, even if they couldn't deal any lasting damage to Heaven's Burial. Chapter 1612. Insane Guild. Chapter 1612. Insane Guild. After Shifeng had given Aqua Rose his commands, he disconnected the call and contacted Melancholic Smile. He had Melancholic Smile post an announcement on the official forums for Zero Wing, stating that the guild had doubled the bounty on Heaven's Burial's members once more. The bounty for killing a normal member had already risen to 40 silver, but they had just raised it to 80 silver. The bounty on elite members had also risen from 2 gold to 4 gold per kill, while the bounty on Heaven's Burial's expert players had risen from 20 gold to 40 gold. Moreover, Shifeng had Melancholic Smile use a provocative title for the forum post. Heaven's Burial, do you dare to face us? Now, players could instantly earn enough money to purchase a common mount from NPCs, just by killing one of Heaven's Burial's experts. Even if they already had their own mount, they could afford an ordinary piece of level 45 fine gold equipment. Even expert players found the remuneration incredibly tempting. Even the expert players that broke their back to earn money couldn't earn 20 gold in a single day. Moreover, as long as they killed one of Heaven's Burial's experts, even their death would be a worthwhile exchange. Guild leader, have you lost your mind? Melancholic Smile's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when Shifeng told her to double their bounties on Heaven's Burial. Where is our guild supposed to find that much money? If they posted this new bounty, it would definitely inspire a lot of expert players to kill Heaven's Burial's members, and the number of bounties Zero Wing would have to pay out would be no laughing matter. With Zero Wing's current income, it simply couldn't support such a high bounty. Doubling the bounty was a self-destructive move, and Zero Wing would become a laughingstock. Relax. I'll figure out a source. If we really can't afford to pay, sell a portion of the weapons and equipment the Dark God's party obtained, Shifeng said. The current bounty was quite a burden on Zero Wing, but it was only a small annoyance to Heaven's Burial. At this rate, Zero Wing's situation would only become more disadvantageous. Unfortunately, since there were too few of them, the Dark God's parties weren't enough to deal a severe blow to Heaven's Burial, regardless of how many members they hunted down. Fortunately, the Dark God's parties had reaped quite a harvest for the guild during its hunt. They had collected over 400 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment, over 700 pieces of level 45 fine gold equipment, and over 2,000 pieces of level 45 secret silver equipment. All of the equipment should be enough to help Zero Wing hold on for quite some time. Moreover, he had already dispatched the Dark God's parties to the Orc Empire. If a large number of players joined the hunt for Heaven's Burial members, it would ease the burden on the Dark God's parties. In turn, the Dark God's parties could obtain more weapons and equipment. Aside from these factors, if they secured the mana or vein, Zero Wing would have another massive revenue source. All of the various large guilds urgently needed mana ore, and as a result, the market price had risen to a staggering 1 gold, 20 silver. Originally, the ore had only been worth around 40 silver. Meanwhile, the Boneless land was rich in mana ore again. It would not be difficult to acquire a large amount of mana ore again. I understand. Melancholic Smile could only nod helplessly in response to Shifeng's command. Although she was confident in Shifeng's abilities, she still could not help but feel that his decision was a little too crazy this time. Following which, Melancholic Smile published the new bounties on Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. Starmoon Kingdom's players went mad over the news. All hail Zero Wing. How rich? Is this Zero Wing's true power? Crap. Is Zero Wing for real? 40 gold coins just for killing one of Heaven's Burial's experts. With this much money, Heaven's Burial's experts might kill themselves to claim their own bounties from Zero Wing. This is insane. Zero Wing has truly gone insane. Even top-tier experts would be tempted by this price. This won't do. I need to form a team to grind Heaven's Burial's members. Who wants to team up? Amazing. Zero Wing is really bold to pull such a stunt. Heaven's Burial is in for some pain. Heaven's Burial must have gone too far when it provoked Zero Wing this time. Even if the guild destroys Zero Wing, they're going to suffer for it. When everyone saw that Zero Wing had doubled its bounties, they couldn't help but feel some sympathy for Heaven's Burial's members. At the same time, they were shocked by Zero Wing's generosity. Orc Empire Ancient Rock City. As the only guild city in the Orc Empire's inner region, a constant stream of players visited the city each day. Not even Kingdom's major NPC cities could compete with Ancient Rock City's player population. Although the city was extremely lively, silence dominated the meeting room in Heaven's Burial's residence. Despite the guild's upper echelons filling the room, no one made a sound as they stared at Singular Burial with somber expressions. Due to the previous hunting war, Heaven's Burial had lost a significant amount of equipment, and a large number of their experts had been killed. However, that wasn't enough to warrant a meeting of this scale. They had gathered in this meeting room due to Zero Wing's latest announcement. Because of that announcement, Heaven's Burial had suffered more casualties than ever before. Lunatics. Everyone from Zero Wing is a lunatic. Singular Burial's brows twitched uncontrollably when he read Heaven's Burial's latest casualty report. Less than half an hour since Zero Wing had doubled its bounties, Heaven's Burial had suffered over 4,000 casualties, far more than it had during the hunting war. Thus far, the guild's loss was already worth roughly 8,000 gold. Of course, Zero Wing hadn't gotten off easy either, since it had to pay at least 10,000 gold in bounties. If this continued, Heaven's Burial wouldn't last long even with Blackwater's investments and Ancient Rock City's income. Guild leader, based on our reports, part of the reason that our casualty count is so high is that Zero Wing's Dark Gods parties have begun to operate in the Orc Empire. Although we've sent our forces to hunt them down, they are moving too quickly. We haven't been able to catch them. Rather, the tables have turned on quite a few of the teams we sent out to hunt down these Dark Gods parties, Daybreak Fog reported. The guild's morale is incredibly low, and some elite members have begun to withdraw from the guild. Zero Wing. Black Flame. Singular Burial gnashed his teeth as he glared at the report in his hands. Since that is how you want to play it, I want to see which of us can last until the end. He truly hadn't thought that this war would develop to this point. Zero Wing's actions had also forced Heaven's Burial to raise its bounties correspondingly. The increased bounties added yet another significant expenditure for the guild. Now they were forced to spend the funds they had saved for Ancient Rock City's development. However, Singular Burial was still confident that his guild's foundations were sturdier than Zero Wing's. He refused to believe that Heaven's Burial couldn't outcompete Zero Wing with the full support of Blackwater and the income from Ancient Rock City. Elsewhere, Shifeng had finally reached the Boneless land with Zero Wing's internal members and White Tiger Dojo's disciples. As the group arrived, they found themselves in a dusky, foggy area. They also felt an oppressive weight bear down on them, making their thoughts sluggish. Moreover, they felt an indescribably dangerous feeling from their surroundings, as if they'd die if they took a wrong step. Hidden among the fog, these players faintly saw the towering walls of a town some distance away. What's going on? Why is there a town here? Shifeng was confused when he noticed the distant town. He was very familiar with the Boneless land, clearly remembering that it was home to demonic creatures. No NPC town should be able to survive here. The map should be a barren wasteland. Other creatures shouldn't be able to survive in the Boneless land, not to mention human buildings. Chapter 1613. Mystery of the Boneless Land. Chapter 1613. Mystery of the Boneless Land. Naturally, Shifeng was curious about the mysterious town, and he immediately led his team towards it. This NPC town hadn't existed during his previous life. In fact, he had never even heard of an NPC town in the Boneless Land. The various guilds would never have spent so much effort to construct guild towns here in the past had this map had an NPC town. After all, the Boneless Land was not a high-resource map. Its only benefit was its high drop rate of mana Oregon. God's Domain had quite a few high-resource maps that spawned large quantities of mana ore. The Boneless Land wasn't unique in this aspect. Furthermore, due to the Boneless Land's special environment, very few players had been willing to come here. Among the guilds that had set their sights on the Boneless Land, none had been a superpower. The strongest guild had only been a first-rate guild. These guilds had only bothered to build a guild town to ensure that their members had somewhere to rest and recover their spent stamina and concentration. A mysterious fog shrouded the Boneless Land all year round, and any player that entered the map would have to endure several times the normal stamina and concentration consumption rates. The consumption rates were so high that players' stamina and concentration would decrease even if they stood there and did nothing. Players simply couldn't survive in the Boneless Land for long periods. And players could only recover their stamina and concentration by resting in a hotel or guild hall. Moreover, unlike in other locations where players would be immobilized if they ran out of stamina or concentration, players would die if they ran out in the Boneless Land. Because of this, Shifeng had only intended to visit the Boneless Land after he acquired the Guild Magic Car. The Guild Magic Car was like a mobile hotel. With it, players could stay and mine mana ore in the Boneless Land as long as they needed to. If not for Zero Wing's urgent need for mana ore and its increasing prices, Shifeng wouldn't have bothered to visit this area. As Shifeng's group inched closer to the fog-shrouded town, the pressure they felt increased. Their movements became stiff and sluggish, and they could feel a horrific power radiating from the town, their instincts screaming at them to avoid it. What an amazing town! Shifeng was astonished when he finally got a clear view of the town. He was a level 63, Tier 2 player, and very few things in the Boneless Land could threaten his life. The Boneless Land was, after all, a level 60 to level 80 map. It might be a dangerous map for other players at this stage of the game, but its difficulty was perfect for him. Moreover, the Boneless Land was a barren wasteland, without forests or canyons. Despite the dense fog, visibility in the map was considerably good. One could easily spot roaming monsters from a long distance away. Guild leader, there are a lot of monsters moving outside the town ahead. It looks like there are several thousands of them. A level 32 ranger, who used eagle eyes to scout the town's surroundings, reported. The other team members couldn't help but tense when they heard the ranger. Although they had the combat standards of an expert, they were all still below level 40. Yet the monsters here were all level 60 and above. With such a huge level difference, a handful of monsters would be more than enough to annihilate their team of several hundred. If not for Shifeng's presence, they would have likely turned tail and run by now. Why wouldn't they be worried after learning that thousands of level 60+ monsters awaited them ahead? Although their levels were low, they'd still need a considerable amount of time to recover the lost EXP if they died. Several thousand monsters? Shifeng was slightly surprised. Why are there so many? Monsters in the Boneless Land generally moved in groups of dozens. Very rarely would more than 100 gather in a single location. Meanwhile, any group of over 100 demonic creatures would certainly be led by a great lord. Even Tier 2 expert players would try to avoid such a high-ranked monster. As a demonic creature dwelling, all sorts of demonic creatures lived in the Boneless Land. Unlike ordinary field monsters, demonic creatures had much higher combat standards. Even the weakest among them would be able to reach the late stage of the Trial Tower's second floor. Ordinary players could only reach the Trial Tower's second and third floor with their combat standards. Meanwhile, demonic creatures also had much higher basic attributes than players of the same level. In other words, a Tier 2 ordinary player would be no match for a Tier 2 Lord-ranked demonic creature of the same level. Only Tier 2 expert players had any hope. Yet even these experts would flee from a Tier 3 Great Lord-ranked demonic creature. Tier 2 experts would have to form a party to take one down. And now, thousands of demonic creatures had gathered around the town ahead of them. Guild leader, are we still going to the town? Yu Zipping, who had already reached level 37, asked worriedly. When Yu Zipping saw the screenshot the ranger had shared, littered with HP bars, even he, who had reached the Trial Tower's 6th floor, could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't fathom why Shifeng had brought them here. If these demonic creatures accidentally discovered them, Shifeng might be able to get away, but the rest of them would be slaughtered. Let's head over and take a look, Shifeng said after giving the matter some more thought. He had found an NPC town he had never heard of in the Boneless land. It'd be a waste not to investigate. If they could use the town as a resting point, it would save him a lot of trouble. Following which, Shifeng's team members had no choice but to grit their teeth as they followed him to the town. When the team reached a small slope not far from the town, and caught sight of the large number of demonic creatures around it, they were dumbfounded. Although they had experienced their fair share of life-or-death battles, their hearts began to pound with fear when they saw the demonic creatures ahead of them. This was especially true when they saw the gigantic demonic snake, which was over 1,000 meters long, guarding the town's main entrance. The snake's head alone was the size of a 5-story tall building. With a single breath, this serpent could create a powerful hurricane. Even from so far away, these players could feel the snake's breath push their skin. How does God's domain have such a creature? Is that really a monster? As these players stared at the massive snake, fear and despair welled within them. They felt powerless, paralyzed by their fear. As they watched the demonic snake, they felt how insignificant humans truly were for the first time in their lives. Even running from the demonic snake would require a certain amount of courage, much less fighting it. Two-headed bird monster, demonic creature chieftain. Level 62. HP 7000 000/7 000 Demonic Flamehound, demonic creature lord. Level 64. HP 15 500 000/15 500 000 Three-headed hellhound, demonic creature, great lord. Level 65. HP 34 000 000/34 000 000 Purgatory Serpent, archaic species, demonic creature, grand lord. Level 70. HP 160 000 000/160 000 000. However, unlike his teammates, who were shocked by the Purgatory Serpent and its demonic creature companions, Shifeng was surprised by the town beyond the Grand Lord. The town wasn't an NPC town at all. It was a mining site, operated by demons. A large number of demons patrolled the town's walls. And inside the town, even more demonkin descended into and emerged from a massive hole in the town's center. This massive hole seemed like a bottomless abyss, and Shifeng could feel a heart-wrenching aura radiating from it. Meanwhile, among the various ores the demonkin lifted out of the hole, Shifeng spotted the precious mana Oregon. Chapter 1614. Leveling Holy Land. Chapter 1614. Leveling Holy Land. A demon-operated mineral field. Shifeng was flabbergasted as he stared at the massive hole in the center of the town. He had never realized that the Boneless land had a mineral field, and such a large one at that. Based on the size of the mineral field, Shifeng estimated that it was a medium mineral field. He had never heard of anything like this in the past. If people had known that the Boneless land had a medium mineral field, Even super guilds would fight over it, not to mention first-rate guilds. In God's domain, mineral fields were categorized by size. First, there were small mineral fields, like the one in Heaven's Burial's Red Iron Town. Small mineral fields had very smaller veins, and generally, 100 players and a full day were all one would need to mine a small mineral field dry for a single cycle. Even so, small mineral fields were extremely valuable. At the very least, a guild wouldn't lack the types of or the mineral field spawned. The veins in medium mineral fields were slightly larger, requiring 300 players and a full day to mine the veins dry for a cycle. As for large mineral fields, a guild would need to put 1,000 players to work for a full day to drain the veins. Large mineral fields were gold mines, and any guild that owned one could make a fortune from it. While small mineral fields in God's domain were common, medium fields were extremely rare, and large mineral fields were as unique as a phoenix's feather. In the past, the various superpowers had fought over every medium and large mineral field they had found, even those that spawned common ores, such as iron ore again. Meanwhile, the mineral field Shifeng stared at now clearly had more than low-end ore veins. Based on the ores the demunkins carted out, Shifeng knew that the mineral field housed an ancient bronze vein. Ancient bronze ore was not common in God's domain. However, demand for ancient bronze ore wasn't particularly high among players. This was because there weren't nearly enough ways to use ancient bronze ore again. Despite its rarity, it wasn't worth much. However, Eternium, or a byproduct of mining ancient bronze ore, was highly sought after by forging players. Blacksteel ingots, produced with Eternium ore, were extremely useful when forging. Not only could the ingots improving one's forging success rate, but they could also slightly enhance the crafted weapons and equipment's attributes. Of course, Blacksteel ingots could only boost an item's rank to a maximum of fine gold rank. Even so, countless forgers sought the tool. Level 50 plus fine gold equipment was still incredibly difficult to obtain, and after level 50, most elite players could only equip secret silver equipment and below. Past level 50, elite players would normally be equipped in secret silver equipment, and below only. Hence, Blacksteel ingots had a considerable market. In the past, Blacksteel ingot had sold for 2 gold per piece, yet plenty of players still fought over it. If one could lay claim to this medium mineral field, they could make a fortune with the mined Eternium ore again. Considering the situation, Shifeng couldn't help but harbor thoughts of capturing this mineral field. Although he didn't know why a mineral field had suddenly spawned in the Boneless land, he was sure that this was a golden opportunity. Setting the Eternium ore aside, he could earn a fortune with the steady supply of mana ore this mineral field could provide. The only problem now was how to go about capturing the mineral field. There were easily several thousand monsters stationed around the town's main entrance, and even more in the town's surroundings. In addition, the monsters inside the town were even more powerful. The town's demon supervisors were all great lords, and these were only the monsters on the surface. The town's true guardians were likely far stronger. Guild leader, a monster patrol is moving our way. We need to hurry and leave this place, the scouting ranger reported nervously as he watched the red dots on the system map. The rest of the team nodded in agreement. The monster patrols were a secondary issue. The main problem was the purgatory serpent sleeping by the town's main entrance. This was the first time any of them had seen such a large monster since joining God's domain. Its aura was so strong that they even struggled to breathe. The consequences would be unimaginable if they fought the monster patrols and accidentally attracted the purgatory serpent's attention. None of them wanted to stay here for a moment longer. A patrol squad? When Shifeng saw the red dots on his system map, he suddenly smiled and said, "This is a good thing. For now we'll level up here." Level up here? Everyone turned towards their guild leader in confusion. Trying to grind and level up in such a place was suicidal. However, none of them realized that Shifeng's true goal was the demon's mineral field. Leveling up would simply be a side benefit. In Shifeng's opinion, they first had to defeat the monsters around the town. Otherwise, these monsters would rush to aid the guardian boss in the town as soon as they began the battle. If that happened, they would definitely team wipe. Shifeng had been pondering a way to lure the surrounding monsters in small numbers, but it seemed that the monsters had solved that problem for him. The approaching patrol squad had less than 100 monsters, led by a hill-sized, Great Lord ranked three-headed hellhound. Immediately, Shifeng retrieved the Bible of Darkness and used demon summoning. Naturally, he had a reason for daring to lead a bunch of low-level players to the Boneless land. If it were any other location, it'd likely be impossible for Shifeng to protect so many players by himself, but the Boneless land was home to demonic creatures. To these monsters, the Bible of Darkness was like an Achilles heel. Here, the Bible of Darkness could display its full potential. After Shifeng summoned a level 78, Tier 3 Tomahawk Demon, he directed the demon to charge at the approaching patrol squad. Although one level 78, Tier 3 Demon wasn't enough to take out nearly 100 level 60+ demonic creatures, it could distract them for a short period. Furthermore, Demon Ruler's passive effect increased demonic creatures' attributes under Shifeng's command by 30%, while also weakening enemy demonic creatures' basic attributes by 30%. In moments, the Tomahawk Demon slaughtered the patrol squad's weaker monsters. At the same time, its HP continued to decrease. In the meantime, Shifeng wasn't idle as he tried to use the Demon Ruler's active effect, granting him temporary control of up to 3 demonic creatures on the three-headed hellhound. Failure. Failure. Sure enough, it won't be that easy. The outcome of his attempts to control the hellhound didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. After all, the skill only had a low success rate of 10%. Fortunately, he had the Tomahawk Demon to occupy the patrol squad. Demon Ruler's active effect could only be used once every 5 minutes. A congratulatory prompt only popped up in his notification window after Shifeng's 6th attempt. System, congratulations. You have taken control of the three-headed hellhound. You have 2 hours of control. As Shifeng took control of the three-headed hellhound, thanks to Demon Ruler's passive effect, the hellhound's basic attributes rose by 30%. Its HP also increased from 34 million to 44,200,000. With control of the three-headed hellhound, Shifeng had a much easier time defeating the remaining monsters in the patrol squad. When the hellhound and Tomahawk Demon worked together, they made quick work of the Lord-ranked demonic flamehounds. After the first level 64 demonic flamehound died, Shifeng noticed that his experience bar had risen by a small, but noticeable amount. He hadn't expected the abundant EXP. The demonic flamehound had granted at least 3 times more EXP than a Lord-ranked monster of the same level. The awarded EXP also surprised the members of his team. They had never thought that they'd receive so much. Moreover, this was only the EXP from one level 64 Lord. In the end, Shifeng had eliminated the patrol squad within an hour. Many of his players had gained an additional level during that time. Their leveling speed was just staggering. Chapter 1615. Primordial Divine Ruin. Chapter 1615. Primordial Divine Ruin. Our guild leader is so awesome. The players from Zero Wing gazed at the monster corpses before them, and the abundant EXP they had received with glowing, excited eyes. At this point, they had completely forgotten about their prior fear and worry. When they had first noticed the approaching patrol squad, they had thought that they were dead for sure. Not only were the squad's demonic creatures above level 60, but the weakest among them was a chieftain. However, as they watched Shifeng summon a level 73, Tier 3 Tomahawk Demon, and take control of the level 65 Great Lord ranked three-headed hellhound, they were dumbfounded. They had never heard of any player being capable of such a feat. Great Lord ranked monsters generally served as final bosses in team dungeons. They were extremely difficult to defeat, not to mention control. With 2 Great Lord ranked monsters to assist Shifeng in battle, eliminating all of the level 60+ chieftains and lords became child's play. Furthermore, any of the demonic creatures that came close to Shifeng suffered a decrease to their basic attributes. From time to time, Shifeng had even used powerful AoEs to assist the two great lords. Shifeng likely wiped this patrol squad out faster than the guild's main force could. However, their leveling speed was even more astonishing. They had never dreamed that it was possible to level up so quickly. They had leveled fast enough when the guild's main force had taken them out to power level, but compared to traveling with Shifeng, the difference was like heaven and earth. In a single hour, they had gained a full level. If other players heard about this, they'd laugh it off as a joke. As expected of the Bible of Darkness, it really is amazing against demonic creatures. Shifeng was somewhat astounded as he glanced at the monster corpses littering the ground before him. The three-headed Hellhound and Tomahawk Demon were only one tier higher than the Lords and Chieftains, but after the basic attribute buff and debuff, the remaining patrol squad was powerless to retaliate. Following which, Shifeng began to collect the demonic creatures' loot. Although the drop rate for weapons and equipment decreased significantly after monsters reached level 50, the demonic creatures in the patrol squad had all been chieftain rank or higher. Hence, their loot was relatively generous. Overall, they had dropped over 20 level 55 and level 60 weapons and pieces of equipment. Most of the items were bronze rank, while a few were mysterious iron rank. The monsters had also dropped plenty of materials and potions. As Shifeng picked up an aqua blue potion bottle, his eyes began to glow. Death potion. The monsters here actually dropped this? Shifeng was elated as he examined the potion. After players reached level 50, they needed a tremendous amount of EXP to level up, and combat against monsters in the fields became increasingly difficult, making it easier to lose one's life. The various large guilds in the past had struggled to cope with the increased difficulty, and dealing with it gave them all massive headaches. The death potion had been a solution to their problem. When consumed, it halved the death penalty players would suffer. However, the potion was a one-time use item. Once it was consumed, the potion would remain effective until the player died or logged out of the game. Hence, the various large guilds had fiercely contested over the death potion in the past. Unfortunately, the potion had sold for a whopping 5 gold due to its rarity and the fact that it only dropped in certain locations. Even so, it had become a must-have potion when hunting down powerful field bosses. The potion's only downside was that only level 50 and above players could use it. Shifeng had never thought that these demonic creatures would drop such a valuable consumable. Moreover, he had obtained 6 death potions after killing one patrol squad with less than 100 monsters. This drop rate was even higher than in the prime farming map he knew about. Excited, Shifeng controlled the three-headed Hellhound and his Tomahawk Demon to take out another patrol squad. The Bible of Darkness's demon ruler allowed him to control up to a maximum of 3 demonic creatures. Hence, Shifeng continued to use the skill and take control of more three-headed Hellhounds. By the time Shifeng finished with the 3rd patrol squad, he had 3 three-headed Hellhounds under his control, and the moment demon summoning's cooldown ended, he summoned another tier 3 demon. With 5 Great Lord ranked monsters under his control, Shifeng could slay the demonic creatures far faster. Every one of his teammates was stupefied. After grinding for half a day, he had cleared out most of the demonic creatures around the town. Meanwhile, his team members' levels skyrocketed despite having nearly 700 players on the team. Now, even the lowest level member had reached level 40, while the higher level players had reached level 42. Everyone had now caught up with mainstream players' levels. They only lacked weapons and equipment. Since Shifeng was the main DPS and his companions' levels were much lower, he received the majority of the EXP from the monsters he had killed. However, Shifeng did not rush to level up. Instead, he used the EXP to upgrade the 7 Luminaries Ring's auras. Ever since evolving the 7 Luminaries Ring to fragmented legendary rank, the upgrading each aura required an astonishing amount of EXP. Even he didn't dare to upgrade the carelessly. However, now that his level had exceeded frontline players by a large margin, he wouldn't fall behind if he spent some of his EXP to upgrade the 7 Luminaries Ring. Without hesitation, Shifeng upgraded the auras of fire, time, and space by 1 level. Now, instead of dealing 1,500% flame damage in a 60-yard radius, the Aura of Fire's flame domain inflicted 1,800% damage in a 70-yard radius. The skill's cooldown hadn't changed, remaining at 5 minutes. As for the Aura of Time's forbidden domain, its AoE had increased from a 500-yard radius to a 600-yard radius. Its duration was still 30 seconds. The Aura of Time's space movement had increased from a teleportation distance of 600,000 yards to 700,000 yards, and Spatial Gate's teleportation distance had increased from 300,000 yards to 350,000 yards. Both skills' cooldowns hadn't changed, though Spatial Gate's duration had increased from 1 minute to 1 minute, 20 seconds. Although the skills hadn't undergone qualitative transformations, they had improved various aspects for Shifeng. While he had killed the demonic creatures surrounding the town, Shifeng had also acquired over 600 pieces of equipment. Unfortunately, the majority was bronze equipment, with only 50+ pieces of mysterious iron equipment. In addition, he had obtained 3 pieces of level 55 secret silver equipment, and 1 piece of level 60 secret silver equipment, after he had lost control of the 3-headed hellhounds and killed them. Although Shifeng had secured a lot of equipment, he didn't pay the items much mind. Rather, he was most interested in the 124 bottles of death potion he had obtained. He could either use them for the guild or sell them, and either way he'd benefit. After spending most of the day killing demonic creatures, Shifeng opened a spatial gate and teleported his team to another map to rest. Despite the fact that his team members had simply followed him around the entire time, their stamina and concentration were nearly gone. If they did not leave the Boneless land now, they'd all die here. As Shifeng moved everyone to another map, Aqua Rose contacted, excitement and anxiety written across her face. Guild leader, something new has happened in the Orc Empire. I don't know who triggered it, but a massive tower has suddenly risen in the Empire's outer region. And elves are guarding it. Based on what we've learned thus far, it seems the tower is a primordial divine ruin. Apparently, it contains plenty of treasure and level 50+, top-tier equipment. Some players have even spotted epic treasure chests. Moreover, we've learned from the NPCs there that if we clear the tower, we'll receive a ticket to travel to the primordial battlefield. Players can learn advanced combat techniques there. Star Moon Kingdom's various large guilds, and those from other countries are frantically gathering at the divine ruin. Should we send some of our people over? As Aqua Rose spoke about the primordial divine ruin, her eyes sparkled. Just the fact that players could earn a ticket to the primordial battlefield was enough to tempt any guild or player, not to mention the various treasure and top-tier equipment one could earn in the primordial divine ruin. After all, combat techniques were extremely rare, and players created most of them. Even if a guild had a combat technique, it wouldn't teach its members the technique lightly. Furthermore, the primordial battlefield offered advanced combat techniques. Even if players failed to grasp an advanced combat technique in its entirety, the knowledge they gained during the attempt to learn it would still help them strengthen their combat standards. If Zero Wing missed this opportunity, it would fall behind the other guilds in its development. Furthermore, thanks to Zero Wing's new addition of 100 Refinement Realm experts, the various large guilds had learned how valuable top-tier experts were. Chapter 16:16, Skyrocketing Levels. Chapter 16:16, Skyrocketing Levels. A primordial divine ruin in the Orc Empire? Shifeng revealed a confused expression when he heard Aqua Rose's words. How is that possible? Shifeng was very familiar with primordial divine ruins. Unlike ordinary ruins and team dungeons, primordial divine ruins tested players' survivability, rather than their basic attributes and combat standards. They were similar to regional dungeons, only far more dangerous. But danger and opportunity stood hand in hand. Primordial divine ruins offered far more treasures than elsewhere, and even the loot in super large-scale team dungeons paled in comparison. Combat techniques, in particular, didn't drop in team dungeons. Among the many players that had grasped combat techniques in the past, a large majority had learned their techniques from the primordial battlefield. In fact, 80% of the advanced combat techniques players had learned had originated from the primordial battlefield. Whenever a primordial divine ruin had appeared in God's domain, bloodbaths had followed. Primordial divine ruins were similar to team dungeons as only a limited number of players could enter the ruins at a time. The number of players allowed to enter the ruins depended on the ruin's size, which could range from several thousand to several tens of thousands. On top of that, primordial divine ruins only opened once a day. Thus, to send as many of their members into the ruin as possible, the various large guilds would try to prevent others from going in. The simplest method was to wipe out any non-allied players in the designated area. If players weren't within the designated area when the primordial divine ruin opened, they wouldn't be allowed in. Of course, if the number of players present in the designated area exceeded the limit, nobody would be allowed into the ruin. It would only open once the player population in the area decreased to the ruin's maximum limit. And the profits one could gain from raiding the primordial divine ruin were extraordinary. The various large guilds had done everything in their power to monopolize the primordial divine ruins in the past. Many had waged war against other guilds over the ruins, and one of these wars had even involved several super guilds. The primordial divine ruins had only begun to spawn after the various large guilds had cleared level 50 super large-scale team dungeons in Shifeng's previous life. He had never expected to find one so soon. Guild leader, based on our current information, Heaven's Burial has turned its focus to this primordial divine ruin. Singular Burial has even led Heaven's Burial's main force and a large number of experts to the ruin personally. By the looks of it, he seems adamant that he will secure the ruin. If we let Heaven's Burials take advantage of this opportunity to learn combat techniques, they'll become a much larger problem for us. Aqua Rose said worriedly. Currently, Zero Wing had an advantage over Heaven's Burial in field combat, due to the Conqueror's armor. Although the guild exhausted a lot of its resources each day, Heaven's Burial didn't fare much better. However, if Heaven's Burial obtained a large number of combat techniques and successfully nurtured Refinement Realm Expert, the situation between their guilds would change very quickly. Moreover, one could obtain plenty of level 50 plus top-tier equipment from the Primordial Divine Ruin, with no lack of level 50 fine gold equipment. Usually, these items only dropped in 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons, yet they were common in the Primordial Divine Ruins. In fact, the ruin would even drop level 50 dark gold equipment. Although many Superpowers members had already reached level 50, most of them wore a combination of level 45 and level 50 equipment. Zero Wing was no exception. If a guild could gear its level 50 members in sets of level 50 top-tier equipment, it could increase its overall combat strength. No. Ignore the Primordial Divine Ruin for now. Instead, start raiding level 50, 100-man team dungeons and improve everyone's equipment. Also have our members challenge their Tier 2 promotion quests if they can, Shifeng said, shaking his head and rejecting Aqua Rose's suggestion. We're not going to take part in the competition. Aqua Rose frowned, confused about Shifeng's decision. The Primordial Divine Ruin was a shortcut that allowed players to obtain level 50 top-tier equipment quickly, yet Shifeng had decided to forego this opportunity, focusing on raiding level 50, 100-man team dungeons for the equipment instead. If they did this, Heaven's Burial's members would definitely have better equipment than theirs. Relax, we're talking about a Primordial Divine Ruin. How could it possibly be that easy to raid? Even if we get inside, we'll have to fight off the other guilds. It's more practical to grind for weapons and equipment in team dungeons. Moreover, securing level 50 equipment is our priority right now. Without proper weapons and equipment, Zipping and the others will be useless to the guild even after they reach level 50, Shifeng explained, chuckling. Raiding a Primordial Divine Ruin was no less difficult than raiding a super large-scale team dungeon of the same level. These sites focused on adventures for Tier 2 players specifically, and right now, The various large guilds only had a small number of level 50 players. Trying to raid a primordial divine ruin with that level of power was a joke. When they reached level 50, Aqua Rose was somewhat astonished. But they're only a little over level 30 right now. Isn't it too early to prepare for this? As far as she knew, Zipping and Zero Wing's other internal members had yet to reach level 40. They'd still need a considerable amount of time before they reach level 50. Meanwhile, even if Heaven's Burial failed to clear the primordial divine ruin, it would still reap an impressive harvest. No. Although they can't compare to our elite members yet, they're all past level 40 now. By the time you finish preparing the necessary level 50 equipment, their levels should be high enough, Shifeng said. He then sent Aqua Rose the latest information on Zipping and the other trainees. Level 40. No, they've reached level 42. Aqua Rose's jaw dropped when she saw the latest statistics on Zero Wing's internal members and the White Tiger Dojo's disciples. She simply could not believe it. Guild leader, what did you feed them? How have their levels increased so quickly? She was very aware of Shifeng's capabilities. No other guild member could compare to his leveling speed. Even so, it'd be an impressive feat if Shifeng could help Zipping and his companions gain 2 levels in a day, yet now. She remembered that these players had been far from level 40 the last time she had seen them. In fact, the lowest level players among them had only been level 31 and 32. Yet every one of these 600-plus players had reached level 40 and beyond after following Shifeng. It's nothing. I just found a good grinding spot. I doubt that it'll be long before they're level 50. At that time, I'll leave the equipment issue to you, Shifeng said, smiling. Alright, leave it to me. I'll make sure that they all have proper sets of level 50 equipment as soon as they're the right level. Aqua Rose said, nodding enthusiastically after recovering from her stupor. Zipping and the others were bona fide experts. A few of them were even a step away from the refinement realm. They only lacked levels and equipment. Once those issues were dealt with, they'd definitely elevate Zero Wing's strength to a whole new level. Aqua Rose was excited just thinking about it. She immediately disconnected the call and contacted the guild's main force members, having them redirect their focus to raiding level 50 team dungeons. A sense of urgency squirmed within Shifeng as well due to the primordial divine ruin's appearance. After resting for a while longer, he activated Spatial Gate and teleported everyone back to their previous position outside of the demon mineral field. After resting in tents for several hours, everyone's stamina and concentration had mostly recovered. Shifeng then summoned a Tier 3 demon and began to eliminate the demonic creatures around the town once again. Naturally, as everyone's levels continued to increase, their leveling speed slowed. Including the occasional breaks, the team had only cleared out the demonic creatures around the town after more than a day of fighting. Now, only the Purgatory Serpent remained, still guarding the town's main entrance. As for the team, the lowest level among them was now level 43, while many had reached level 45. Although Shifeng was not satisfied with the result, the rest of the team was ecstatic. They had finally caught up with the guild's elite members. Now they could participate in the guild's large-scale operations. However, before they could celebrate, the Purgatory Serpent, which had entrenched itself in front of the town's entrance, opened its eyes. A resplendent glow radiated from its eyes, and mesmerizing divine ruins and curses began to cover the serpent's long body. A moment later, the Purgatory Serpent released a furious roar, and the players suddenly felt suffocated. How can this monster be so powerful? Guild leader, is that monster? As they watched the changes overcome the Purgatory Serpent, they thought of a possibility. Evolution. Chapter 16-17. Initial Display of Might. Chapter 16-17. Initial Display of Might. The Purgatory Serpent's body was starting to glow as well, its aura growing more intense. Even from over 1,000 yards away, the players from Zero Wing could feel the power of the snake's aura, and they couldn't help but shudder. At this moment, it felt as if the Purgatory Serpent was this realm's overlord. Everyone gulped nervously as they watched the serpent, fear flashing in their eyes. The confidence they had gained while leveling up had drowned in the Purgatory Serpent's terrifying aura. It's evolving? Shifeng's eyes twitched as he watched the 1,000-meter-long Purgatory Serpent before him. Monster evolution was common in God's domain, particularly in field maps. In fact, players oftentimes considered themselves lucky if they ran across a monster during its evolution. Normally, the various large guilds monopolized field bosses, not giving other players the chance to raid them. However, evolved monsters were a different story. Monster evolutions were random, and when a monster evolved and its tier increased, it would become the equivalent of a field boss. Moreover, when players killed a recently evolved monster, it would drop better loot than usual. However, an evolving Grand Lord ranked archaic species was no laughing matter. The Purgatory Serpent's combat standards had already been quite high originally. It was likely one of the strongest bosses in the Boneless land. Even a team of Tier 2 experts of the same level would struggle to defeat it, and they might even team wipe. If the Purgatory Serpent evolved into a Tier 4 mythic monster, it would definitely be the strongest boss in the Boneless land. It would become a taboo monstrosity, something that most players would avoid. As an archaic species, if the Purgatory Serpent reached mythic rank, its combat power would even surpass an ordinary mythic monster. One such incident had occurred in Shifeng's previous life. A level 80 Grand Lord ranked archaic species had suddenly evolved, and with its evolution, its map had become a forbidden land to players. The map had only been liberated from the level 80 boss's tyranny after a super guild had sent a team of 1,000, level 100 experts in to raid it. The team had also included over a dozen Tier 3 experts. The Super Guild had only killed the Tier 4 mythic-ranked archaic species after sacrificing over 70% of the 1,000-man team, and nearly half of the team's Tier 3 experts. Although this Purgatory Serpent was only level 70, if it evolved into a Tier 4 mythic monster, it'd likely be impossible to defeat until players reached level 100. Guild leader, should we retreat? Once this monster finishes its evolution, its perception range will definitely increase. We might not be safe here, Zipping suggested. While he had witnessed Shifeng's prowess when working with 5 level 65+ Great Lords, he was no longer a noob. He knew that the most a Great Lord of the same level could do against a Tier 4 mythic monster was by some time. The 5 Great Lords under Shifeng's control had no hope against the evolved Purgatory Serpent. Retreat? Frustration flashed in Shifeng's eyes as he glared at the Purgatory Serpent. The demon mineral field waited for him, and it was even a medium mineral field that spawned ancient bronze Oregon. Although the mineral field was not as valuable as a manatite vein, it was worth enough. It would be especially helpful to Zero Wing, which currently lacked mana Oregon. However, he also had no way to defeat a Tier 4 mythic-ranked archaic species. This was nothing like his encounter with a Silver Moon Rat in the Dark Canyon. The Silver Moon Rat had only been a Lord-ranked monster with 18 million HP. Killing it before its evolution had completed had been entirely possible. However, the Purgatory Serpent was a level 70 Grand Lord-ranked archaic species. It had a massive 160 million HP. The Purgatory Serpent was already a challenging foe in its original state. Now that it was evolving, it had become far stronger. Guild leader? Zipping asked again after Shifeng's long silence. No. We still have a chance. After watching the Purgatory Serpent for some time, Shifeng noticed that runes on the serpent's body progressed very slowly. Immediately he commanded, "Everyone get ready and follow me." Nothing ventured, nothing gained. When he had cleared out the monsters around the town, he had felt that his mission was too easy. The monsters hadn't been nearly as difficult as he had expected. However, now that he thought about it, the Purgatory Serpent's evolution might not involve luck at all. Rather, it may have been organized by the system. This was an opportunity the system presented for the players. How else could he explain why the Purgatory Serpent had suddenly begun to evolve as soon as he cleared out the nearby demonic creatures. The only explanation was that the system wanted players to defeat the Purgatory Serpent while it evolved. If players failed to defeat the Purgatory Serpent and allowed its evolution, players would have no hope of acquiring the demon mineral field until after they reached level 100. What? The guild leader wants us to fight the Purgatory Serpent? As everyone watched Sherfong dash towards the Purgatory Serpent, they began to wonder if he was a little too mad. They were only level 40+ players, still wearing level 35 equipment. Starting a fight with the Purgatory Serpent would be suicidal. But since their guild leader had issued the command, they had no choice but to grit their teeth as they approached the boss. In seconds, the team was within 1,000 yards from the evolving Grand Lord. The aura they felt radiating off of the Purgatory Serpent was much more intense, as the players' movements became somewhat sluggish. Meanwhile, Sherfong retrieved one miniature ballista after another from his bag. In total, he took out 30 miniature ballistas. He had initially prepared these war weapons to help him take out troublesome, high-rank bosses in the Boneless field, but due to the Bible of Darkness' amazing benefits, he hadn't found an opportunity to use the massive siege weapons. Split into 5-man groups. 2 groups will take turns manning each of the miniature ballistas. Leave the rest to me. Healers follow me, Sherfong instructed. Following which, he approached the Purgatory Serpent alongside his 5 great lords. Every monster evolution in God's domain took a considerable amount of time. Moreover, the higher tiered a monster was, the longer its evolution process would take to complete. In the case of a Grand Lord ranked archaic species like the Purgatory Serpent, it should need roughly 30 minutes to finish evolving. In other words, the system had only given them half an hour to eliminate the Purgatory Serpent. If they failed, they could return and challenge the boss again after reaching level 100. By then, however, the various superpowers would likely have discovered this area. When Sherfang's group was within 300 yards of the Purgatory Serpent, the evolving Grand Lord opened its amber eyes abruptly and glared at Sherfong and the others. It roared angrily, radiating a dense killing intent that even made Sherfong uncomfortable. However, despite its show of aggression, the serpent showed no intention of attacking. Instead, it diligently absorbed mana from its surroundings as it continued to evolve. It seems to be focusing on its evolution. Sherfong smiled, feeling that their chance of success had risen. Monsters could not move while they evolved. If they moved, their evolution would require more time. The process might even fail. Meanwhile, between dealing with them and continuing with its evolution, the Purgatory Serpent had obviously chosen the latter option. This gave Sherfong enough time to prepare. In a moment, I want every healer to focus on healing the Tomahawk Demon, and pay attention to your positioning, Sherfong commanded. Following which, he and his 5 great lords charged at the Purgatory Serpent. As the rest of the team watched the swordsman charge towards the boss, they couldn't help but gape. They wouldn't have been overly surprised if Sherfong had used the Great Lords under his control as meat shields, but he had actually joined the assault. Moreover, he led the charge himself. He was simply insane. They were dealing with a level 70 Grand Lord ranked archaic species here. Even the strongest MT at this stage of the game would die after 2 or 3 hits. What they didn't know was that Demon Ruler's passive effect only had a 200-yard range. If Sherfong weren't within range of the Grand Lord, he wouldn't be able to weaken it. However, Sherfong didn't lead the charge due to Demon Ruler's range. Rather, he did so because he wanted to use Disintegration Field, which only had a pitiful range of 100 yards. The Disintegration Field was also why Sherfong thought that they had a chance of victory. He hadn't truly witnessed the Disintegration Field's power after recasting the Disintegration armor. He did not know how much the skill could suppress the Purgatory Serpent. Sherfong stood within 100 yards of his target in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the Purgatory Serpent opened its mouth, and mana began to gather within. It then fired a beam at Sherfong. "It's time for you to show me your true power." Sherfong then took the Disintegration armor from his bag and activated Disintegration Field. Immediately, a dark gray energy rippled from the disintegration armor, quickly reaching the Purgatory Serpent. Wherever the energy passed, space loosened, and mana vanished. The ground 100 yards around Shifeng even began to dry up and crack. Chapter 1618. Disintegration Armor's Power. Chapter 1618. Disintegration Armor's Power. As the disintegration field activated, the gathering mana in the Purgatory Serpent's mouth disintegrated. The serpent's basic attributes also began to decrease rapidly. So strong! Shifeng couldn't help his surprise as he watched the disintegration field form. The demon ruler's passive effect already weakened demonic creatures by 30%. Although disintegration field hadn't significantly weakened the Purgatory Serpent, it had further decreased the Grand Lord's basic attributes to 50% of their original values. As a result, the Purgatory Serpent's HP had fallen from 160 million to 80 million. The effects of disintegration field were even more powerful than world projection, which cost 5,000 magic crystals to activate. However, the disintegration field's special effect was far more frightening than the basic attribute decrease. It was easy to silence someone in God's domain, but thinning the environmental mana was incredibly difficult. This was something the old disintegration field was not capable of doing. Silencing skills merely stopped a target's flow of mana. While silencing skills were useful against low-tiered players and monsters, most higher-tiered players and monsters could remove the debuff. Although these skills were godly during the game's early stages, they'd become increasingly less effective as one progressed through the game. Conversely, skills capable of decreasing mana density weren't much of an advantage. At most, these skills could weaken a target's skills or spells and their focus. However, such skills would play a larger role later in the game. Shifeng had even seen skills that could remove a target's mana entirely in the past. By doing so, not only could a player prevent their target from using skills or spells, but the skills would also dull a target's senses. Although the disintegration field wasn't powerful enough to remove all of the mana in range, only thinning it was still incredibly effective. At the very least, it was stronger than ordinary silencing skills against high-tiered monsters and players. What did the guild leader just do? How did the Purgatory Serpent's mana decrease so drastically? When they realized the Purgatory Serpent's aura and basic attributes had weakened, Shifeng's team members were shocked. They all knew that the stronger a monster was, the harder it would be to suppress its attributes. Even with an intermediate magic array, players would be fortunate to reduce a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species attributes by 20%. Yet Shifeng had suppressed the Purgatory Serpent to 50% of its basic attributes. Moreover, none of them had seen Shifeng use any sort of magic array to suppress the boss. This was simply unheard of. Suddenly, the Purgatory Serpent spat massive, emerald fireballs at Shifeng, each the size of a small hill. They were incredibly fast, nearly impossible to dodge. Guild leader! The Zero-Wing players shouted as they watched the giant fireballs surround Shifeng. Although the Purgatory Serpent's attributes had been significantly reduced, it was still an archaic species. As weakened as it wasn't an enemy low-level players like them could hope to defeat. So fast. When Shifeng saw the incoming fireballs, he instinctively activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Void Shield. He then brandished his swords to block the attacks. Boom, boom, boom. As the fireballs descended, they shook the ground, and scorching flames filled the area. The powerful impacts formed one crater after another around Shifeng. As the emerald flames scattered, the Purgatory Serpent revealed a human-like sneer. Zero-Wing's members paled at the sight. The power each fireball contained could rival a large-scale destruction spell. Meanwhile, Shifeng was only a swordsman, not an MT. He could never survive such a bombardment. As the team began to believe that Shifeng had died, one player pointed at the team status window and shouted, "Ha! Guys, look at the guild leader's HP bar in the team window." What? The guild leader's HP bar is full. How is that possible? Everyone soon noticed Shifeng's HP bar in the team status window. His HP hadn't fallen in the least. As the flames and smoke subsided, they revealed a quiet figure standing among the numerous craters. This figure was none other than Shifeng. Not even the barrier protecting him showed any signs of damage. As expected of an archaic species, despite the reduction to its basic attributes, it can still execute such a powerful spell. Shifeng sighed ruefully as he examined the void shield around him. Although it appeared unharmed, the attacks had claimed nearly a quarter of its HP. Heavenly Dragon's power increased his maximum HP by 500%, and Void Shield formed a protective barrier with 10 times his maximum HP. In other words, the Void Shield could absorb over -4 million damage, yet one of the Purgatory Serpent's spells had devoured nearly a quarter of that. Had he not activated Void Shield in time, the attacks would have burned him to ash even with Heavenly Dragon's power active. While the Purgatory Serpent had attacked Shifeng, the Tomahawk Demon and the other Great Lords under Shifeng's control had surrounded the Grand Lord and moved outside of the Disintegration field's range. Without hesitation, all 5 Great Lords assaulted the Purgatory Serpent with one Tier 3 skill after another. The Purgatory Serpent cried out in agony as the powerful attacks found their mark, and damages of around -700,000 began to appear above the Grand Lord's head. In the blink of an eye, the Purgatory Serpent lost over 3 million HP. What a high defense! Shifeng frowned when he saw the damages. Normally, Great Lord's Tier 3 skills and spells should deal over 1 million damage to a Grand Lord of the same level. Yet these attacks had only dealt around -700,000 damage. There was no doubt that the Purgatory Serpent's defense was extraordinary. When the Purgatory Demon had been attacked, it turned its attention towards the 5 Great Lords around it. With a furious bellow, the serpent rammed its head into the Tomahawk Demon. Due to the Purgatory Serpent's massive size, the Tomahawk Demon didn't have any time to dodge. It had no choice but to defend itself with its battle axe, and upon collision, it was sent flying over several dozen yards away, losing over 300,000 HP in the process. The difference between the monster's strength was obvious at a glance. The Grand Lord's shifting body also struck the other Great Lords, though they didn't receive as much damage as the Tomahawk Demon. For a time, the Purgatory Serpent overwhelmed the 5 Great Lords, and they continuously lost HP. This snake's strength is really something. It can practically rival a mythic monster of the same level. The Purgatory Serpent's strength astonished Shifeng. Fortunately, not only had the Grand Lord's basic attributes decreased by 50%, but it was also stuck in its position. Otherwise, defeating the 5 Great Lords would be child's play with the Purgatory Serpent's combat power. Once his 5 Great Lords had secured the Purgatory Serpent's aggro, Shifeng gave the command to the distant Zero Wing members to begin their attacks with the miniature ballistas. Immediately, the 30 miniature ballistas surrounded the Grand Lord and fired. When the exploding arrows, which rivaled Tier 2 spells in power, struck the Purgatory Serpent, the Grand Lord's HP swiftly decreased. Each exploding arrow dealt between -50,000 to -60,000 damage. One volley dealt over -1,500,000 damage. Shifeng wasn't idle either. After commanding the attack, he charged forward and assailed the Purgatory Serpent. Although he could not deal as much damage as the miniature ballistas, every hit he landed claimed over 10,000 of the Grand Lord's HP. He used every skill in his arsenal to devour as much of the Purgatory Serpent's HP as possible. If they could not defeat the Purgatory Serpent before its evolution completed, they'd likely die here. As time passed, the Purgatory Serpent's HP gradually decreased. 90%, 80%, 70%. When the Purgatory Serpent's HP fell to 20%, it could no longer sit still. It gave up on absorbing mana to complete its evolution and whipped around its colossal tail, sending powerful attacks at Shifeng and the 5 Great Lords. At the same time, it opened its maw and began to gather a terrifying amount of mana. As it did so, a gigantic, twofold magic array gradually formed before its open jaws. Crap! Everyone move away from the boss's front. Healers gather together. When Shifeng saw this, he rushed towards the healers and activated Absolute Domain. However, Shifeng's warning had little effect as the Purgatory Serpent gathered mana too quickly. By the time Shifeng reached the core of the healer group, the Purgatory Serpent had released its death breath, firing a blistering, black beam from its mouth. Any player or miniature ballista in the beam's way was vaporized instantly. With a single attack, the Purgatory Serpent had severely injured 3 Great Lords, destroyed 11 miniature ballistas, and killed over 200 players. Everyone was dumbfounded. They never thought that the Purgatory Serpent would be so powerful despite abandoning its chance to evolve. It doesn't have much HP left. Attack with everything you've got. Shifeng commanded, breathing a sigh of relief when he noticed that 2 of the Great Lords could still attack. The team's healers were also unharmed. Although trying to pin down the Purgatory Serpent with 2 Great Lords was pushing his luck, they should be able to survive the Grand Lord's attacks with the help of the healer's healing spells and his life domain, albeit barely. However, the Purgatory Serpent's strength and speed had increased significantly after it abandoned its evolution. If the Tomahawk Demon weren't careful and received a direct hit, it would lose hundreds of thousands of HP instantly, 1 or 2 million if it received a skill or spell attack. Despite Life Domain's healing, the Tomahawk Demon still rapidly lost HP. In contrast, the Purgatory Serpent's HP decreased very slowly. 15%, 10%, 8%, 6%. As the Purgatory Serpent's HP fell to 4%, the Tomahawk Demon could no longer hold on, and it died, leaving a single uninjured Great Lord and 3 wounded Great Lords to tank the Grand Lord. From time to time, the Purgatory Serpent cast its spells, instantly killing the distant Zero Wing members. Now less than half of the team was standing, and only 10 of the miniature ballistas remained intact. When Heavenly Dragon's power's duration ended, Shifeng followed up with Power of Darkness. He used every attack method he had to whittle down the Grand Lord's remaining HP. Yet, as if the Purgatory Serpent refused to lose any more HP, it took the team a long time to drop it to 1%. When the Purgatory Serpent only had 1% of its HP remaining, Shifeng's team began to lose members even faster. Die. When Shifeng noticed his DPS drop, he gritted his teeth and activated Blade Liberation. He then swung Killing Ray at the monstrous Purgatory Serpent. Purgatory Pentaslash. Shifeng landed 5 consecutive hits with his Sacred Sword, each stronger than the last. With all 5 attacks, Shifeng had shoved the Purgatory Serpent's massive frame back by over 10 yards. The ground even trembled under the might of his attacks. Once Shifeng's chain attack ended, the Purgatory Serpent's HP fell to 0. Like a puppet with cut strings, the Grand Lord collapsed to the ground, shattering the earth beneath it. Chapter 1619, Frightening Aura. Chapter 1619, Frightening Aura. It's dead. The boss is finally dead. The surviving Zero Wing members breathed a sigh of relief as the Purgatory Serpent fell. Originally, they had nearly 700 players on the team, but now, less than 200 remained. Only 6 of the 30 miniature ballistas had survived the fight as well. Had the raid lasted any longer, the Purgatory Serpent would have likely annihilated them. Fortunately, they secured victory in the end. After the Purgatory Serpent died, the surviving players watched their experience bars rapidly fill. In the blink of an eye, many of them leveled up, even those that had not had gained over half of a level. However, these players were more surprised about the loot the Purgatory Serpent had dropped. Although the Grand Lord had not evolved to mythic rank, it had been in the middle of its evolutionary state. Hence, the quality of its loot had improved slightly. Moreover, Shifeng had activated Divine Providence before dealing the final blow. Both factors resulted in the Purgatory Serpent dropping an abundant amount of loot. Overall, the boss had dropped over 80 items, and every one of them glowed with a dazzling light that instantly captured the player's attention. In addition, a towering pillar of light rose for the pile of loot, lasting nearly 5 seconds before it faded. Crap. What kind of loot is that? How can items cause such a phenomenon? Epic rank. No. An epic item wouldn't cause such a commotion. I wonder if it's a rumored legendary rank item? Forget legendary items. I could become so much stronger if I could get my hands on an epic item. My development would skyrocket. Everyone stared at the small mountain of loot, dumbfounded. They were ravaged with curiosity about the items the Grand Lord had dropped. At this point, epic weapons and equipment were the strongest gear the various large guilds had seen in God's domain, but everyone had already seen these items before. They knew that epic items couldn't cause such a phenomenon. The only thing they could think of that would cause something like this was a legendary item. As the light pillar disappeared, the Zero-Wing players fought the urge to run towards the loot. They'd have an easy future if they obtained even one epic item, not to mention a legendary item. With a legendary item, they'd never have to worry about daily necessities for the rest of their lives. But despite such thoughts, none of them moved a muscle as they admired the pile of items. Nobody dared to take a single step forward. Even the outsiders, the White Tiger Dojo's disciples, stayed where they stood. First, this was a guild operation, and any items obtained during the operation belonged to the guild. Furthermore, they were internal members nurtured by the guild. They wouldn't even earn GCPs during this operation, much less items. Secondly, Shifeng had basically killed the Purgatory Serpent by himself. They simply operated the miniature ballistas and helped deal damage. They hadn't contributed in any essential way. Although the White Tiger Dojo's disciples weren't pleased about the outcome, even if they wanted to steal a few items, none of them had the courage to do so with a monstrous player like Shifeng standing beside the pile. Although they had known that Zero-Wing's Black Flame was incredibly strong, they hadn't realized exactly how strong before today. But after watching Shifeng dominate a level 70 Grand Lord ranked archaic species by himself, they realized how wide the gap was between them and their leader. Zero-Wing's guild leader is inhuman. He sent a monster as powerful and massive as the Purgatory Serpent flying with a single attack. Just how high are his attributes? So this is Zero-Wing's rumored strength? The guild is actually powerful enough to kill a level 70 Grand Lord ranked archaic species at this stage of the game. Even super guilds might not be able to do so. It's no wonder the Hall Master wanted us to train in Zero-Wing. If I had 1/3 of that man's standards, I could achieve something great in God's domain. As the White Tiger Dojo's disciples watched Shifeng appraise the loot, their previous contempt for Zero-Wing transformed into awe and admiration. Had they encountered such a situation when they had first joined God's domain, they wouldn't have spared a glance at Shifeng's performance, but after playing the game for some time, they realized that God's domain was no ordinary virtual reality game. This game's experts were more impressive than those in other games, especially experts like Shifeng. Although it had seemed as if Shifeng's movements and attacks had been random throughout the battle, every one of his movements had been carefully calculated. Shifeng had constantly guided the Purgatory Serpent during the battle, reducing the risk of the Grand Lord damaging the team as much as possible. Had Shifeng not been there to guide the Purgatory Serpent's attacks, they'd likely be lying on the ground right now. Meanwhile, as Shifeng reached the small mountain of items, he began to collect and appraise the loot. The Purgatory Serpent had dropped a total of 84 items. Among them, 31 were precious epic materials, such as the Purgatory Serpent's skin and scales, 16 potions, 11 Tier 2 magic scrolls, 1 Tier 3 magic scroll, and 3 Tier 2 skill books. All 3 skill books contained considerably rare Tier 2 skills. One offered the Tier 2 skill, Divine Shield, for Guardian Knights, one offered the Tier 2 skill, Fire Snake Dance, for Elementalists, and one contained the Tier 2 skill, Titan's Hand, for Berserkers. Titan's Hand was the rarest of the 3 skills, one which all Berserkers dreamed of wielding. The skill was neither a damage skill, nor did it offer some heaven-defying defensive ability. Instead, it allowed players to wield 2 two-handed weapons for a short time, significantly improving Berserkers' DPS and combat abilities. An additional weapon also meant an additional boost to a player's attributes. Moreover, Wielding two weapons allowed players to use more complex attack patterns. In addition, Berserkers didn't have to worry about a lack of strength in their attacks like dual-wielding swordsmen, due to the nature of two-handed weapons. Hence, Titan's Hand was a highly sought-after skill for Berserkers. In fact, the skill's market value was on par with Tier 3 skills. Of the remaining loot, there were 9 pieces of level 60 secret silver equipment, 4 pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment, 2 pieces of level 60 dark gold equipment, 1 pair of epic ranked cloth shoes, 2 mana stones, 1 engineering design, 1 alchemy recipe and 1 forging design. The last item, however, was a blood-red stone engraved with glowing, golden divine runes. Sure enough, the Demon Mineral Field's guardian boss was quite extraordinary. Shifeng was clearly ecstatic when he saw the blood-red stone. Even he had wondered what kind of item would cause such a phenomenon, releasing such a powerful aura. But even after appraising most of the loot, he hadn't found any particularly special items. The most powerful item was the epic ranked cloth shoes, but no epic item could cause such a dazzling event. Upon appraising the blood-red stone, however, Shifeng realized that this stone had been the cause of the commotion. The stone was none other than the bloodline every player in God's domain dreamed of obtaining. However, this bloodline wasn't like those he had obtained in the past. The dark iron bloodline he had obtained during his visit to the divine staircase had been personally crafted by a god, but the bloodline in his hand had formed naturally. Hence, it had taken the form of a stone rather than a gentle liquid. Chapter 1620, Natural Bloodline. Chapter 1620, Natural Bloodline. What's up with the guild leader? Why is he staring at that blood-red stone? Is there something special about it? What's so special about a stone? It's just raw material. I wonder what kind of equipment the Purgatory Serpent dropped. It'd be insane if it dropped a piece of legendary equipment. Don't be crazy. No matter how you look at it, a Grand Lord will never drop a legendary item. Though it might have a high chance of dropping a fragmented legendary item. If our guild obtains a fragmented legendary item, the super guilds will go mad with jealousy. The players from Zero Wing launched into a discussion about the Purgatory Serpent's loot, growing particularly excited as they talked about the possibility of a fragmented legendary item dropping. Players in the various large guilds had begun to reach level 50, and some of the guilds had already obtained a few epic items. However, no one had heard of a guild obtaining a fragmented legendary item. If Zero Wing found a fragmented legendary item, it would become the guild's prized treasure, serving as a symbol of the guild's strength. Such an item would definitely elevate the guild's reputation, since it would be the first guild in God's domain to possess such an item. Almost everyone who played virtual reality games paid attention to weapons and equipment. Apex weapons and equipment in particular were highly sought after. If news spread of Zero Wing's procurement of a fragmented legendary item, even players in other kingdoms and empires would learn of their guild, much less Starmoon Kingdom's players. A flood of players would visit their guild residences to join Zero Wing, making it much easier for the guild to recruit experts and continue to increase its strength. A fragmented legendary item? Shifeng could not help but chuckle when he overheard the hushed conversations. Zero Wing had acquired fragmented legendary items long ago, and the guild actually had more than one. Although they were correct that a fragmented legendary item could improve Zero Wing's reputation, great wealth brought great misfortune. Although the guild's fame would skyrocket if the public knew that Zero Wing possessed fragmented legendary items, it would also earn the guild an endless number of enemies. Hence, he had forbidden the guild's upper echelons speaking about these items to the public. Moreover, the blood-red stone in his hand was far more valuable than a fragmented legendary item. Bloodlines were extremely rare in God's domain, even rarer than fragmented legendary items. When a bloodline was found, even super guilds would use every weapon in their arsenal to obtain it, and the resulting bloodbaths would be horrendous. Obtaining a bloodline increased a guild's chance of nurturing an apex expert. Moreover, as players reached higher levels, the bloodline's benefits would become more prominent. After a certain level, These benefits would even surpass those of a fragmented legendary item. Furthermore, the stone in his hand was a naturally occurring bloodline, not an artificial bloodline crafted by ancient gods. There were two types of bloodlines in God's domain. The first type included the ancient gods' creations, the main bloodline source in God's domain. The second type involved naturally occurring bloodlines. The first type formed by drawing on the ancient gods' power, and in terms of potential, these bloodlines were slightly weaker than their natural counterparts. Regardless, both types of bloodline had their own advantages. Those created by the ancient gods catered to specific aspects. For example, Shifeng's Dark Iron bloodline improved his compatibility with melee skills, helping him increase his skill compatibility rates. On the other hand, natural bloodlines weren't as specialized, but in return, they provided greater boons to basic attributes. Due to the nature of these bloodlines, players who used them were generally known as humanoid monsters. To players who wanted to push the limits of their basic attributes, natural bloodlines were invaluable. Shifeng couldn't believe he had actually obtained a natural bloodline from killing a level 70 Grand Lord. Even though it had been an archaic species, it shouldn't have had a chance of dropping one, yet it had. If the demon players in the World Summit found out about this, they'd die of envy. Despite the various demon players trying desperately to ascend the divine staircase, they struggled to earn enough shrine points to purchase a bloodline. Yet Shifeng had obtained one after killing a single monster. Moreover, the raid had been relatively easy, with one boss and no mobs. Moreover, this stone was top tier among basic bloodlines. It was called the Shadow Bloodline. Shadow Bloodline weakens presence and aura significantly. Effects double when in darkness. Improvements focus on agility, followed by strength, endurance, intelligence, and vitality. Although the Shadow Bloodline's benefits to a player's combat power weren't as apparent as the ancient gods' bloodlines, it would undoubtedly increase an assassin or ranger's survivability. Decreasing one's presence and aura wasn't just effective against other players, but monsters would also struggle to notice the player. Rangers and assassins with the Shadow Bloodline would be able to explore high-level maps with ease, and they could enter places that players normally avoided. They could enter places that players normally could not set foot into. The Shadow Bloodline alone was more valuable than the Purgatory Serpent's combined loot. This trip was definitely worth it. Shifeng could not help but smile at the Shadow Bloodline. Neither epic equipment nor precious tools could help nurture a true Apex expert, but the Shadow Bloodline could. In fact, it might even help a player become a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Even if he gave the Shadow Bloodline to an ordinary assassin or ranger in the guild, he could instantly nurture an astonishingly powerful expert, let alone experts like Fire Dance. When Shifeng finally finished admiring the Shadow Bloodline, he stored it in his bag. He had no intention of informing the others about the item. After he finished with the remaining loot, he instructed his team to rest up and prepare to enter the town. No one gave Shifeng's decision much thought. They simply did as they were told while the healers resurrected the dead. Meanwhile, the magic barrier around the town had vanished after the Purgatory Serpent's death. Players could now enter the town without hindrance. Of course, chaos ensued in the town. The demonkin, who had been mining the ores, ran around in a panic while the demon supervisors angrily suppressed the undisciplined demonkin. Demonkin Demonic Creature Chieftain. Level 70. HP 9000 000/9 000 Demon Supervisor Demonic Creature Great Lord. Level 72. HP 38 500 000/38 500 000. To Shifeng, this chaos was an opportunity. There were easily more than 10,000 monsters in the town, and if they moved like an organized army, capturing the town's mineral field would likely be impossible. However, he could take advantage of the fight between the demonkin and the demon supervisors, slowly clearing out the monsters in the town. Shifeng didn't hurry to enter the town after his slain team members resurrected. Instead, he activated a spatial gate and sent them out of the Boneless land to rest and recover. His team's stamina and concentration had almost depleted during the previous battle, and there was no doubt that they were in for a long, arduous battle once they entered the town. They had to recover their stamina and concentration first. Time passed quickly. Once everyone had recovered, Shifeng led them back to the town's perimeter. Everyone get ready. Once my great lord secure the monster's aggro, you'll attack with the remaining miniature ballistas. Do not let any of the demonkin or demon supervisors get close. Shifeng ordered. He then took a deep breath before pushing open the town's steel gates. The instant Shifeng entered the town, a horrific killing intent washed over him, shocking him awake. A series of system notifications then bombarded his ears. Chapter 1621, Lost Town. Chapter 1621, Lost Town. When the Demon Town's rune-covered gates opened, it felt as if some seal on the town had been removed as a chilling aura of killing intent surged out of the town's gate. What kind of town is this? Why does it have such a powerful aura? Crap. My attributes are decreasing. As the players from the White Tiger Dojo and Zero Wing prepared for battle some distance away, they couldn't help but shudder the moment Shifeng opened the gates. There was a massive difference between the aura they felt as the gates opened and the aura they had felt while looking at the demon town from the distant hillside. If the aura they had felt before was air, the aura they felt now was as heavy and dense as seawater. Not only did the powerful aura bring with it an intense mental pressure, making it hard for them to think, but their attributes had also begun to spiral downward. In the blink of an eye, their basic attributes had decreased by 30%. Shifeng, who had already entered the town, wasn't surprised by the sudden change. However, he was surprised by the system notifications he had received. System. Congratulations. You have discovered a lost town. System. Congratulations. You have triggered the epic ranked main storyline quest Demon's Nest. System. Do you wish to accept this quest? If you abandon this quest, the lost town will disappear due to its broken seal. You have 1 hour to consider. If you do not make a decision within the hour, the quest will automatically be abandoned. Why is there a lost town here? Shifeng looked at the system notifications in confusion. Aside from its kingdoms, empires, and neutral towns and cities, God's domain had towns that had been left behind by ancient civilizations. Unfortunately, these towns didn't have official names since their history had been lost, leaving them with the title of Lost Town. Lost towns weren't like ordinary towns. All of the lost towns contained power and abilities, which other towns didn't have, that their ancient civilization had left behind. These abilities had different levels of strength. Some could even help a first-rate guild develop into a super first-rate guild in a short amount of time. Although even lost towns with weaker abilities could tempt a superpower into action. This was due to the ability's unique nature in God's domain. In the past, many wars had been waged between God's domain's superpowers over these lost towns. There had even been one instance involving over 10 superpowers. Shifeng had never expected to find a lost town in the Boneless land. The mineral field was nothing compared to the town itself. It's no wonder why I hadn't heard of a town in the Boneless land in the past. This restriction is likely the reason that no one ever found it. Shifeng could not help but smile bitterly at the system notification. Regardless of how powerful a lost town was, they were all incredibly difficult to claim. There was no turning back if one missed the opportunity. Once a lost town disappeared, it was gone forever. The players that had found the Boneless land's lost town had likely failed the quest, causing its disappearance. If that were the case, it was only natural that no one had ever heard of it. Of course, Shifeng accepted the quest. Although he did not know what this lost town's function was, Zero Wing would miss out on a golden opportunity to grow stronger if he abandoned it. System. Congratulations. You have accepted the epic ranked main storyline quest Demon's Nest. Quest content. You are required to collect 100 darkness stones to reseal the anchor within 10 natural days. If you fail to do so, the Demon King of a specific planar world will hunt you endlessly. You will also permanently lose 100 points from all attributes and 10 levels. Quest reward unknown. Crap. Shifeng nearly spat blood when he read the quest content. He finally understood why the players who had discovered the Boneless Land's lost town had failed the quest to acquire it. This quest was beyond difficult. It was a joke. Darkness stones were like mana stones. They contained a frightening amount of power of darkness, which demon players could use to improve the power of darkness within. In the past, demon players had even spent up to 500 gold per darkness stone. Yet, this quest required him to gather 100 darkness stones within 10 natural days. This quest was asking for the impossible. Darkness stones were immensely rare and normally, on mythic ranked dark creatures had a chance of dropping them. Even if he were extremely lucky, and every mythic dark creature he killed dropped one, he'd still have to kill 100 of them. With his current standards, killing one mythic dark creature would be impossible, let alone 100. Not even super guilds could accomplish such a feat. Mythic monsters weren't easy to find, and mythic-ranked dark creatures were an even rarer sight. Hunting down 100 mythic-ranked dark creatures in 10 days would be nearly impossible. When Shifeng saw the penalty for failing the quest, he was speechless. The penalty was extraordinarily ruthless. While he could accept losing 10 levels and 100 points in every attribute, dealing with a Tier 5 Demon King's tenacious hunt was no laughing matter. Meanwhile, he wasn't nearly powerful enough to kill a Demon King. Every Demon King had the power to engulf a kingdom in flames. Even Tier 4 players would be little more than ants before a Tier 5 Demon King, much less a Tier 2 player like Shifeng. Guild leader, has something happened? Zero Wings members asked curiously when they realized that Shifeng hadn't moved for some time. Forget it. Let's just secure the town, and get the mana ore again. Shifeng shook his head to clear his mind. There was no point in pondering the quest, since he didn't have a solution for obtaining the 100 darkness stones. Following which he commanded, "Everyone prepare for battle." As Shifeng gave the command, the team members began to push the miniature ballistas forward, following after their leader. At the same time, Shifeng controlled his 4 remaining Great Lords to lure some of the battling Demonkin and Demon Supervisors. Unlike the players, whose basic attributes had been suppressed when the town's gates had opened, the demonic creatures within were unaffected. Fortunately, Shifeng had the Bible of Darkness, and with the Demon Ruler's suppression, dealing with the Chieftain-ranked Demon King and Great Lord-ranked Demon Supervisors became easy. After Shifeng's Great Lords gathered some demonic creatures, Shifeng activated Flame Domain while Zero Wings members attacked with the remaining siege weapons. After around 20 minutes, the team had cleared out a wave of Demonkin and Demon Supervisors. When the monsters died, the players' experience bars rose by a sizable chunk. However, these monsters granted considerably less EXP than the demonic creatures they had killed outside of the town. In fact, they had awarded even less EXP than ordinary monsters of the same rank and level. Even so, these players' leveling speed was multiple times faster than peak experts. As for the Demonkin and Demon Supervisors' loot, it simply couldn't compare to the loot the demonic creatures had dropped. Despite killing over 100 Demonkin and several Demon Supervisors, the team had only obtained 6 pieces of bronze equipment and 1 piece of mysterious iron equipment. As Shifeng collected the loot, however, he discovered several black crystals beside the demonic monsters' corpses. What? This is mana ore. Shifeng had nearly thought his eyes had played a trick on him when he saw the black crystals on the ground. Everyone in God's domain knew that the monsters didn't drop mana ore, but it was nearly impossible that Shifeng, who was both a master forger and extremely familiar with the metal, would mistake the item. After carefully examining the corpses, Shifeng found 17 ingots of mana ore, over 100 ingots of ancient bronze ore, and 3 ingots of Eternium Oregon. Even if one mined an ancient bronze vein, they likely wouldn't obtain a single ingot for every 30 ingots of ancient bronze Oregon. And players would be very lucky to gain a single ingot of Eternium ore for every 100 ingots of ancient bronze ore, Yet Shifeng had obtained so much after killing a few demonkin and demon supervisors. This was inconceivable. Chapter 1622. Struggle over the Primordial Divine Ruin. Chapter 1622. Struggle over the Primordial Divine Ruin. Shifeng wasn't the only player surprised to discover that the demonkin and demon supervisors dropped mana ore again. Hey, do those rocks look like mana ore to you? I've seen mana ore before. They should be mana ore. Isn't mana ore a rare drop when mining? I never knew that monsters dropped it too. None of these players was a stranger to mana ore. Due to the disturbance the Orc Empire had caused, the kingdoms and empires neighboring the Orc Empire had activated a contribution system that allowed players to purchase precious items. The contribution system had also lured many players towards the Orc Empire. If players wanted to ease the task of killing the Empire's orcs, the mana charm, crafted with mana ore, was a must-have. Currently mana ore sold for 1 gold, 20 silver per piece. Moreover, this price continued to rise, yet their team had obtained over a dozen pieces of mana ore after killing 1 demonic creature group. They had just made over 20 gold in profit, and this included the cost of repairing their weapons and equipment. Even expert players were fortunate to earn 1 gold a day. Furthermore, the various large guilds currently viewed mana ore as a strategic item. With so many people eyeing the ore, it was hard to purchase even if one could afford the cost. And their profit would be even greater if they used all of the mana ore to craft mana charms. The mana charm was a consumable item, and one could craft 10 charms with a single piece of mana ore. Currently, mana charms sold for 20 silver each. Alright, we're moving on to the next wave. After Shifeng collected the loot, he had his monsters lure another wave of demonic creatures. In the previous fight, Shifeng had taken control of a demon supervisor, and he had 5 great lords under his command once more, making it much easier to defeat the next wave of demonkin and demon supervisors. With the 5 great lord tanks, Shifeng's flame domain and various AoE skills, and Zero Wings members attacking with the miniature ballistas, the team steadily and swiftly eliminated one wave of demonic creatures after another. Although the battles were monotonous and boring, these players brimmed with excitement throughout the grind. With each wave of demonkin and demon supervisors they killed, they earned between 10 and 20 pieces of mana, or in 3 to 5 pieces of Eternium ore. The team had also become more efficient as they worked. It had initially taken them 20+ minutes to annihilate each wave, and now, they cleared the monsters in a little over 10 minutes. With the abundant EXP, the team's leveling speed was also astonishingly fast. After grinding for a little over a day, Shifeng and his players finally reached the town's inner area. At this point, these players had leveled significantly. Now, even the lowest level player was level 45, whereas the highest level player was level 47. They had nearly caught up with Zero Wings elite members. Meanwhile, to improve their efficiency, Shifeng had invested the EXP he had acquired into the Aura of Fire's flame domain. Now the skill dealt 2400% base damage every second for 8 seconds, rather than the previous 1800% every second for 7 seconds. The damage per second upscale had also risen from 20% to 25%, and the skill now covered a 100-yard radius. The skill could basically rival super large-scale destruction spells. Unfortunately, its cooldown was still 5 minutes. Meanwhile, after more than a day of grinding, Shifeng had acquired a total of 4,526 pieces of mana ore and 913 pieces of Eternium ore. The monsters had actually dropped more mana ore than what Zero Wing had in its warehouse by a considerable margin. While Shifeng massacred demonkin and demon supervisors, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow had kept him updated with several situation reports. Their reports mainly focused on the Primordial Divine Ruin in the Orc Empire. The various large guilds had fought tooth and nail over the ruin after its sudden appearance. They all wanted the level 50 top-tier weapons and equipment, as well as the rumored advanced combat techniques to prepare for the level 50 super large-scale team dungeons. Currently, 2 super first-rate guilds and 2 super guilds were involved in the struggle. Even a transcendental power like the Secret Pavilion, which rarely took part in such struggles, had joined the fray. Naturally, plenty of first-rate guilds joined the fight as well. The situation at the ruin was utter chaos. Meanwhile, only 10,000 players were allowed into the Primordial Divine Ruin each day, but over 1 million players had gathered in the area, with the weakest on par with the guild elite members. The war over the Primordial Divine Ruin was the most intense in God's domain thus far. Over 30,000 expert players had already died, not to mention the elite players. When the ruin had last activated, the 5 superpowers had claimed 70% of the available slots. Surprisingly, Heaven's Burial had secured 1/3 of the remaining 30%. The various first-rate guilds had shared the remaining 20%, and none of the second- and third-rate guilds had claimed a single slot. Guild Leader, although Heaven's Burial has suffered significant casualties while it explored the Primordial Divine Ruin, they've also obtained plenty of level 50 fine gold and dark gold weapons and equipment. Their top-tier experts' combat power has improved massively. I've also heard that they've obtained 2 basic combat techniques and plenty of magic array scrolls, designs, and recipes. Although our guild has suffered about the same losses as Heaven's Burial in the field battles, I'm afraid that we'll be in danger soon if Heaven's Burial continues to grow stronger. Why don't we send some of our members to explore the ruin as well? Aqua Rose was sorely tempted to loot the Primordial Divine Ruin. Although the Conqueror parties slaughtered Heaven's Burial's members, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater weren't simple enemies. To counter the Conqueror parties, the 2 guilds had employed many Refinement Realm experts, sending them out to ambush Zero Wings members in the 4 high-resource maps. They had even sent some of these Refinement Realm experts to ambush the Conqueror parties. Meanwhile, both guilds had suffered tremendous losses. If Zero Wing hadn't partnered with several first-rate guilds and raked in a massive profit with Zero Wing City's teleportation function, the guild would have crumbled long ago. How is the equipment collection coming along? Sherfong asked. We've only collected a small fraction of the required amount thus far. I'm afraid that it'll take some time before we have 700 full sets of level 50 weapons and equipment, Aqua Rose said, sighing powerlessly. The guild's consumption of weapons and equipment was severely high right now. Trying to set aside level 50 elite weapons and equipment for 700 players under such circumstances was incredibly difficult. She had even involved Gentle Snow's main force in the task. Disregard the Primordial Divine Ruin for now, and focus on collecting weapons and equipment. Once we have the items ready, we'll have an easier time dealing with the guild's issues, Sherfong instructed. I'll think of a way to gather as much as possible. Aqua Rose could only nod in frustration. She had to admit that Zero Wing's foundations were significantly weaker than Heaven's Burial. The difference between the guild's expert count and capital was like heaven and earth. Even the Conqueror parties only helped reduce the massive gap slightly. An additional 700 experts would definitely help ease the pressure on the guild. After Aqua Rose disconnected the call, Sherfong led his team deeper into the town's inner area. The inner area had far fewer monsters than the town's outer area, although the weakest here were level 70 Lord-ranked Demonkin warriors. The Chieftain-ranked Demonkin were nowhere to be seen. In addition, there were plenty of level 72 Great Lord-ranked Demon Supervisors, and level 74 Grand Lord-ranked Demon Overseers roaming about.